秋风卷起了满地黄叶，薛夷人正标枪般肃立在飞舞的黄叶中，穿着身雪白的衣裳，白得耀眼。他身后背柄无鞘长剑，卑贱的方式，任何人都是想得到他如此卑贱。
The autumn wind has rolled up yellow leaves all over the ground, and the man in Shui is standing like a javelin among the flying yellow leaves, wearing snow-white clothes, which are dazzlingly white. He carried a long sword with a black scabbard behind him, and he carried the sword in a way that no one could imagine.
只为了能在最短的时间里将剑拔出来。现在剑还未出鞘，剑气却已出鞘。他的眼睛里就有股可怕的剑气，只因他的剑就是他的人，他的人和他的剑已融为一体。
Just to pull out the sword in the shortest possible time. Now, the sword has not been unsheathed yet, but the sword energy has been unsheathed. Just to pull out the sword in the shortest possible time. Now, the sword has not been unsheathed yet, but the sword energy has been unsheathed. There is a terrifying sword aura in his eyes, just because his sword is his person and his sword have become one.
他静静地望着楚留香，冷冷道：“你早就该想到是我的。”楚留香道：“不错，我早该想到你的，连左生都已看出你那位使者并非远道而来。薛家庄的人到了左家，自然不肯说出自己的身份。”
He looked at Chu Liuxiang quietly and said coldly, "You should have thought it was mine." Chu Liuxiang said, "Yes, I should have thought of you a long time ago. Even Zuosheng has seen that your envoy did not come from afar. When people from Zuojiazwang arrived at Zuo's house, they naturally refused to reveal their identities."
薛夷人道：“决战在即，我不愿再和左家的人生事。”楚留香道：“但他在我前面，为何还不肯说出来意呢？”薛夷人道：“只因他怕你不敢来。”楚留香道：“不敢来？我为何不敢来？有朋友约我。”
Shuiren said, "The decisive battle is coming, and I don't want to have anything to do with the Zuo family anymore." Chu Liuxiang said, Shuiren said, "The decisive battle is coming, and I don't want to have anything to do with the Zuo family anymore." Chu Liuxiang said, "But why didn't he tell me his intention before me?" Shuiren said, "It's just because he's afraid of you and doesn't dare to come." Chu Liuxiang said, "Don't you dare to come?" "Why don't I dare to come?" "A friend made an appointment with me."
我无论如何都会赶来的。薛夷人瞪着他，一字字道：“你不敢来，只因为你已不是我的朋友。”楚留香摸了摸鼻子，笑道：“我昨天还是你的朋友，怎地今天就不是了？”薛夷人道：“
"I'll come anyway." Shuiren stared at him and said word by word, "You dare not come just because you are no longer my friend." Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said with a smile, "I was your friend yesterday, why am I not your friend today?" Shuiren said,
我本来却想交你这个朋友，所以才带你入见识，谁知你……”他面上忽然泛起一阵清气，一字字道：“谁知你根本不配做朋友。你难道认为我偷了你的剑？”薛夷人冷笑道：“
"I really wanted to make you a friend, so I brought you into the sword room, but you didn't know you." Suddenly a green air appeared on his face, and he said word by word, "Who knew you were not worthy of being a friend at all? Do you think I stole your sword?" Shuiren sneered.
只因我带你去过一次，所以你才轻车熟路，否则你怎能得手？”楚留香几乎将鼻子都摸红了，苦笑道：“如此说来，你的剑真的被窃了。”薛夷人没有回答这句话。
"Just because I took you there once, you are familiar with it. Otherwise, how could you succeed?" Chu Liuxiang almost touched her nose red, and said with a wry smile, "So, is your sword really stolen?" Shuiren did not answer this sentence.
却垂下头看着自己身上的白衫，缓缓道：“这件衣服还是我20年前做的，我直到今天才穿上它，因为直到今天我才遇见一个该杀的人，值得我杀的人。”楚留香叹了口气，道：“
But he lowered his head and looked at the white shirt on his body, and said slowly, "I made this dress 20 years ago. I didn't put it on until today, because it wasn't until today that I met a person who deserved to be killed. The people I killed." Chu Liuxiang sighed and said,
第一天我到你家，过2天你的剑就被人偷了，这也难怪你要疑心是我偷的。可是你若杀了我，就永远不会知道谁是那真正偷剑的贼人了。”薛夷人道：“不是你是谁？”
"The first day I arrived at your house, your sword was stolen 2 days later. No wonder you suspected that I stole it. But if you kill me, you will never know who really stole the sword." "A thief." Shuiren said, "Who else are you?"
难道我还会故意陷害你？我若要杀你，根本就用不着编造任何理由。”楚留香道：“你自然不必陷害我，但有人想陷害我，他偷了你的剑，就为了要你杀我，你难道从未听说过？”
"Could I still deliberately frame you? If I want to kill you, there is no need to make up any reason." Chu Liuxiang said, "Of course you don't have to frame me, but someone wants to frame me. He stole your sword just to get you to kill me. Have you never heard of it?"
借刀杀人之计。薛夷人道：“ 谁会以此来陷害你？楚留香苦笑道：老实说，想陷害我的人可真不少，昨天还挨了别人一冷箭。薛衣人皱眉道：你受了伤？楚留香叹了口气道：
The tactic of killing someone with a borrowed knife? Shui Yiren said, who would use this to frame you? Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, there are so many people who want to frame me. Yesterday, I even received a cold blow from others. Shui Yiren frowned and said, are you injured? Chu Liuxiang sighed and said,
受伤并不是什么光彩的事，我为何要说谎？薛衣人道：是谁伤了你？楚留香道：就是我要找的刺客。薛衣人锐利的目光在他身上一扫，道：伤在何处？楚留香道：背后。薛衣人冷笑道：
Being injured is not a glorious thing, why should I lie? Shui Yiren said, who hurt you? Chu Liuxiang said, that's the assassin I'm looking for. Shui Yiren's sharp eyes swept over him and said, where is the injury? Chu Liuxiang said, behind. Shui Yiren sneered.
有人在你背后出手，堂堂的楚香帅竟会不知道？楚留香摸了摸鼻子道：当我发觉时，已躲不开了。薛衣人道：阁下若是时常被人暗算，能活到现在倒真不容易。楚留香笑了笑道：
Someone is taking action behind your back. How could the dignified Chu Xiangshui not know? Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said, when I found out, I couldn't escape. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said,
在下被人暗算的次数虽不少，但负伤倒是生平第一遭。薛衣人道：他的剑很快。楚留香叹道：快极了，在下生平还未遇到这么快的剑。薛衣人沉吟了半晌，道：听说你和石观音。
Although I have been assassinated many times, this is the first time in my life that I have been injured. Shui Yiren said, his sword is very fast. Chu Liuxiang sighed, it's extremely fast. I have never encountered such a fast sword in my life. Shui Yiren pondered for a long time and said, I heard that you and Shi Guanyin.
水母音姬、帅一番这些人都交过手。楚留香说道：不错，石观音出手诡秘，帅一番剑气已入门，水母音姬内力之深厚更是骇人听闻，但论出手之快，却还是都比不上此人。
Jellyfish Yinji and Shui Yifan have all fought against each other. Chu Liuxiang said, yes, Shi Guanyin's moves are mysterious, Shui Yifan's sword energy has been introduced, and the inner strength of Jellyfish Yinji is even more shocking, but in terms of the speed of her moves, they are still not as fast as this person.
薛衣人脸上似已泛起了一种兴奋的红光，喃喃道：这人竟有如此快的剑，我倒也想会会他。楚留香又笑了笑，笑容有些神秘，缓缓道：他既已到了这里，庄主迟早总会见着他的。
Shui Yiren's face seemed to glow with an excited red light, and he murmured, this man has such a fast sword, I would like to know how to do it with him. Chu Liuxiang smiled again, with a somewhat mysterious smile, and said slowly, now that he is here, the owner of the village will see him sooner or later.
薛衣人道：你难道想说盗剑的人就是他？是他想借我的手杀你？楚留香道：这自然很有可能。薛衣人厉声道：但他又怎知你盗过我的剑士？怎知我的剑藏在哪里？楚留香道：
Shui Yiren said, do you think he was the one who stole the sword? He wanted to use my hand to kill you? Chu Liuxiang said, this is naturally very possible. Shui Yiren said sternly, but how did he know that you had been to my sword room, and how did he know where my sword was hidden? Chu Liuxiang said,
这也是我想不通的地方，但要给我几天时间，我可以保证一定能将真相探查出来。薛衣人沉默了很久，冷冷道：你受了伤，实在是你的运气。他忽然掠上马背，疾驰而去。
This is something I can't figure out, but give me a few days and I can guarantee that I will be able to find out the truth. Shui Yiren was silent for a long time, and said coldly, you are injured, it is really your luck. He suddenly got on the horse and galloped away.
楚留香默然半晌，喃喃道：李明生若当真就是叶盛兰，那才真是我的运气。福盛老店是个很旧式的客栈，屋子已很陈旧，李明生夫妇就住在最后面的一个小跨院里。
Chu Liuxiang was silent for a while and murmured, if Li Mingxing is really Yi Xinglan, then that's really my luck. Fusheng Old Inn is a very old-style inn, and the house is very outdated. Li Mingxing and his wife live in a small courtyard at the back.
楚留香发现他们住的屋子不但关着，连窗子也是紧紧关着的。虽然是白天，他倒却像是还躲在房里睡大觉。这两人究竟有什么见不得人的地方？楚留香问道。他们没有出去。
Chu Liuxiang found that not only was the room they lived in closed, but the windows were also tightly closed. Although it was daytime, he seemed to be hiding in the room and sleeping. What is so shameful about these two people? Chu Liuxiang asked. They didn't go out.
小秃子道：没有出去，从昨天晚上起，这里一直都有人守着的。 楚留香目光一转，忽然大声道：“李兄怎会到这里来了？就住在这里吗？”他一面说着话，一面已走过去，用力拍门，唤道：“开门！”
The little bald man said, I haven't gone out. There has been someone guarding here since last night. Chu Liuxiang turned his eyes and suddenly said loudly, Why did Brother Li come here and live here? While he was talking, he walked over, slammed the door hard, and called, Open the door.
房子里立刻窸窸窣窣响起一阵穿衣服的声音，过了很久，才听到一个人懒洋洋地道：“是谁？你找错门了吧？”楚留香道：“是我，张老三。李兄难道连老朋友的声音都听不出了吗？”
Immediately, there was a rustling sound in the house. There was a sound of getting dressed. After a long time, I heard a person lazily say, Who is it? Are you looking for the wrong door? Dash. Chu Liuxiang said, It's me, Zhang Lao San. Can't Brother Li even recognize the voice of his old friend?
又过了半晌，那扇门才地开了一线，一个面色苍白、头发凌乱的少年人探出半个身子来，上上下下瞧了楚留香一眼，皱眉道：“你是谁？我不认得你。”那少年面色变了变。
After another long while, the door opened slightly, and a young man with pale face and messy hair leaned out half of his body, looked at Chu Liuxiang up and down, frowned and said, Who are you? I don't recognize you. The young man's expression changed.
身子立刻缩了回去，但他还没有将门关上，楚留香的腿已插了进去，轻轻一推，门就被推开了。那少年被推得踉跄后退了好几步，怒道：“你这人有毛病啊，想干什么？”楚留香微笑道。
He immediately retracted his body, but before he could close the door, Chu Liuxiang's legs were inserted in. With a slight push, the door was pushed open. The young man was pushed and staggered back several steps, and said angrily, There is something wrong with you, what do you want to do? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said,
我想干什么？你难道还不明白？屋里还有个套间，门没有关好。楚留香一眼扫过，已发现床上躺着个人，用棉被蒙着头，却露出一只眼睛，偷偷地瞧。床下摆着双红绣鞋。
Don't you understand what I want to do? There was also a suite in the room. The door was not closed properly. Chu Liuxiang glanced around and found someone lying on the bed. His head was covered with a quilt, but one eye was exposed to peek. There was a pair of red embroidered shoes under the bed.
旁边的椅子上还堆着几件粉红缎子的衣裙，那少年面上更连一点血色都没有了，抢着想去将这扇门拉上，但是楚留香身子一闪，已挡住了他的去路，笑道：“我既已找着了你们。”
There were several pink satin dresses piled on the chair next to her. The young man's face lost even a trace of blood, and he rushed to close the door, but Chu Liuxiang dodged, blocking his way, and said with a smile, I have found you.
再瞒我又有何用？那少年颤声道：“你可是曹家派来的？”楚留香皱了皱眉，道：“曹家？”那少年突然扑通跪了下去，哭丧着脸道：“小人该死，只求大爷你放我们一条生路。”
What's the use of hiding it from me anymore? The young man said in a trembling voice, Are you sent by the Chao family? Chu Liuxiang frowned and said, Chao family. The young man suddenly knelt down with a plop, and said with a mournful face, The villain deserves to die, I just ask you to let us live.
床上那女子忽然跳了起来，长得果然很年轻，很妖娆，却很泼辣，身上只穿着件很薄的亵衣，几乎完全是透明的，连大腿都露了出来。但她却完全不管，冲到楚留香面前，两手叉着腰。
The woman on the bed suddenly jumped up. She was indeed very young, very enchanting, but very fierce. She was only wearing a very thin piece of obscene clothing, which was almost completely transparent. Even her thighs were exposed, but she didn't care at all. He rushed to Chu Liuxiang with his hands on his hips.
大声道：“你既然是曹家派来的，那就更好了。你不妨回去告诉曹老头，就说我已跟定了小谢，再也不会回去受他那种活罪。我虽然带了他一匣首饰出来，但那也是他给我的。”
He said loudly, Since you are sent by the Chao family, that's even better. You might as well go back and tell old man Chao that I have made a commitment to Xiao Xia and will never go back to suffer the same punishment as him. Although I took out a box of jewelry from him, but that was also what he gave me.
再说我一个黄花闺女跟了他好几年，拿他几文臭钱又有什么不应该？你说有什么不应该？他说话就像抱蚕豆似的，别人简直插不上嘴。楚留香怔住了，实在有些哭笑不得。
Besides, I am a young lady who has been following him for several years. Why should I not take a few stinky money from him? You say, what should I not do? She spoke like exploding broad beans, and others could hardly get a word in. Chu Liuxiang was stunned, and she really didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
他现在已知道自己找错了人，这少年并不是叶盛览，而是小谢，这少女更不是他想象中的那人。 看来他只不过是曹家的陶妾，看上了小谢就卷带了细软，和小谢双双私奔到这里来。
He now knew that he had found the wrong person. This young man was not Yi Xinglan, but Xiao Xia, and this girl was not the person he imagined. It seems that she is just a runaway concubine of the Xiao family. She fell in love with Xiao Xia, so she took Xinwan with her and eloped here with Xiao Xia.
他们知道曹老头不肯就此罢休，自然躲着不敢见人。楚留香摸了摸鼻子，喃喃道：“清官难断家务事，但你们若真的想好好过日子，就该想法找些正当事做，怎么能整天关起门来睡觉？”
They knew that old man Qiao would not let it go, so they naturally hid and did not dare to see anyone. Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and murmured, "It is difficult for an upright official to stop household chores, but if you really want to live a good life, you should try to find some legitimate things to do. How can you close the door and sleep all day long?"
小谢脸红了，顿首道：“是，小人一定听大爷的吩咐，从此好好做人。”楚留香已走出了门，却还不肯放心，忽又回头来问道：“你们既是京城来的，可知道一个叫叶盛兰的吗？”小谢道。
Xiao Xia blushed, paused and said, "Yes, I must listen to my uncle's instructions and be a good person from now on." Chu Liuxiang had already walked out of the door, but she still refused to feel relieved. Suddenly she turned back and asked, "Since you are from the capital, do you know someone named Yi Xinglan?" Xiao Xia said.
叶盛兰，大爷说的可是大石烂，富贵班里那唱花旦的小叶。楚留香的心已跳了起来，却还是不动声色，道：“不错，我说的就是他。”小谢道：“我前2天还看到过他。”楚留香赶紧问道：“
Yi Xinglan? The uncle is talking about Dashilan, Xiao Yi, who sings in the wealth class." Chu Liuxiang's heart was already beating, but she remained calm and said, "Yes, that's him I'm talking about." Xiao Xia said, "I saw him 2 days ago." Chu Liuxiang quickly asked,
在哪里？小谢道：“他好像就住在前面那条青衣巷，是第几家门小人却没看清，因为他好像有点鬼鬼祟祟的，连人都不敢见。他只顾说别人，却忘了自己，等他说完话，再抬起头来。”
"Where?" Xiao Xia said, "He seems to live in the Qingyi lane, in front of him. I can't tell which family he belongs to, because he seems to be a bit sneaky and doesn't even dare to see people. He only talked about others, but forgot about himself." When he finished speaking, he raised his head again.
面前的人忽然不见了，楚留香又是兴奋又是好笑。他猜的果然不错，叶盛兰果然就躲在这松江城里，但他却未想到叶盛兰是个唱戏的。青衣巷是条很长的巷子。
The person in front of him suddenly disappeared. Chu Liuxiang was excited and funny. His guess was indeed correct. Yi Xinglan was indeed hiding in Songjiang City, but he never thought that Yi Xinglan was an opera singer. Qingyi Alley is a very long alley.
最少有100多户人家，叶盛兰究竟住在哪一家里？小秃子拍着胸脯说是用不着2个时辰，他就能打听出来。这时天已快黑了，楚留香找了家馆子，结结实实的大吃了一顿。
There are at least more than 100 households. Which one does Yi Xinglan live in? The little bald man patted his chest and said that he would be able to find out in less than 2 hours. It was almost dark by now. Chu Liuxiang found a restaurant and had a hearty meal.
就去找石秀云。他告诉自己，这是为了正事，而非为了私情。他自己是否真心说的这句话呢？那就只有天知道了。石秀云的家是一栋很小的屋子，显然最近才粉刷一新。
Just go find Shi Xiuyun. He told himself that this was for business, not for personal reasons. Did he really mean what he said? Only God knows. Shi Xiuyun's home is a very small house that has obviously been repainted recently.
连那2扇木板门也是新油漆的。石秀云正在院子里赶鸡回笼，他穿件粗布衣服，头发也没有梳好，赤着足穿着双木屐，正是机上足如霜，不着压头袜，虽然蓬头粗服。
Even the 2 wooden doors are newly painted. Shi Xiuyun was driving the chickens back to the coop in the yard. She was wearing a coarse cloth, her hair was not combed, and she was barefoot and wearing a pair of wooden clogs. She was just like, the feet on the clogs were like frost, and she was not wearing crow's head socks.
看来却别有一种风情。楚留香在竹篱外悄悄地欣赏了半天，才轻轻唤道：“石姑娘，石秀云。”石秀云一惊，抬头瞧见了他，脸忽然绯红了起来，话也不说，扭头就走，飞也似的跑了回去。
It seems to have a different style. Chu Liuxiang stood outside the bamboo fence and admired it quietly for a long time before calling softly, "Miss Shi Xiuyun." Shi Xiuyun was startled, raised his head, saw him, his face suddenly turned red, and without saying a word, he turned around and ran back as fast as he could. 楚留香只有等了半天，石秀云才出来，头已梳好了，衣服也换过了，
又穿起了那双水红色的新绣鞋。楚留香笑了，轻声道：“你这双鞋子好漂亮。”石秀云脸忽然又绯红了起来。
Chu Liuxiang could only wait. After waiting for a long time, Shi Xiuyun came out. His hair had been combed, his clothes had been changed, and he put on his new pair of water-red embroidered shoes. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said softly, "Your shoes are so beautiful." Shi Xiuyun's face suddenly turned red again.
咬着嘴唇，跺着脚道：“你要来，为什么也不先说一声？”楚留香道：“我本来想明天来的，可是今天晚上我又非来不可。”石秀云垂着头，弄着衣角，道：“为什么？”楚留香道：“你二婶呢？”
Biting his lip, he stamped his feet and said, "If you want to come, why didn't you say something first?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I originally wanted to come tomorrow, but I have to come tonight." Shi Xiuyun lowered his head, fiddled with the corners of his clothes, and said, "Why?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Where is your second aunt?"
石秀云偷偷看了他一眼，道：“他起得早，现在已睡了。”楚留香道：“你能出来吗？”石秀云道：“这么晚了，叫我出去干什么？”他呼吸似已有些急促，但声音已有些发抖。
Shi Xiuyun glanced at him secretly and said, "She got up early and is asleep now." Chu Liuxiang said, "Can you come out?" Shi Xiuyun said, "It's so late, why did you ask me to go out?" Her breathing seemed a little rapid, but her voice was trembling.
楚留香只觉心里一阵荡漾，忍不住自竹篱间握住他的手。他的手好烫。石秀云着急道：“快放手，被我二婶看到，小心她打断你的腿。”楚留香笑嘻嘻道：“我不怕，她反正已经睡了。”
Chu Liuxiang felt her heart fluttering, and couldn't help but hold her hand between the bamboo fences. Her hands were so hot. Shi Xiuyun said anxiously, "Let go quickly, my second aunt will see her, be careful she breaks your legs." Chu Liuxiang said with a smile, "I'm not afraid, she is already asleep anyway."
石秀云道：“你不是好人，我偏不出去，看你怎么样。”楚留香道：“你不出来，我就不走。”石秀云眼睛瞟着他，轻轻叹了口气，道：“你真是我命里的魔星。”我突听屋子里有人唤道：“秀云。”
Shi Xiuyun said, You are not a good person, I won't go out, let's see how you do." Chu Liuxiang said, "If you don't come out, I won't leave." Shi Xiuyun glanced at him, sighed softly, and said, "You are really the magic star in my life, Suddenly I heard someone in the room calling, "Xiuyun."
你在跟谁说话？石秀云紧张道：“没有人，只不过是条野狗。”他又瞟了楚留香一眼，自己也忍不住扑哧一笑，在他手上重重拧了一把，恨恨道：“我一看到你就知道要倒霉了。”
"Who are you talking to?" Shi Xiuyun said nervously, "There is no one, just a wild dog." She glanced at Chu Liuxiang again, couldn't help but smile, pinched his hand hard, and said bitterly, "As soon as I saw you, I knew I was going to be unlucky."
他一扭腰跑了出来，楚留香望着他飞扬的发丝，心里只觉甜丝丝的，就仿佛又回到遥远的少年时，他和邻家的小女孩偷偷约会，晚上去湖畔捉鱼，鱼儿虽始终没有捉到。
She twisted her waist and ran out. Chu Liuxiang looked at her flying hair and felt sweet in his heart, as if he had gone back to his distant youth, when he secretly dated the little girl next door to catch fish by the lake at night. Although it was never caught.
却捉回了无数的甜笑。石秀云已走出了门，不肯过来。楚留香忍不住过去抱住了他，轻轻咬了他一口。石秀云娇嗔道：“你干什么？”楚留香笑道：“你刚刚不是说我是条野狗吗？”
But I captured countless sweet smiles. Shi Xiuyun had already walked out of the door and refused to come over. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but went over to hug her and bite her gently. Shi Xiuyun said angrily, "What are you doing?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Didn't you just say that I am a wild dog?"
野狗本就会咬人的。石秀云咬着嘴唇道：“你不但是条野狗，简直是条小疯狗。”楚留香忽然汪的一声，张开了大嘴。石秀云娇笑，转身逃了出去，楚留香就在后面追。天上星光闪烁。
Wild dogs will bite people. Shi Xiuyun bit his lip and said, "You are not only a wild dog, you are simply a little mad dog." Chu Liuxiang suddenly made a woof sound and opened his mouth. Shi Xiuyun turned around and ran away with a sweet smile. Chu Liuxiang chased after him. The stars in the sky twinkled.
天地间充满了温柔，田里金黄的稻子在晚风中起伏着，仿佛海浪。谁说生命是杯苦酒？石秀云似已笑得没有力气了，跑着跑着，忽然倒在谷仓旁的草堆上，不停地喘息着，轻轻唤道：“
The world is filled with tenderness, and the golden rice in the fields undulates in the evening wind, like ocean waves. Who said life is a cup of bitter wine?" Shi Xiuyun seemed to have lost all strength from laughing. He was running and suddenly fell on the haystack next to the barn. He kept panting and called softly.
救命呀！有疯狗要来咬人了！楚留香汪的一声扑了过去，抱住了他，笑道：“你叫吧，没有人会来救你的。我要先咬掉你的鼻子，再咬掉你的耳朵，再咬破你的嘴。”石秀云嘤咛一声，想去推他。
Help! A mad dog is coming to bite you. Chu Liuxiang made a woof sound, rushed over, hugged her, and said with a smile, "You scream. No one will come to save you. I will bite off your nose first, then bite off your ears, and then bite open your mouth." Shi Xiuyun groaned and wanted to push him.
怎奈全身已发软，哪有半分力气，只有将头埋入他怀里，求饶道：“饶了我吧，下次我再也不敢。”他这句话没有说完，因为他的嘴唇已被咬住。在这一刹那间，他全身都崩溃了。
Unexpectedly, his whole body was weak and he had no strength at all. He could only bury his head in his arms and beg for mercy. "Spare me. Next time I won't dare." She didn't finish her sentence because her lip was bitten. At this moment, her whole body collapsed.
只觉一个人在往下沉落，坚实的大地似已变成了温柔的湖水，他的人正在往湖心沉落，星光仿佛正在向他们眨着眼，晚风似在轻笑，连田里的稻子都低下了头，不好意思再看了。
I feel like a person is sinking downward, and the solid earth seems to have turned into a gentle lake. Her people are sinking into the middle of the lake. The stars seem to be blinking at them, the evening breeze seemed to be chuckling, and even the rice in the field lowered their heads, embarrassed to look at them again.
生命原来是如此美好。也不知过了多久，楚留香忽然站了起来，柔声道：“时候已不早了，我们走吧。”石秀云软软地躺在草堆上，星眸如丝，道：“还要到哪里去？”楚留香道
Life turns out to be so beautiful. I don't know how long it took, but Chu Liuxiang suddenly stood up and said softly, "It's getting late, let's go." Shi Xiuyun lay softly on the haystack, with starry eyes like silk, and said, "Where else are we going?" Chu Liuxiang said,
我要带你去看样东西，你看到之后一定会很惊奇的。第8章成人之美。石秀云伏在楚留香背上，就好像腾云驾雾一样。一重重屋脊，一棵棵树木迎面向他飞来，又自他脚底飞过去。
I'm going to take you to see something. You will be surprised when you see it. Chapter 8 The Beauty of Adults. Shi Xiuyun lay on Chu Liuxiang's back, just like flying in the clouds and mist. The ridges of roofs and trees flew towards her, and then flew past her feet.
他第一次领略到这种新奇的刺激，他觉得只要和楚留香在一起，随时随地都可能有新奇的事发生。这时他们已到了个很大的庭园中，他们悄悄穿过许多小竹林，来到个小院。
It was her first time to experience this novel excitement. She felt that as long as she was with Chu Liuxiang, something new might happen anytime and anywhere. By this time they had arrived in a large garden. They quietly passed through many small bamboo groves and came to a small courtyard.
院中竹叶萧萧，屋里一灯如豆。屋子里没有人，只有口棺材。烛台上的烛泪已干，仅剩下一灯盈盈，素幔皇冠更显得说不出的凄凉萧索。神案上有个灵牌，上面写的名字是诗音。
The bamboo leaves in the courtyard are rustling, and the lamp in the house is like a bean. There was no one in the room, only a coffin. The candles on the candlestick had dried, leaving only one light. The coffin with plain curtains and yellow coffin looked even more desolate and desolate. There is a spiritual tablet on the divine case, and the name written on it is Shi-in.
石秀云颤声道：“这里难道是石家庄？”楚留香道：“嗯。”石秀云道：“你带我到这里来干什么？”楚留香没有说话，却推开门，拉着他走了进去。石秀云只觉全身都在发冷，道
Shi Xiuyun said in a trembling voice, "Is this Shizhuang?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Yeah." Shi Xiuyun said, "Why did you bring me here?" Chu Liuxiang didn't speak, but opened the door and pulled her in. Shi Xiuyun felt his whole body getting cold and said,
你这人真奇怪，带我到这里来干什么？楚留香笑了笑，他笑得很神秘，道：“带你来看看这位师姑娘。”石秀云机灵灵打了个寒噤，啊声道：“我不要看，我们快走吧。”楚留香非但不放他走。
"You are such a strange person, why did you bring me here?" Chu Liuxiang smiled mysteriously and said, "I'll take you to see this Miss Shi." Shi Xiuyun made Lingling shiver and squeaked, "I don't want to look. Let's go quickly." Chu Liuxiang not only refused to let her go,
反而将他拉到棺材旁。石秀云几乎忍不住要害极大叫起来，但已怕得连声音都发不出了。他再也想不出楚留香为何要这样对他。楚留香竟已将棺材掀开，他全神贯注在棺材里。
Instead, he pulled her to the coffin. Shi Xiuyun could hardly help but scream in horror, but she was so scared that she couldn't even make a sound. She could no longer think of why Chu Liuxiang did this to her. Chu Liuxiang had actually opened the coffin. He was focused on the coffin.
竟未发觉窗外正有个人屏住了呼吸，在偷偷地盯住他，目中充满了恨意。楚留香忽然将手伸入了棺材，去摸死人的脸。石秀云牙齿咯咯地打颤，人已几乎倒了下去。
Unexpectedly, he didn't realize that there was someone holding his breath outside the window, staring at him secretly, his eyes full of hatred. Chu Liuxiang suddenly put his hand into the coffin and touched the dead man's face. Shi Xiuyun's teeth chattered and he almost fell down.
他这才发现楚留香真的疯了，疯得可怕。楚留香似乎在死人脸上揭下了一层皮，忽然回头道：“你来看看，认不认得他？”石秀云拼命地摇头，道：“不，不。”楚留香柔声道：“你只要看一眼。”
Only then did she realize that Chu Liuxiang was really crazy, terribly crazy. Chu Liuxiang seemed to have peeled off a layer of skin on the dead man's face, and suddenly turned around and said, "Come and see, do you recognize her?" Shi Xiuyun shook his head desperately and said, "No. No." Chu Liuxiang said softly, "You only need to take a look."
就知道我为什么要你到这里来了。石秀云只有去看一眼，这一眼看过，他也好像忽然疯了似的，张开嘴大叫起来。棺材里的死人竟是他姐姐。楚留香不等他呼声发出。
Now you know why I want you to come here. Shi Xiuyun could only take a look. At this glance, she seemed to suddenly go crazy, opened her mouth and screamed. The dead person in the coffin was actually her sister. Chu Liuxiang don't wait for her voice to come out.
已掩住了他的嘴，轻轻扶着他的背，等他的惊慌平静下来，再柔声道：“轻声说话，莫要惊动别人，知道吗？”石秀云点了点头，等楚留香的手放开，他目中已不禁流下泪来，颤声气道
：“Has covered her mouth.” He gently held her back, waited for her panic to calm down, and then said softly, "Speak softly, don't disturb others, you know?" Shi Xiuyun nodded, and when Chu Liuxiang let go of her hand, she couldn't help but shed tears, and she cried tremblingly.
我姐姐的尸身怎会到这里来了？楚留香眼睛里发着光，缓缓道：“只因为要有一个人的尸体来顶替尸因，你姐姐又恰巧病在垂危，所以他就选上了你姐姐。”石秀云道：“这
How did my sister's body end up here?” Chu Liuxiang's eyes were shining, and she said slowly, "Just because there was a corpse to replace Shirin, and your sister happened to be dying, so he chose your sister." Shi Xiuyun said, "This."
这人难道是和我二叔串通好了的？楚留香叹了口气，道：“才博动人心，这也怪不了你二叔。”石秀云张大了嘴，连气都几乎憋住了。他再也想不到世上竟有这种不可思议的事。
Could this man be in cahoots with my second uncle? Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Wealth and silk touch people's hearts. I can't blame your second uncle for this." Shi Xiuyun opened her mouth wide and almost held her breath. She could never imagine that such an incredible thing could happen in the world.
过了半晌，他忍不住问道：“棺材里既然是我姐姐，那么尸因到哪里去了？”楚留香一字字道：“若是我猜的不错，你很快就可看到她了。”等楚留香他们走出去
After a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Since it's my sister in the coffin, where did Shirin go?" Chu Liuxiang said word by word, "If my guess is right, you will see her soon." Wait for Chu Liuxiang and others to walk out.
躲在窗外的人立刻也转身飞奔，星光照着他头上的白发，这人赫然竟是梁妈。难道他早已知道棺材的尸体并非他的婴儿？那么他又为何还要故作悲伤？
The person hiding outside the window immediately turned around and ran away. The starlight illuminated the white hair on her head. It turned out that this person was Mother Liang. Did she already know that the body in the coffin was not her inner? So why does she still pretend to be sad?
这和善的老妇人难道也有什么诡秘的图谋不成？楚留香忙拉着石秀云向外跑，指望能快些离开这地方。但就在这时，突然一个人道：“大叔，你骗我！大人怎么能骗小孩子？”
Could this kind old woman have some secret plan? Chu Liuxiang hurriedly pulled Shi Xiuyun and ran out, hoping to leave this place quickly. But at this moment, a person suddenly said, "Uncle, you lied to me. How can an adult lie to a child?"
这句话没说完，已有个人拦住了他的去路。只见这人红红的脸，头上都已白发苍苍，身上穿着件大红绣花的童衣，这不是那位薛宝宝是谁？楚留香暗中叹了口气，推开石秀云。
Before he could finish his sentence, someone blocked his way. I saw this man's red face, with gray hair on his head, and he was wearing a bright red embroidered children's clothes. Isn't this Shui Baobao? Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly and pushed Shi Xiuyun away.
悄悄道：“转角那边有道门，你快走，回家去等我。” 石秀云早已吓呆了，连跑都跑不动。薛宝宝根本没有留意到他，只是瞪着楚留香道：“你骗我，天上的星不是28437个。”
Quietly, there is a door over the corner. You hurry up and go home and wait for me. Shi Xiuyun was already stunned and couldn't even run. Xue Baobao didn't notice her at all. He just stared at Chu Liuxiang and said, "You lied to me. There are not 28,437 stars in the sky."
楚留香见到石秀云已走远，才笑了笑，道：“不是吗？只怕我数错了。”薛宝宝道：“大人不可以骗小孩子，你却骗了我，我。”他的嘴一撇，忽然坐到地上，放声大哭起来。
When Chu Liuxiang saw that Shi Xiuyun had walked away, she smiled and said, "Isn't it? I'm afraid I counted it wrong." Xue Baobao said, "Adults can't lie to children, but you lied to me, I. His mouth curled up, and he suddenly sat down on the ground and burst into tears.
这一着道除了楚留香意料之外，只有陪笑道：“我今天晚上替你数清楚，明天再告诉你好不好？”薛宝宝道：“不行，你今天晚上就要陪我数，除非你肯让我摸摸你鼻子，否则我绝不放你走。”
This move was beyond Chu Liuxiang's expectation, and she could only smile and said, "I'll count it for you tonight, and I'll tell you tomorrow, okay?" Xue Baobao said, "No, you have to count with me tonight. Unless you are willing to let me touch your nose, I will never let you go."
楚留香怔了怔，道：“你为什么要摸我的鼻子？”薛宝宝道：“因为你的鼻子很好玩。”楚留香失笑道：“我的鼻子很好玩，有什么好玩的？”薛宝宝道：“你的鼻子若不好玩，你为什么老是去摸它？”
Chu Liuxiang was stunned and said, "Why did you touch my nose?" Xue Baobao said, "Because your nose is very funny." Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, "My nose is funny? What's so funny?" Xue Baobao said, "If your nose isn't fun, why do you keep touching it?"
他跳着脚耍赖道：“我也要摸你的鼻子，我也要摸，快给我摸！你要是不给我摸，我就要你赔星星。”被人摸鼻子虽然不大愉快，但总比数星星好多了。
He jumped on his feet and said shamelessly, "I want to touch your nose too. I want to touch it too. Touch it for me. If you don't touch it for me, I will ask you to pay stars. Although it is not pleasant to have your nose touched, it is much better than counting stars."
楚留香实在不愿和这白痴再纠缠下去，苦笑道：“我让你摸鼻子，你就不再缠着我。”薛宝宝立刻破涕为笑，道：“我只要摸一下，就让你走。”楚留香叹了口气，道：“好，你摸吧。”
Chu Liuxiang really didn't want to be entangled with this idiot any longer, so she smiled bitterly and said, "If I let you touch your nose, you will stop pestering me?" Xue Baobao immediately burst into laughter and said, "I just need to touch you and let you go." Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Okay, you can touch it."
薛宝宝雀跃三丈，缓缓伸出手去摸楚留香的鼻子。他脸上一直笑嘻嘻的，动作本来很慢，但突然间，他的手如闪电般向楚留香鼻洼旁的迎香穴一捏。楚留香只觉身子一麻。
Xue Baobao was so excited that he slowly stretched out his hand to touch Chu Liuxiang's nose. He always had a smile on his face, and his movements were very slow, but suddenly, like lightning, his hand pinched the yingxiang point next to Chu Liuxiang's nose. Chu Liuxiang only felt numb.
人已被他举了起来，只听他咯咯笑道：“你弄坏了我的星星，我要砸扁你的头！”他竟将楚留香的身子抡了起来，往假山上摔了过去。楚留香眼看就要被砸得稀烂。石秀云奔到角门时
People had been lifted up by him. Just listen to him giggling. "You broke my star, I'm going to smash your head." He actually picked up Chu Liuxiang's body and threw it onto the rockery. Chu Liuxiang was about to be smashed to pieces when Shi Xiuyun rushed to the corner gate.
已喘不过气来了。门虽然没有上锁，却是用铁栓拴着的。石秀云喘息着去拉铁栓，怎奈铁栓已被锈住，他愈着急，愈拉不开，愈拉不开就愈着急，他简直快急疯了。
Already out of breath. Although the door was unlocked, it was bolted with an iron bolt. Shi Xiuyun gasped and went to pull the iron bolt, but the iron bolt was rusted. The more anxious she became, the more she couldn't pull it open. The more she couldn't pull it open, the more anxious she became. She was almost going crazy.
又不知楚留香会不会赶来。就在这时，突听一人咯咯笑道：“你既已来了，就在这里玩几天吧，何必急着走呢？”石秀云吓得魂都没有了，连头都不敢回，拔脚就跑。可是他才跑了2步。
I don't know if Chu Liuxiang will come. At this moment, someone suddenly heard someone giggling. "Since you are here, just play here for a few days. Why leave in a hurry?" Shi Xiuyun was so frightened that he lost his soul and ran away without even daring to look back. But she only took 2 steps.
就有只又瘦又干、鬼爪般的手伸了过来，一把扼住了他雪白的脖子。 他连惊呼都没发出就晕了过去。楚留香做梦也没有想到自己竟会死在个白痴手上。薛宝宝一松手
Then a thin, dry, ghost-like hand stretched out and grabbed her white neck. She fainted without even uttering an exclamation. Chu Liuxiang never dreamed that she would die at the hands of an idiot. Shui Bao Bao let go.
他身子就向假山飞了过去。这时他虽已能动弹，但若想改变身形，却是无论如何也来不及的了。他只有用手捂着头，希望能勉强挡一挡。可是他自己也知道，这一撞就算不死。
His body flew towards the rockery. Although he could move now, it was too late to change his body shape. He could only cover his head with his hands, hoping to barely block it, but he also knew that this collision would mean he would not die.
至少也去了半条命，那疯子仍然不会放过他的。只听轰的一声，宛如天崩地裂，石头一片片飞了起来。他的头皮没有被撞破，假山反而被撞开了一个大洞。他的头难道比石头还硬？
At least half of his life was lost. Though the madman still wouldn't let him go. There was just a boom sound, like the sky was shattering and the earth was shattering. Stones flew up piece by piece. His scalp was not broken, but a big hole was opened in the rockery. Is his head harder than a rock?
薛宝宝本来在拍手大笑着，忽然也怔住了，大叫道：“不得了，不得了！这人的脑袋是铁做的！”他一面大叫，一面已转身飞奔了出去。楚留香只觉全身发疼，脑袋发晕。
Shui Bao Bao was clapping his hands and laughing, but suddenly he was stunned and shouted, "It's incredible! It's incredible! This man's head is made of iron." As he yelled, he turned around and ran away. Chu Liuxiang felt aches all over her body and her head felt dizzy.
也弄不清这是怎么回事。他仿佛听到假山有人惊呼，但眼睛发花，也看不清里面是否有人。只听一人惊呼道：“这不是楚留香吗？”声音又尖又响，一听就知道是花金公。楚留香挣扎着
I can't figure out what's going on. He seemed to hear someone exclaiming in the rockery, but his eyes were dazzled and he couldn't see if there was anyone inside. Only one person was heard exclaiming, "Isn't this Chu Liuxiang?" The sound was sharp and loud, and you knew it was Hua Jingong. Chu Liuxiang struggled.
揉了揉眼睛，才看清自己竟已跌在一张床上，床旁边有个人用手掩住胸膛，正是花金公。另外还有个男人已缩成一团，簌簌的发抖。这假山原来是空的，外面看来虽然很坚实。
After rubbing his eyes, he saw that he had fallen on a bed. There was a person next to the bed covering his chest with his hands. It was Hua Jingong. There was another man who had huddled up and was trembling. This rockery turned out to be empty, although it looked solid from the outside.
其实却薄得很，而且并不是石头，只是用水泥砌成了假山的模样，上面再铺些青草。这原来是花金公和男人幽会的地方。楚留香忍不住笑了，他觉得自己运气实在不错。
In fact, it is very thin, and it is not a stone. It is just made of cement to look like a rockery, and some grass is spread on it. This turned out to be the place where Hua Jingong had a tryst with a man. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but laugh. He felt that he was really lucky.
只见那男人已一溜烟逃了出去。楚留香也站了起来，抱拳笑道：“对不起，对不起，下次我若再往石头上撞时，一定先敲敲门。”花金公却一把拉住了他，似笑非笑地瞟着他，道
I saw that the man had escaped quickly. Chu Liuxiang also stood up, clasped her fists and smiled. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, next time if I hit a rock again, I will knock on the door first. Hua Jingong grabbed him, glanced at him with a half smile, and said,
你现在就想走，你难道不是来找我的？楚留香实在不敢去瞧他那副尊容，更不敢去瞧他赤裸的身子，他实在受不了，眼睛也不知该往哪里瞧才好，只有苦笑道：“我虽然是来找你的。”
You want to leave now, aren't you here to find me? Chu Liuxiang really didn't dare to look at her majestic face, let alone her naked body. He really couldn't stand it and didn't know where to look with his eyes. He could only smile bitterly and said, although I'm here. Looking for you.
话还未说完，花金公早已扑了过来，痴痴笑道：“小兄弟，我早就知道你迟早总忍不住会来找我的，我早就知道你不是好东西，看在你这双要人命的眼睛分上。”
Before he finished speaking, Hua Jingong had already rushed towards him, and said with a smile, Little brother, I have known for a long time that you will come to me sooner or later. I have known for a long time that you are not a good person. For the sake of it, get those deadly eyes of yours.
姐姐，我就答应了你这一次吧。他身上汗津津的，又黏又湿，虽然到处都擦满了香油和花粉，却还是掩不住那一股狐狸臭。楚留香生平第一次觉得鼻子不灵也有好处，赶紧伸手去推。
Sister, I will promise you this time. She was sweaty, sticky, and wet. Although she was covered with sesame oil and pollen everywhere, she still couldn't hide the smell of foxtrot. For the first time in her life, Chu Liuxiang felt that there were benefits to having a weak nose. Quickly reach out and push.
一不小心却推在一团软绵绵的东西上。花金公咯咯笑道：“你这双手可真不老实。”楚留香连动都不敢动了，苦着脸道：“我本来虽是来找你，可是我现在不想走也不行了。”花金公道
Accidentally, he pushed it onto a ball of soft stuff. Hua Jingong chuckled and said, "Your hands are really dishonest." Chu Liuxiang didn't even dare to move, and said with a grimace, "Although I came to see you originally, I can't leave now if I don't want to." Hua Jingong said.
为什么？楚留香道：“你难道没有看到我是被薛宝宝抛进来的？现在他已经知道我在这里，这地方又有了个大洞，若是被别人瞧见，被施举人瞧见。”花金公道：“我才不怕。”楚留香道
Why? Chu Liuxiang said, "Didn't you see that I was thrown in by Shui Baobao? Now he already knows that I am here, and there is a big hole in this place. If others see it, if it is seen by Shi Ju," Hua Jingong said, "I am not afraid." Chu Liuxiang said.
可是薛宝宝若又回来捣蛋呢？那岂非大煞风景？你总该知道，他那种人是什么事都做得出的。花金公手这才松了，恨恨道：“这疯子，白痴，我饶他才怪。”楚留香这才松了口气，却又问道
But what if baby Shui comes back to cause trouble again? Wouldn't that be a big disgrace? You should know that people like him can do anything. The Huajin archer just relaxed and said bitterly, "This lunatic, idiot. It would be strange if I spared him." Chu Liuxiang breathed a sigh of relief, but then asked.
他真是白痴，白痴真会有那么好的功夫？花金公道：“他从小就受哥哥的气，他哥哥总是骂他没出息，别人都说他是练武练疯了的，我看他简直是被气疯了的。”楚留香沉默了很久。
Is he really an idiot? Do idiots really have such good kung fu? Hua Jingong said, "He has been angry with his brother since he was a child. His brother always scolded him for being useless. Others said that he went crazy because of his martial arts practice. I think he was simply driven crazy by anger." Chu Liuxiang was silent for a long time.
才叹息道：“哥哥若是有名，做弟弟的人总是吃亏些的。”花金公忽又拉住了他的手，楚留香吓得几乎连冷汗都冒出来了。幸好花金公并没有什么动作，只是用眼睛瞟着他，道：“你还来不来？”
Then he sighed and said, "If the elder brother is famous, the younger brother will always suffer more." Hua Jingong suddenly held his hand again, and Chu Liuxiang was so frightened that she almost broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Hua Jingong didn't make any move. She just glanced at him with her eyes and said, "Are you coming yet?"
楚留香轻咳了2声，道：“当然要来。”花金公道：“什么时候？”楚留香道：“明后天，我一定。”他忽然跳了起来，道：“又有人来了，我得赶紧走。”话未说完，他已钻了出去，逃得真快。
Chu Liuxiang coughed twice and said, "Of course I will come." Hua Jingong said, "When?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, I will definitely. He suddenly jumped up and said, "Someone is coming again, I have to leave quickly." Before he finished speaking, he had already gotten out and escaped so fast.
幸好他走得快，否则麻烦又大了。他一走，就瞧见几十个人飞跑了过来，有的拿灯笼，有的提刀。走在前面的是个又高又大的胖老头，身上只穿着套短裤褂，手里也提着柄单刀。
Fortunately, he walked quickly, otherwise he would have been in big trouble again. As soon as he left, he saw dozens of people running over, some carrying lanterns, some carrying knives. The one walking in front was a tall, fat old man, wearing only shorts and a jacket, and holding a handle in his hand. Single sword.
气得一张脸都红了，怒冲冲地挥着刀道：“谁打死那采花贼，黄金100两，千万莫让他逃走。”楚留香虽被他当作采花贼，似也并不怪他，因为这人的确很可怜，不但娶错了老婆。
He was so angry that his face turned red, and he waved his knife angrily and said, "Whoever kills that flower picker will get 100 taels of gold. Don't let him escape." Although Chu Liuxiang was regarded as a flower picker by him, she didn't seem to blame him. Because this man is indeed very pitiful. Not only did he marry the wrong wife,
也娶错了儿媳妇，家里有了这样2个女子，居然还未被气死已很不容易了。但他却怎会知道这里有个采花贼呢？难道是那白痴去告诉他的？楚留香愈来愈觉得那白痴危险。
He also married the wrong daughter-in-law. With 2 women like him in the family, it was not easy for him not to be mad to death. But how did he know that there was a flower picker here? Was it the idiot who told him? Chu Liuxiang felt more and more that the idiot was dangerous.
也愈来愈觉得他有意思了。 楚留香虽已来过松江府很多次，但路还是不熟，白绕了个圈子，才总算找到那条青衣巷。只见小秃子正蹲在一根细马石旁啃烧饼。
I find him more and more interesting. Although Chu Liuxiang had been to Songjiang Mansion many times, she was still unfamiliar with the road. After going around in circles, she finally found the Qingyi Lane. I saw the little bald man squatting next to a horse-tying stone and eating sesame seed cakes.
一双大眼睛在黑暗中滴溜溜乱转，楚留香一眼就瞧见了他。但他却等到楚留香已来到他身旁，才瞧见楚留香，他吓了一跳，连手里的半个烧饼都吓飞了。
A pair of big eyes darted around in the darkness, and Chu Liuxiang saw him at a glance. But he waited until Chu Liuxiang came to him before he saw Chu Liuxiang. He was so frightened that half of the sesame seed cake in his hand flew away.
楚留香一伸手就将小秃子吓飞掉的烧饼接住，含笑还给了他，道：“今天你一定连饭都没空吃，后天我一定好好请你大吃一顿，你想吃什么？”小秃子望着他，满脸都是倾慕之色，道：“
Chu Liuxiang stretched out her hand to catch the sesame cake that the little bald man had dropped in fright, and returned it to him with a smile, saying, You must not even have time to eat today. I will treat you to a big meal the day after tomorrow. What do you want to eat? The little bald man looked at him with admiration on his face and said,
我什么都不想吃，只想学会大叔你一身本事，就心满意足了。”楚留香拍了拍他肩头，笑道：“本事要学，饭也要吃，无论本事多大的人也都要吃饭。”他目光一转，又问道：“你找着了没有？”
I don't want to eat anything, I just want to learn what you are capable of, uncle, and that's enough. Chu Liuxiang patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, You have to learn your skills and you have to eat. No matter how capable you are, you also have to eat. He turned his eyes and asked again, Have you found it?
小秃子拍了拍胸脯，道：“当然找着了，就是那个前面挂着盏小灯笼的门。”他将烧饼吞下去后，话才说得清楚了些，接着又道：“这条巷子里只他们一家是刚搬来的，而且只有小夫妻2个。”
The little bald man patted his chest and said, Of course I found it. It's the door with a small lantern hanging in front of it. After he swallowed the sesame seed cake, he spoke more clearly, and then continued, They are the only family in this alley who have just moved here, and there are only 2 young couples.
连丫头都没有，太太好像是本地人，男的说话却是北方口音。楚留香道：“他们在不在家？”小秃子道：“听说这夫妻2人也是整天都关在家里的，连菜都不出去买，更不和别人打交道。”
There is not even a girl, the wife seems to be a local, but the man speaks with a northern accent. Chu Liuxiang said, Are they at home? The little bald man said, I heard that the couple also stay at home all day long. They don't even go out to buy food, let alone interact with others.
可是刚才却有个人在找他们。楚留香道：“哦，是什么样的人？”小秃子道：“是个老太婆，连头发都白了，但精神很好，只不过看来很慌张，一路不停地向后面望，像是生怕后面有鬼似的。”
But someone was looking for them just now. Chu Liuxiang said, Oh. What kind of person is he? The little bald man said, She is an old woman, even her hair is white, but she is in good spirits, but she looks very panicked. She keeps looking behind her, as if she is afraid that there is a ghost behind her.
楚留香眼睛亮了，道：“老太婆，她是什么时候来的？”小秃子道：“她来的时候，我正开始吃烧饼，到现在8个烧饼还没有吃完。”他抹了抹嘴，自言自语地道。
Chu Liuxiang's eyes lit up and she said, Old woman, when did she come? The little bald man said, I was just starting to eat sesame seed cakes when she came, and I haven't finished 8 sesame seed cakes yet. He wiped his mouth and said to himself,
我吃起烧饼来就好像吃蚕豆一样，快得很。楚留香道：“他还在里面。”小秃子道：“还没有出来。”他这句话刚说完，楚留香已飞身掠入了那间屋子。小秃子吐了吐舌头，喃喃道：“
I eat sesame seed cakes as if I were eating broad beans, very quickly. Chu Liuxiang said, She is still in there. The little bald man said, He hasn't come out yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Liuxiang flew into the room. The little bald man stuck out his tongue and murmured,
我若非早就看清他是个人，只怕真要以为他是只鸟。”这是间很普通的屋子，小小的院子里种着2株桂树，秋已深了，桂花开得正盛，散发着一阵阵清香。屋子里还亮着灯光。
If I hadn't seen clearly that he was a person, would have thought he was a bird. This is a very ordinary house. There are 2 osmanthus trees planted in the small yard. Autumn is already deep. The sweet-scented osmanthus is in full bloom, exuding a burst of fragrance. The lights are still on.
门窗却是关着的。窗上有个女人的影子，梳着很老派的发髻，正坐在桌旁，低着头，像是在写字，又像是在绣花。到了这时，楚留香也顾不得是否无礼了，用力推开了门。
The doors and windows were closed. There is a shadow of a woman on the window, with her hair in an old-fashioned bun, sitting at the table, her head lowered, as if she is writing or embroidering. At this time, Chu Liuxiang no longer cared about being rude and pushed the door open with force.
屋里的人原来正在吃稀饭，一惊之下，碗也跌碎了。这人青衣不群，白发苍苍，竟是梁妈。楚留香笑了，道：“果然是你。”梁妈拍着心口，喘着气道：“吓死我了，我还以为是强盗里。”
The people in the room were eating porridge. When they were shocked, their bowls broke. This person, dressed in green and sarong, with gray hair, is actually Liang Ma. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "It is indeed you." Liang Ma patted her heart and gasped, "I was scared to death. I thought he was a robber."
想不到原来是公子，公子你今天怎么会有空到这里来？楚留香道：“我正要问你，你是怎么会到这里来的？”他眼睛一扫，就瞧见桌上是3副碗筷。梁妈陪笑道：“我本来是没空的。”
Unexpectedly, it turned out to be young master. "Young master, why do you have time to come here today?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I was about to ask you, how did you get here?" He glanced around and saw 3 pairs of dishes and chopsticks on the table. Liang Ma said with a smile, "I was not free."
可是有好几天没有见到他们，就忍不住想来看看。楚留香目光灼灼，盯着他道：“他们是？”梁妈道：“我女儿，还有我女婿。”楚留香冷笑道：“真的，我也想见见他们。”梁妈居然没有拒绝。
But I haven't seen them for several days, so I couldn't help but want to come and have a look. Chu Liuxiang stared at her with burning eyes and said, "They are." Liang Ma said, "My daughter, and my son-in-law." Chu Liuxiang sneered, "Really, so do I want to meet them?" Mother Liang actually didn't refuse.
立刻就喊道：“大牛、小猪，快出来，有客人来了！”屋子里果然有一男一女2个人走出来，两人都是满脸的不高兴，嘴里还喃喃地叽咕着：“3更半夜的，连觉都不让人睡吗？”楚留香怔住了。
Immediately shouted, "Dainu, Xiaozhu, come out quickly, guests are coming." As expected, 2 people, a man and a woman, came out of the room. Both of them looked unhappy and murmured, "It's the middle of the night and you don't even want to sleep?" Chu Liuxiang was stunned.
这2人虽然年纪都很轻，但女的又高又胖，就像是头牛；男的也是憨头憨脑，哪里像是个唱花旦的，倒像是个唱黑头的。梁妈笑道：“这位公子想见见你们，只怕是知道你们家穷。”
Although both of them are young, the woman is tall and fat, like a cow, and the man is also stupid. He looks less like a diva singer than a blackhead singer. Liang Ma smiled and said, "This young master wants to meet you. I'm afraid he knows that your family is poor."
想来救济你们的，还不赶快过来磕头！那2口子果然扑通跪了下去，居然还伸出了手来。楚留香哭笑不得，只有往怀里掏银子，嘴里含含糊糊地说着话。
"If you want to come to your aid, why don't you come over and kowtow?" As expected, the couple knelt down with a plop, and actually extended their hands. Chu Liuxiang couldn't laugh or cry, so she could only take out the money from her arms and talk vaguely.
却连他自己都不知道在说什么。好容易找了个机会，他才算脱了身，3脚2步就冲出了门。梁妈将门缓缓掩上，一回到屋里就咯咯地笑了起来，道：“这下子楚留香总算栽了个大跟斗。”
But even he himself didn't know what he was talking about. After finally finding an opportunity, he managed to escape and rushed out of the door. Liang Ma slowly closed the door, and giggled as soon as she returned to the room, saying, "Now Chu Liuxiang finally fell into a big trap."
那女的一面数银子，一面笑道：“1两1钱的银锭子，一共有12个。想不到这位强盗元帅也有偷鸡不着，倒是把米的时候。”梁妈却已爬上桌子，敲了敲屋顶，道：“少爷小姐下来吧。”
The woman counted the silver and said with a smile, "There are 12 silver ingots of 1 tael and 1 penny. I never thought that this bandit marshal would steal a chicken but lose a lot of rice." But Liang Ma had climbed onto the table, knocked on the roof, and said, "Master and Miss, please come down."
人已走了。过了半晌，屋顶上的木板就忽然被掀起，2个人一先一后跳了下来。女的很漂亮，也很秀气，一看就知道是位养尊处优的小姐；男的却更漂亮，更秀气，简直比女人还要像女人。
The person is gone. After a while, the wooden planks on the roof were suddenly lifted up, and 2 people jumped down one after another. The woman was very beautiful and delicate, and it was obvious at first, the person is gone. After a while, the wooden planks on the roof were suddenly lifted up, and 2 people jumped down one after another. The woman was very beautiful and delicate, and it was obvious at first glance that she was a pampered young lady, but the man was more beautiful, more delicate, more like a woman than a woman.
他笑得也很温柔，一跳下来就笑道：“今天可真多谢梁妈了，咱们真不知该怎么样谢你老人家。” 他一口京片子又甜又脆，就好像黄莺儿唱歌一样。梁妈笑得连眼睛都瞧不见了，道
He smiled very gently. As soon as he jumped down, he smiled and said, Thank you so much, Ma Liang, for today. We really don't know how to thank you, old man. His mouthful of Beijing rice noodles is sweet and crispy, just like Huang Ying'er singing. Liang's mother smiled so much that she couldn't even see her eyes and said,
只要少爷以后好好对我们家小姐，我老婆子就比什么都受用了。这少年温柔地瞧了身旁的少妇一眼，柔声道：“你老人家就算叫我对她坏些，我也是没法子做到。”少妇红着脸笑嗔道
As long as the young master treats our young lady well in the future, my old lady will be more useful than anything else. The young man glanced at the young woman beside him tenderly, and said softly, Even if you ask me to be bad to her, I can't do it. The young woman blushed and said with a smile.
你看他这张嘴有多甜。那憨头憨脑的傻小子忽也笑道：“少爷的嘴若不甜，只怕小姐也就不会非嫁他不可了。”梁妈瞪了他一眼，自己也不禁笑了起来。少年干咳了2声，道
Look how sweet his mouth is. The silly boy suddenly smiled and said, If the young master's mouth wasn't sweet, I'm afraid the young lady wouldn't have to marry him. Mother Liang glared at him and couldn't help but laugh. The young man coughed twice and said,
这一次难关虽然度过，但这里却已非久留之地。少妇道：“不错，那位道帅楚留香果然非同小可，难怪江湖中人都说什么事也休想瞒得过他。”忽听一人笑道：“多谢姑娘的夸奖。”
Although the difficulty has been overcome this time, this place is no longer a place to stay for a long time. The young woman said, Yes, that thief commander, Chu Liuxiang, is really not a trivial matter. No wonder people in the world can't hide anything from him. Suddenly I heard someone laugh and say, Thank you for the compliment, girl.
在下却有些不敢当。屋子里的人脸色全都变了。梁妈哼声道：“神，什么人？”其实他根本用不着问，他已知道来的人是谁。只见门又被推开，一个人笑嘻嘻站在门口，却不是楚留香是谁。
I don't dare to take it seriously. The expressions of everyone in the room changed. Liang's mother snorted, Wah, who is that person? In fact, she didn't need to ask at all. She already knew who the person was. The door was pushed open again, and a person stood at the door with a smile. But who was Chu Liuxiang?
那少年一跺脚，身子已凌空翻起，连环踢向楚留香胸膛，用的居然是正宗北派弹腿的功夫。楚留香道：“南拳北腿，北派5人，腿上的功夫多不弱，但能将弹腿凌空连环踢出的却也不多。”
The young man stamped his feet, flipped up in the air, and kicked Chu Liuxiang in the chest. He used the authentic northern Tan Kung Fu. Chu Liuxiang said, Southern boxing and north kicking, northern martial artists have many leg skills, but not many can kick Tan's legs in the air.
只因腿上功夫讲究的是下盘稳固，沉稳有余，轻灵不足，是以腿法中最难练的就是这种鸳鸯脚。瞧这少年的功夫，显然已是北派武林中的剑者。只可惜他遇见的是楚留香。
Just because the leg technique emphasizes the stability of the lower body, more than enough composure, but not enough agility, the most difficult thing to practice in the leg technique is this kind of Mandarin duck kick. Looking at this young man's kung fu, it is obvious that he is already an expert in the northern martial arts world. It's a pity that he met Chu Liuxiang.
他2条腿方才踢出，就觉得膝上毒鼻血一麻，身子已直落下去，竟未看清楚留香是如何出手的。那少妇一个箭步扑上去接住了他，颤声道：“他伤了你吗？”少年咬着牙摇了摇头。
As soon as he kicked out his legs, he felt numbness in the calf points on his knees, and his body fell straight down. He didn't even see clearly how Liu Xiang made the move. The young woman took a step forward, rushed to catch him, and said in a trembling voice, Did he hurt you? The young man gritted his teeth and shook his head.
厉声道：“他既来了，就绝不能放他走。”楚留香笑了笑，道：“在下找2位已找了很久，2位就是要我走，我也不会走的。”那少妇道：“我们根本不认得你，你找我们干什么？”楚留香笑道
He said sternly, Now that he is here, we must not let him go. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, I've been looking for you two for a long time. Even if you two want me to leave, I won't leave. The young woman said, We don't recognize you at all, why are you looking for us? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said,
2位虽不认得我，我却早已久仰2位的大名，尤其是这位叶相公，京城的王孙公子，谁不知道叶盛兰相公文武全才，色艺双绝？他在文武全才下面，居然用上色艺双绝4字。
Although you two don't recognize me, I have admired their names for a long time, especially this Xianggong Yi. Who among the princes and grandsons in the capital doesn't know that Xianggong Yi Xinglan is versatile in both civil and military affairs, as well as in both sex and art? He actually used the words excellent in both sex and art under all-round talent in both civil and military affairs.
而且还是用在个男人身上，当真是血儿又虐。少年的脸立刻红了，那少妇却冷笑道：“不错，他是个唱花旦的，但唱花旦的也是人，何况唱花旦至少总比做强盗好些。”楚留香叹了口气。
And it's still used on a man. It's really teasing and sadistic. The boy's face immediately turned red. But the young woman sneered and said, yes, he is a huadan, but wadans are also human beings. Besides, singing huadan is at least better than being a robber. Chu Liuxiang sighed.
道：“一个人若是情有独钟，的确谁也不能干涉。只不过，姑娘你好好的人不做，为何要做鬼呢？”那少妇面色变了变，道：“你说什么？我不懂。”楚留香淡淡道：“事已至此。”
Said, if a person has a soft spot, no one can interfere. However, if you don't be a good person, girl, why do you want to be a ghost? The young woman's expression changed and she said, what did you say? I don't understand. Chu Liuxiang said lightly, that's it.
施姑娘只怕不懂，也不得不懂了。那少妇身子一震，不由自主后退了2步，变色道：“施姑娘，谁是施姑娘？我不认识她。”楚留香道：“施姑娘就是施举人的女儿，姓施名印。”
Miss Sher was afraid she didn't understand but had to understand. The young woman was shaken, took 2 steps back involuntarily, and said with a change of expression, Miss Sher? Who is Miss Sher? I don't know her. Chu Liuxiang said, Miss Sher is the daughter of Shi Juren. Her surname is Sher and her name is Yin.
他爱上一位姓叶名盛兰的少年人，只可惜施举人夫妇却不懂女儿的心事，定要将她许配给薛家庄的二公子。这位施姑娘情根已深重，只有诈死逃婚，但人死了也得要有个尸体。
She fell in love with a young man named Yi Xinglan. Unfortunately, Shi Juren and his wife did not understand their daughter's thoughts and decided to betroth her to the second son of Zhuo Jiazwang. This girl Shi was so deeply in love that she had no choice but to fake her own death to escape from marriage, but a person must have a body after death.
所以他就用一位石凤云石姑娘的尸体来代替她。他微微一笑，悠然接着道：“施姑娘，我说的已经够明白了吗？”梁妈一直狠狠地瞪着他，此时忽然大声道：“不错，你说的完全不错。”
So she replaced her with the body of a Shifeng Yunshi girl. He smiled slightly and continued leisurely, Miss Shi, have I made it clear enough? Mother Liang had been staring at him fiercely, and then suddenly said loudly, Yes, you are absolutely right.
她就是我的殷姑娘，你想怎么样？施殷紧紧握住叶盛兰的手，厉声道：“你若想要我回去，除非先杀了我。”叶盛兰道：“你最好先杀了我。”楚留香叹道：“我早已说过。”
She is my girl Yin, what do you want? Shi Yin held Yi Xinglan's hand tightly and said sternly, If you want me to go back, you have to kill me first. Yi Xinglan said, You'd better kill me first. Chu Liuxiang sighed, I have already said it.
一个人的情感谁也不能勉强。施殷道：“那么你为何要来管我们的闲事？”梁妈道：“她不到2岁时就跟着我，比我的亲生女儿还要亲，我绝不能让她嫁给一个她不喜欢的人，痛苦终生。”
No one can force a person's emotions. Shi Yin said, Then why do you want to meddle in our business? Liang's mother said, She followed me when she was less than 2 years old. She is closer than my biological daughter. I will never let her marry someone she doesn't like and suffer all her life.
无论谁要令她痛苦，我都绝不饶她。他盯着楚留香，厉声道：“所以我劝你最好莫要再管这件事，否则……”楚留香打断了他的话，微笑着道：“我并没有要他回去，更没有要拆散他们的意思。”
No matter who wants to cause her pain, I will never spare him. She stared at Chu Liuxiang and said sternly, So I advise you to stop getting involved in this matter, otherwise. Chu Liuxiang interrupted her and said with a smile, I didn't mean to do it. When she went back, she had no intention of breaking them up.
我要找到他，只不过为了要证明他没有死。梁妈道：“你没有别的意思。”楚留香笑道：“除此之外，我只想讨他们一杯喜酒吃。”梁妈怔了半晌，似乎有些愧疚，几次想说话都没有说出口。
I want to find her just to prove that she is not dead. Mother Liang said, You don't have any other intentions? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Besides, I just want to ask them for a glass of wedding wine. Mother Liang was stunned for a long time, seeming a little guilty. She wanted to speak several times, but she didn't say anything.
也不知他究竟想说什么。这时，叶盛兰和施殷已双双拜倒。等他们抬起头来时，楚留香已不见了。只听他的声音远远传来，道：“明夜3更，但望在此相候。”说到最后一个字时
I don't know what she wanted to say. At this time, Yi Xinglan and Shi Yin had both prostrated themselves. When they raised their heads, Chu Liuxiang had disappeared, and they could only hear his voice coming from afar, saying, "It's 3 o'clock tomorrow night, but I hope to see you here." When it comes to the last word.
声音已到了小巷尽头，梁妈这才叹出了一口气，喃喃道：“早知楚香帅是如此通情达理的人，我就不必将那位石姑娘留下来做威胁他的人质了。”叶盛兰眼珠子一转，笑道：“记忆错了。”
The sound reached the end of the alley. Liang's mother sighed and murmured, "If I had known that Chu Xiangshui was such a reasonable person, I wouldn't have had to keep that girl Shi as a hostage to threaten him." Yi Xinglan rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "It's already wrong."
为何不将错就错？梁妈道：“怎么样将错就错？”叶盛兰笑道：“你老人家不如索性将那位石姑娘请到这里来，等着楚香帅。他既然成全了我们，我们为何不也成全他？”诗音却叹了口气，道
"Why not just make mistakes?" Liang Ma said, "How to make mistakes?" Yi Xinglan smiled and said, "Why don't you, old man, simply invite that Miss Shi here and wait for Chu Xiangshui? Since he has fulfilled us, why don't we fulfill him too?" Shi Yin sighed and said,
他成全了我们，但望他也能成全别人才好。第9章惺惺相惜。楚留香现在只剩下一个问题：诗音既然没有死，那么左明珠又怎能借他的魂儿复活呢？
"He has perfected us, but we only hope that he can also perfect others." Chapter 9 Sympathy. Chu Liuxiang only has one question left now. Since Shi Yin is not dead, how can Zhuo Mingzhu be resurrected through her soul?
左明珠的死本是千真万确，一点也不假的。张简斋一代名医，至少总该能分得出一个人的生死。他既已断定左明珠死了，他就万无复活之理。这问题的确很难解释。
Zhuo Mingzhu's death is absolutely true and not false at all. Zhang Jianzhai, a famous doctor of the generation, should at least be able to tell whether a person is alive or dead. Since he has concluded that Zhuo Mingzhu is dead, there is no way for her to be resurrected. This question is indeed difficult to explain.
但楚留香却居然一点也不着急，看来竟像是早已胸有成竹似的。小兔子要请他喝豆腐脑，吃烧饼油条，他就去了。请客本是件很愉快的事，能请人的客总比被人请愉快得多。最妙的是
But Chu Liuxiang was not in a hurry at all, and seemed to be confident. The little bald man wanted to treat him to some tofu curd and sesame seed cakes and fried dough sticks, so he went. Treating guests is a very pleasant thing. Being able to treat others is always much more pleasant than being invited. The best thing is.
愈穷的人反而愈喜欢请客。小兔子开心极了，简直恨不得将这小店的烧饼油条和豆腐脑全搬出来，不停地劝楚留香多吃一些。这时天还没有亮，东方刚现出淡淡的鱼肚白。
The poorer the people are, the more they like to treat guests. The little bald man was so happy that he could not wait to bring out all the sesame cakes, fried dough sticks and tofu noodles from this shop, and kept urging Chu Liuxiang to eat more. It was still dark at this time, and a faint fish belly white just appeared in the east.
楚留香喝到第2碗豆腐脑的时候，小火神和小麻子也找来了，两人的脸色都很焦急，像是很紧张。小麻子还在不住东张西望，就像生怕有人跟踪似的。小火神一坐下来，
When Chu Liuxiang drank the second bowl of tofu now, Xiao Huashen and Xiao Matzi also came over. Both of them looked anxious, as if they were very nervous. Little Matzi was still looking around, as if he was afraid that someone was following him. The little Vulcan sat down.
就压低声音道：“昨天晚上又出了2件大事。”楚留香道：“哦，什么事？”小火神道：“2件事都是在薛家庄里发生的。”小麻子抢着道：“薛姨人藏的几口宝剑竟会不见了。”小火神道
He lowered his voice and said, "Two big things happened last night." Chu Liuxiang said, "Oh. What's the matter?" Little Fire God said, "Both things happened in Zuojiazwang." Xiao Matzi rushed to say, "The few swords hidden by Shuiren have disappeared." Little Fire God said,
薛家庄里连烧饭的厨子都会几手剑法，护院的家丁更可说无一不是高手。这人竟能出入自如，而且还偷走了薛姨人的藏剑，不说别的，只说这份轻功，这份胆量就已经非同小可。
Even the cooks in the Shui family's village know how to use swordsmanship, and the servants who guard the courtyard are all masters. This man can come in and out freely, and even stole Shuiren's hidden sword. Not to mention anything else, he only speaking of this light skill and courage, it is already extraordinary.
他嘴里说着话，眼睛咕噜噜在楚留香脸上打转。楚留香笑了笑，道：“不错，有这种轻功的人实在不多，但这件事我早已知道了。”小火神怔了怔，连呼吸都停住了。小麻子道：“香。”
As he spoke, his eyes rolled on Chu Liuxiang's face. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Yes, there are not many people with this kind of light skill, but I have already known about this. The little Vulcan was stunned and even stopped breathing. Xiao Matzi said, Smell.
香帅你怎么会知道的？楚留香悠然道，第一个知道宝剑失窃的人，自然是那偷剑的人了。他故意停住语声，只见小火神和小麻子两人脸色却已发了白，而且正偷偷使眼色。
Xiangshui, how did you know? Chu Liuxiang said leisurely. The first person to know that the sword was stolen was naturally the person who stole the sword. He deliberately stopped talking and saw the expressions on the faces of little Vulcan and little Matzi. But he has turned white and is winking secretly.
显然已认定了楚留香就是偷剑的人。楚留香这才微笑着接道：“但我知道这件事却是薛衣人自己告诉我的。”小麻子松了口气，道：“这就难怪香帅比我们知道的还早了。”楚留香道
It was obvious that Chu Liuxiang was the one who stole the sword. Chu Liuxiang then smiled and continued, But I know this, but it was Shuiren who told me. Xiao Matzi breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's no wonder Xiangshui knew it earlier than us. Chu Liuxiang said.
第二件事呢？小火神声音压得更低，道：“薛家庄昨天晚上居然来了刺客。”楚留香也觉得有些意外，皱眉道：“刺客？要谋刺谁？”小火神道：“薛衣人。”楚留香缓缓抬起手。
What about the second thing? The little Vulcan lowered his voice and said, An assassin came to Zuojiazwang last night. Chu Liuxiang also felt a little surprised, frowned, and said, Assassin? Who are you trying to assassinate? Little Fire God said, Shuiren. Chu Liuxiang slowly raised her hand.
不知不觉又摸在鼻子上了。小火神道：“薛衣人号称天下第一剑客，居然有人敢去刺杀他，这人的胆子实在比老虎还大。”他一面说话，一面不住用眼睛偷偷去瞟楚留香。
Unknowingly, I touched it on my nose again. Little Fire God said, Shui Yi is known as the best swordsman in the world, but someone actually dares to assassinate him. This person's courage is really more courageous than a tiger. While he was talking, he kept glancing at Chu Liuxiang secretly with his eyes.
楚留香忍不住笑道：“你既然以为这人就是我，为什么不说出来呢？”小火神脸红了，痴痴笑道：“听薛家庄的人说，他们40-50个人，非但没有捉住这刺客。”
Chu Liuxiang couldn't help laughing and said, Since you think this person is me, why don't you tell me? The little Vulcan blushed and chuckled. I heard from the people in Zuojiazwang that there were 40 or 50 of them, but not only did they fail to catch the assassin.
而且连他的身材面貌都没看清楚，只闻到一阵淡淡的香气，所以我想。楚留香微笑道：“你想什么？”小火神讪讪地笑道：“除了楚香帅之外，我实在想不出第二个人有这么高的轻功。”
And I couldn't even see his figure and face clearly. I only smelled a faint fragrance, so I thought. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, What are you thinking about? The little Vulcan smiled coquettishly and said, Apart from Chu Xiangshui, I really can't think of another person with such high qinggong.
这么大的胆子，楚留香叹了口气，苦笑道：“莫说你想不出，连我都想不出来。”小麻子道：“现在薛衣人已认定了这两件事都是香帅做的，所以从3更起，已派出好几批人分头来找香帅。”
Such courage. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said with a wry smile, Don't say you can't think of it, even I can't think of it. Xiao Matzi said, Now the people in Shui Yi have determined that these two things were done by Xiang Shui, so starting from the third watch, they have sent out several groups of people to look for Xiang Shui.
又在智卑山庄那边埋下了暗桩。小火神道：“城里城外总共只有这么大一点地方，香帅若不赶紧想个法子，只怕迟早会被他们发现的。”小秃子忽然一拍桌子，大声道：“想法子！”
They also buried hidden stakes at Tuabei Villa. The little fire god said, There is only such a big place outside the city and outside the city. If Xiangshui doesn't think of a way quickly, I'm afraid they will find out sooner or later. The little bald man suddenly slapped the table and said loudly, Any ideas?
想什么法子？你难道要香帅躲起来，要香帅逃走吗？小火神脸一沉，斥道：“你少说话！香帅，薛衣人虽没有真的收过徒弟，但门下家丁却得过他的传授，剑法都不弱。薛家庄上上下下。”
What can you think of? Do you want Xiangshui to hide or run away? The little Vulcan's face sank and he scolded, Stop talking. Xiangshui, although Shuiren has never really accepted a disciple, his servants have been taught by him, and their sword skills are not weak. Zuojiazwang goes up and down.
加起来一共有70-80把剑，就连眼前盛极一时的黄山派都不敢和他们硬拼。香帅，你又何苦跟他们斗这闲气？楚留香微笑道：“多谢你的好意，只可惜事已至此，我就算想跑也跑不了的。”
There are a total of 70 or 80 swords in total. Even the Huangshan sect, which was very prosperous for a while, did not dare to fight with them. Why do you, Xiangshui, bother to fight with them? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, but it's a pity that the matter has come to this, and I can't run away even if I want to.
突听一人冷笑道：“你总算还聪明，到了这时你还能跑得了，那才是怪事。”卖豆腐脑的地方是个在街角搭起的竹棚子。这句话说完，只听哗的一声，竹棚的顶突然被掀起。
Suddenly someone sneered and said, "You are still smart after all. At this point, you can still run. That's weird." The place selling tofu bread was a bamboo shed set up on the corner of the street. After saying this, there was a crash sound, and the roof of the bamboo shed was suddenly lifted.
11个劲装吉服的黑衣人同时跃了下来，每个人掌中都提着柄青钢剑，身手果然全都不弱。小火神的脸色立刻变了，反手抄起张长板凳抛了出去，板凳虽不重，这一抛之力却不小。
More than a dozen men in black, pretending to be anxious, jumped down at the same time. Each of them held a green steel sword in their palms, and their skills were indeed strong. The little Vulcan's expression immediately changed. He picked up a long bench with his backhand and threw it. Although the bench was not heavy, the force of the throw was not small.
谁知为首那黑衣人轻轻用剑尖一挑，就将这张板凳拨了回来，来势竟比去势更强，几乎就摔在小火神身上。桌子上装豆腐脑的碗全都被摔得粉碎。那黑衣人怒喝道：“小火神！”
Unexpectedly, the man in black at the head gently pushed the bench back with the tip of his sword. The incoming force was stronger than the castration, and he almost fell on the little Vulcan. All the bowls of tofu pudding on the table were smashed to pieces. The man in black shouted angrily, "Little Vulcan!
我们拿你当朋友，向你打听楚留香的消息，你不说也就罢了，谁知你竟吃里扒外，反而到姓楚的这里出卖我们！”怒喝声中，已有2、3柄剑向小火神刺出。楚留香突然起身而来。
We treat you as a friend and ask you for news about Chu Liuxiang. It's okay if you don't tell us. Who would have thought that you would cheat on us and betray us here instead? Amidst the angry shouts, 2 or 3 swords were thrust out at the little Vulcan. Chu Liuxiang suddenly stood up and came over.
这几人吃了一惊，不由自主退了2步。谁知楚留香只是拍了拍小秃子的肩膀，微笑道：“豆腐脑真好，我走之前一定还要来吃一次。”小秃子虽已吓得脸色发白，却还是笑道：“好。”
These people were taken aback and took 2 steps back involuntarily. Unexpectedly, Chu Liuxiang just patted the little bald man on the shoulder and said with a smile, "The tofu is really good. I will definitely come here to eat it again before I leave." Although the little bald man turned pale with fright, he still smiled and said, "Okay."
下次还是我请。楚留香笑道：“下次该轮到我了。”小秃子道：“不，我只请得起豆腐脑，你要请就请我喝酒。”他们一搭一档，竟似全未将这些黑衣剑手瞧在眼里。
I'll ask you next time. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "It's my turn next time." The little bald man said, "No, I can only afford tofu pudding. If you want, just treat me to a drink." They were paired together, but they didn't seem to notice these black-clothed swordsmen at all.
为首那黑衣人怒喝一声，闪电般一剑刺出，其余的人也立刻挥剑抢攻。这些人不但剑法快，出手的部位配合的也很巧妙，就以这出手一剑，别人已难招架。只听枪啷啷一阵响。
The man in black at the head shouted angrily and thrust out his sword like lightning. The rest of the people immediately swung their swords to attack. Not only did these people have fast sword skills, but they also coordinated their attack parts very cleverly. With just one strike, it was difficult for others to parry. I just heard a clang, clang, clang sound.
剑与剑相击，剑光包围中的楚留香不知用了个什么身法，竟忽然不见了。黑衣人一惊，退后回剑护身。只听竹棚上传下一阵笑声，原来楚留香不知何时已掠上竹棚，正含笑瞧着他们。
Swords struck each other, and Chu Liuxiang, who was surrounded by sword light, suddenly disappeared without knowing what movement technique he used. The man in black was startled, stepped back, and drew back his sword to protect himself. I heard a burst of laughter coming from the bamboo shed. It turned out that Chu Liuxiang had rushed up to the bamboo shed at some time and was looking at them with a smile.
悠然道：“你们还不是我的对手，还是带我去见薛大庄主吧。”黑衣人纷纷呼喝着，又想扑上去，却被为首的人喝阻。这人一双眼睛倒也很有威仪，瞪着楚留香道：“你敢去见我家庄主？”
Yuran said, "You are not my opponent yet, so you should take me to see Master Shuedazhuang." The men in black shouted and wanted to pounce, but were stopped by the leader. This man's eyes were very majestic. He glared at Chu Liuxiang and said, "How dare you go to see the owner of my village?"
楚留香笑道：“为何不敢？难道他会吃人吗？”天已亮了，楚留香悠闲地走在前面，满脸容光焕发，神情也很愉快。看他的样子，谁也想不到他一夜没有睡觉。
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Why don't you dare? Could it be that he can eat people? It's daybreak. Chu Liuxiang walked leisurely in front, his face radiant and his expression very happy. Looking at him, no one would have thought that he had not slept all night.
更想不到跟在他身后的那些人随时都可能在他背后刺个大窟窿。跟在他身后的人已越来越多了，好几路的人都已汇集在一处，大家都在窃窃私语。
He never imagined that the people following him might stab a big hole in his back at any time. There were more and more people following him, and people from several walks of life had gathered in one place, and everyone was whispering.
不明白这姓楚的胆子为何这么大，居然敢跟着他们回去。有些人甚至认为这人一定和他们二庄主一样，脑袋有些毛病。小火神、小秃子和小麻子三个也在后面远远地跟着。
I don't understand why this man named Chu is so brave and dares to follow them back. Some people even think that this man must be like their second village owner and have something wrong with his head. Little Vulcan, Little Baldy, and Little Motzi also followed at a distance.
看到楚留香悠闲之态，他们也猜不出他在打什么主意，手心却不禁捏着把冷汗。薛家庄已无意龙潭虎穴，薛夷人的剑更比龙虎还可怕。楚留香此番一去，还能活着走出来吗？
Seeing Chu Liuxiang's leisurely demeanor, they couldn't guess what he was planning, but their palms couldn't help but sweat. Zuojiazwang is no different from the dragon pool and the tiger's den, and Shuiren's sword is more terrifying than the dragon and tiger. Can Chu Liuxiang come out alive after leaving?
小火神一面走一面打手势，于是四面八方的叫花子也全都汇集了过来，跟在他身后的人也愈来愈多了。前面走着一个很英俊又潇洒的人，后面跟着一群凶神恶煞般的剑手。
The little Vulcan made gestures as he walked, so all the beggars from all directions gathered, and more people followed him. A very handsome and dashing man walked in front, followed by a group of fierce swordsmen.
在后面还有一群叫花子，这个行列当真是浩浩荡荡，好看极了。幸好此时天刚亮，路上的行人还不多，两旁的店铺也还没有开门。他们到了薛家庄时，薛夷人并没有迎出来。
There is a group of beggars behind. This procession was really majestic and very beautiful. Fortunately, it was just dawn, there were not many pedestrians on the road, and the shops on both sides were not open yet. When they arrived at Zuojiazwang, the people in Shui did not come out to welcome them.
却搬了把很舒服的椅子，坐在后园的树荫下闭目养神。这位天下第一剑客，果然不愧为江湖中的大行家，以逸待劳这4个字，谁也没有他知道的清楚。
But he moved a very comfortable chair and sat under the shade of the trees in the back garden, closing his eyes and meditating. The best swordsman in the world is indeed worthy of being a great expert in the martial arts world. No one understands the 4 words of relaxing while waiting for work as clearly as he does.
有关楚留香的故事，他已听得多了。江湖传说中，简直已将楚香帅说成一个神话般的人物。这些传说他虽然不太相信，但妙僧无花、南宫翎、石观音，甚至水母。
He has heard many stories about Chu Liuxiang. In the legends of the world, Chu Xiangshui has been described as a mythical figure. Although he didn't quite believe these legends, Miao Monk, Wu Hua, Nangong Ling, Shi Guanyin, and even Jellyfish.
阴姬都曾败在楚留香手下，这些事总不会假。无论楚留香用什么法子取胜，但胜就胜，也不是别的东西能代替的。薛夷人对楚留香从来也没有存过丝毫轻视之心。
Yin Ji has been defeated by Chu Liuxiang. These things cannot be false. No matter what method Chu Liuxiang uses to win, victory is victory, and nothing else can replace it. Shuiren has never had the slightest contempt for Chu Liuxiang.
此刻他心里甚至有些兴奋，有些紧张。这种感觉他已多年未有了，所以他现在一定要沉得住气，只等楚留香已到了他面前，他才睁开眼来。楚留香正瞧着他微笑。薛夷人道：“你来了。”
At this moment, he was even a little excited and a little nervous. He hadn't felt this way for many years, so he had to calm down now and wait until Chu Liuxiang was in front of him before he opened his eyes. Chu Liuxiang was looking at him and smiling. Shuiren said, "You are here."
楚留香道：“我来了。”薛夷人道：“你的伤好了吗？”楚留香道：“托福，好得多了。”薛夷人道：“很好。”他再也不多问一句话，不多说一句话，就站了起来，挥了挥手，旁边就有人捧来一柄剑。
Chu Liuxiang said, "I'm here." Shuiren said, "Is your injury healed?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Tofu, much better." Shuiren said, "Very good." Without asking or saying another word, he stood up and waved his hand. Someone next to him held up a sword.
剑很长，比江湖通用的似乎要长3-4寸，剑已出鞘，并没有剑碎。他的剑既非为了装饰，也非为了好看，他的剑是为了杀人。铁青色的剑发着淡淡的青光，楚留香虽远在数尺之外。
The sword is very long, it seems to be 3 or 4 inches longer than those commonly used in Jianghu. The sword has been unsheathed and has no tassel. His sword is neither for decoration nor for beauty. His sword is for killing. The sword is very long, it seems to be 3 or 4 inches longer than those commonly used in Jianghu. The sword has been unsheathed and has no tassel. His sword is neither for decoration nor for beauty. His sword is for killing. The iron-green sword glowed faintly, even though Chu Liuxiang was several feet away.
已可感觉到自剑上发出的森森寒意。楚留香道：“好剑，这才是真正的利器。”薛夷人并没有取剑，淡淡道：“你用什么兵刃？”楚留香没有回答这句话，却四下望了一眼。
You can already feel the coldness coming from the sword. Chu Liuxiang said, "Good sword, this is the real sharp weapon." Shuiren did not take out the sword, but said calmly, "What weapon do you use?" Chu Liuxiang did not answer this sentence, but looked around.
劲装配刃的黑衣人已将后园围了起来。楚留香道：“你不嫌这里太挤吗？”薛夷人冷冷道：“薛某生平与人交手，从未借过别人一指之力。”楚留香道：“我也知道他们绝不敢出手的。”
Men in black attire and swords have surrounded the back garden. Chu Liuxiang said, "Don't you think it's too crowded here?" Shuiren said coldly, "Shui has never borrowed a finger from others in his entire life of fighting against others." Chu Liuxiang said, "I also know that they will never dare to take action."
但他们都是你的属下，有他们在旁边，纵不出手，也令我觉得有威胁。他笑了笑，接着道：“我一夜未睡，此刻与你交手，已是天时。这是你的花园，你对此间一木一树都熟悉得很。”
But they are all your subordinates. Having them beside me makes me feel threatened even if I don't take action. He smiled and continued, "I haven't slept all night, and it's too late to fight with you now. This is your garden, and you are very familiar with every tree in it.
我在这里与你交手，又失了地利。若再失去了人和，这一战你已不必出手，我已是必败无疑的了。薛夷人冷冷地凝住着他，目光虽冷酷，但却已露出一丝敬重之色。
When I fight you here, I lose the advantage of the location again. If I lose the peace and harmony again, you no longer need to take action in this battle, and I will definitely lose. Shuiren stared at him coldly. Although his eyes were cold, there was a hint of respect.
这是大行家对另一大行家特有的敬意。两人目光相对，彼此心里都已有了了解。薛夷人忽然挥了挥手，道：“退下去，没有我的吩咐，谁也不许进入此地。”楚留香道：“多谢。”
This is the unique respect that a great connoisseur pays to another great connoisseur. The two looked at each other, already understanding each other. Shuiren suddenly waved his hand and said, "Get back, no one is allowed to enter this place without my instructions." Chu Liuxiang said, "Thank you very much."
他面色已渐渐凝重，这多谢两个字中绝无丝毫讽刺之意。他一生中虽说过许多次多谢，却从没有一次说得如此慎重，因为他知道薛夷人令属下退后，也是表示对他的一种敬意。
His expression gradually became serious. There is absolutely no irony in the word thank you. Although he has said thank you many times in his life, he has never said it so carefully because he knew that Shuiren ordered his subordinates to step back to express his gratitude. A tribute to him.
这一战纵然力分生死，这份敬意也同样值得感激。自敌人处得到的敬意，永远比自朋友处更难能可贵，也更令人感动。薛夷人拿起了剑，他对这柄剑凝住了很久，才抬起头。
Even if this battle is a matter of life and death, this respect is still worthy of gratitude. Respect received from an enemy is always more valuable and more touching than from a friend. Shuiren picked up the sword. He focused on the sword for a long time before raising his head.
沉声道：“取你的兵刃。”楚留香缓缓道：“1个月前，我曾在虎丘剑池旁与帅一番帅老前辈交手，那次我用的兵刃只是一根柔质。”薛夷人冷冷地望着他，等着他说下去。楚留香道
He said in a deep voice, "Take your weapon." Chu Liuxiang said slowly, "A month ago, I fought against the old man Shui Yifan at the Tiger Hill Sword Pond. The weapon I used that time was just a soft branch." Shuiren looked at him coldly, waiting for him to continue. Chu Liuxiang said,
那时我已对帅老前辈说过，高手相争，取胜之道并不在力气。我以树枝迎战，非但没有吃亏，反占了便宜。薛夷人皱了眉，似也不懂以树枝对利剑怎会占得到便宜。
At that time, I told the handsome old man that when masters compete, the way to win is not with sharp weapons. I used branches to fight. Instead of suffering a loss, I actually took advantage. Shuiren frowned, as if he didn't understand how he could take advantage of using a branch against a sharp sword.
可是他并没有将心里的想法说出来。楚留香已接着道：“因为我以柔之对利剑，必定会令帅老前辈的心理受到影响， 以他的身份，绝不会想在兵刃上占我便宜，是一出手便有顾忌。
But he didn't say what he was thinking. Chu Liuxiang continued, because I use a soft branch against a sharp sword, it will definitely affect the handsome old man's psychology. With his identity, he will never want to take advantage of me on the sword, so he has scruples in taking action.
薛夷人不觉点了点头。楚留香道：“不占便宜就是吃亏了。譬如说，我若以一招凤凰展翅攻他的上方，他本该用一招长虹惊天反撩我的兵刃。”
Shui Yiren nodded unconsciously. Chu Liuxiang said, if you don't take advantage, you will suffer a loss. For example, if I used the Phoenix Spreads Wings move to attack above him, he should have used the Changhong Jingtian move to counterattack my weapon.
可是他想到我用的兵刃只不过是根树枝，就绝不会再用这一招了。我便在他变换招式这一刹那间抢得先机。他微微一笑，接着道：“高手对敌，正如两国交兵，分寸之地都在所必争。”
But when he thought that the weapon I used was just a branch, he would never use this move again. I took the initiative the moment he changed his moves. He smiled slightly and continued, a master versus an enemy is just like two countries fighting each other. Every inch of ground must be fought for.
若是有了顾忌之心，这一战便难免要失利了。薛夷人目中又露出了赞许之色，淡淡道：“我并不是帅一番。”楚留香道：“不错，帅一番的剑法处处不离规矩，而前辈你的剑法都是矣。”
If you have scruples, this battle will inevitably fail. Shui Yiren's eyes showed approval again, and he said lightly, I am not Shui Yifan. Chu Liuxiang said, yes, Shui Yifan's swordsmanship always adheres to the rules, and senior, your swordsmanship is all based on.
取胜为先，这两者之间的差别，正如一个以戏曲为消遣的票友和一个以戏曲为生的伶人，他们的火候纵然相差无几，但功架却还是有高低之别。薛夷人又不觉点了点头，道
：“Winning comes first. The difference between the two is just like a fan who uses opera as a pastime and an actor who makes a living by opera. Even though their passions are almost the same, their skills are still different." Shui Yiren nodded unconsciously and said,
你说得很好。楚留香道：“所以我也不准备再用树枝与前辈交手。”薛夷人道：“你准备用什么？”楚留香道：“我准备就用这一双手。”薛夷人皱眉道：“你竟想以肉掌来迎战我的利剑？”
You said it very well. Chu Liuxiang said, so, I am not going to use branches to fight against seniors anymore. Shui Yiren said, what are you going to use? Chu Liuxiang said, I am going to use these hands. Shui Yiren frowned and said, you actually want to fight my sharp sword with your flesh palm?
楚留香道：“前辈之剑锋利无匹，前辈之剑法更是锐不可当，在下无论用什么兵刃都绝不可能抵挡。何况前辈出手之快，更是天下无双。我就算能找到一样和这柄同样的利器。”
Chu Liuxiang said, Senior's sword is incomparably sharp, and his swordsmanship is even more unstoppable. No matter what kind of weapon I use, it will never be able to withstand it. What's more, the speed of Senior's attack is unparalleled in the world. Even if I can find the same sharp weapon as this one.
前辈一招出手，我还是来不及招架的。薛夷人目中已不觉露出欢喜得意之色。千穿万穿，马屁不穿，恭维话毕竟是人人都爱听的，何况这些话又出自楚香帅之口。
Senior made a move, but I still had no time to parry. Shui Yiren's eyes were filled with joy and pride. You can wear 1,000 clothes, but you can't wear flattery. After all, everyone likes to hear compliments. What's more, these words come from Chu Xiang. Handsome mouth.
楚留香说话时一直在留意着他面上的神色，慢慢的接着道：“所以我和前辈交手，绝不想抵挡招架，贪功极进，只想以小巧的身法闪避，手上没有兵刃，负担反而轻些，负担愈轻，身法愈快。”
Chu Liuxiang had been paying attention to the look on his face when he spoke, and continued slowly, so when I fight with seniors, I never want to resist or parry. I am greedy for success. I just want to dodge with small body skills. I don't have a weapon in my hand. The burden is lighter, and the lighter the burden, the faster the movement.
他又笑了笑，接着道：“不瞒前辈说，我若非为了不敢在前辈面前失礼，本想将身上这几件衣服都脱下来的。”薛夷人沉默了半晌，缓缓道：“既是如此，你岂非已自困于不胜之地？”
He smiled again and continued, to be honest, Senior, if I didn't dare to be rude in front of Senior, I would have taken off all these clothes. Shui Yiren was silent for a long time and said slowly, if that's the case, aren't you trapped in an invincible place?
楚留香道：“但不败便已是胜，我指望能在不败中再求取胜之道。”薛夷人目光闪动，道：“你有把握不败？”楚留香淡淡一笑，道：“在下和水母阴姬交手时，又何尝有丝毫把握？”
Chu Liuxiang said, but undefeated is already victory. I only hope that I can find a way to win an undefeated. Shuiran's eyes flashed and he said, Are you sure you won't be defeated? Chu Liuxiang smiled faintly and said, When I fight against the jellyfish Yin Ji, how can I have the slightest confidence?
薛夷人纵声而笑，笑声一发即止，厉声道：“好，你准备着闪避吧。”楚留香早已在准备着了，因为他开始说第一句话时，便已进入了备战状态。他说的每一句话都有目的。
Shuiran laughed heartily. His laughter stopped as soon as he started, and he said sternly, Okay, prepare to dodge. Chu Liuxiang was already preparing. Because when he started to speak the first sentence, he had already entered a war preparation state, and every word he said had a purpose.
说话也是一种战略。他知道薛夷人这一剑出手，必如雷轰电击，锐不可当。薛夷人的剑尚未出手，他的身法已展开。就在这时，剑光已如闪电般亮起，刹那之间便已向楚留香的肩胸。
Speaking is also a strategy. He knew that Shuiran's sword strike would be like thunder and lightning, unstoppable. Shuiran's sword has not yet been released, but his body skills have already been deployed. At this moment, the sword light lit up like lightning, and in an instant, it hit Chu Liuxiang's shoulders, chest, and
腰刺出了6剑。他招式看来并没有什么奇特之处，却快得不可思议。这6剑刺出，一柄剑竟像是化为6柄剑。幸好楚留香的身形已先展动，才堪堪避过。
6 swords were thrust out of his waist. There doesn't seem to be anything strange about his moves, but they are incredibly fast. When these 6 swords thrust out, one sword seemed to turn into 6 swords. Fortunately, Chu Liuxiang's figure had already moved first and she was able to avoid it.
但薛夷人的剑法却如长江大河，一泻千里。6招刺过，又是6招跟着刺出，绝不给人丝毫喘气的机会。只见剑光绵密，宛如一片光幕，绝对看不见丝毫空隙，又正如水银泻地，无孔不入。
But Shuiran's swordsmanship is like the Yangtze River, flowing thousands of miles. After 6 thrusts, 6 more thrusts followed, never giving anyone a chance to breathe. The sword light was dense, like a curtain of light, with absolutely no gaps visible, and it was like mercury pouring down the ground, penetrating into every hole.
楚留香的轻功身法虽妙绝天下，但薛夷人6、9、54剑刺过，他已有5次遇着险招，每一次剑锋都仅只堪堪擦身而过。他已能感觉出剑锋冷若冰雪，若是再慢一步，便不堪设想。
Although Chu Liuxiang's qinggong and body skills were outstanding in the world, Shuiran had stabbed him 69 and 54 times, and he had been in danger 5 times. Every time the sword edge barely missed him, he could already feel that the sword edge was as cold as ice and snow. If he was 1 step slower, it would be disastrous.
但他的眼睛却连眨都没有眨，始终跟随着薛夷人掌中的剑锋，似乎一心想看出薛夷人招式的变化，出手的方法。薛夷人第96手剑刺出时，楚留香忽然轻笑一声，冲天而起。
But his eyes didn't even blink, always following the edge of the sword in Shuiran's palm, as if he wanted to see the changes in Shuiran's moves and the method of attack. When Shuiran thrust out his 96th sword, Chu Liuxiang suddenly let out a slight whistle and rose into the sky.
薛夷人下一剑刺出时，他已掠出了3丈开外。等到薛夷人第103手剑刺出时，他已掠上了小桥，脚步点地，又自小楼掠上了假山。幸好这一片园林占地很广。
When Shuiran thrust out his sword, he was already 3 feet away. By the time Shuiran thrust out his 103rd-handed sword, he had already climbed onto the small bridge, stepped on the ground, and climbed up the rockery from the small building. Fortunately, this garden covers a large area.
楚留香的身法一展开，就仿如飞鸟般飞跃不停，自假山而小亭，自小亭而树梢。他们的人已瞧不见了，只能瞧见一条灰影在前面吐起葫芦，一道闪亮的绯红在后面如影随形地跟着。
As soon as Chu Liuxiang's movement was unfolded, he flew like a bird non-stop, from the rockery to the small pavilion, from the small pavilion to the treetops. Their people were out of sight, and they could only see a gray shadow rising and falling in front, and a shining flying rainbow following closely behind.
只听哧哧之声不绝，满园落叶如锦。薛夷人这才知道楚留香轻功之高，实是无人能及。他自己本也以剑法、轻功双绝而称雄江湖，但此刻却已觉得有些吃力，尤其是他的眼睛。
Just listen to the endless sound of shishi, and the garden is full of fallen leaves. Only then did Shuiran realize that Chu Liuxiang's qinggong was so high that no one could match it. He himself also dominated the world with his swordsmanship and light kung fu. But now it felt a little difficult, especially his eyes.
人到老年时，目力自然难免衰退。他毕竟也是个人，此刻只觉园中的亭台树木仿佛都也在飞跃个不停。一个人若是驰马穿过林荫道，便会感觉到两旁的树木都已飞起。
When a person reaches old age, his eyesight will inevitably decline. After all, he is also a human being. At this moment, he feels that the pavilions and trees in the garden seem to be flying non-stop. If a person is riding through the avenue, he will feel that the trees on both sides are flying up.
一根根向他迎面飞了过来。薛逸人此刻的身法更快于飞鸟，自然也难免有这种感觉。只不过他想，楚留香也是个人，自然也不会例外。他想，楚留香总也有眼花的时候。
One root flew toward him. Schweierin's movement skills were faster than those of flying birds at the moment, so it was inevitable that he would feel this way, but he thought that Chu Liuxiang was also a human being, so naturally he would not be an exception. He thought Chu Liuxiang would always be dazzled sometimes.
楚留香这种交手的方法本非正道，但他早已说过不迎战，只闪避，所以薛逸人现在也不能责备他。只见他自两棵树之间窜了出去，谁知两棵树之间还有株树，三株树呈三角排列。
Chu Liuxiang's method of fighting was not the right way, but he had already said, "Don't fight, just dodge," so Schweirin couldn't blame him now. I saw him jumping out between two trees. Who knew that there was another tree between the two trees, 3 trees arranged in a triangle?
前面两株树的浓荫将后面一株掩住了。若在平时，楚留香自然还是能瞧得见，但此时他身法实在太快，等他发现后面还有一株树时，人已向树上撞了过去。到了这时，
The thick shade of the 2 trees in front covered the one behind. Normally, Chu Liuxiang could still see it, but at this time, his movement was too fast. By the time he found a tree behind him, he had already crashed into it. At this point,
他收拾已来不及了。薛逸人喜出望外，一剑已刺出。楚留香身子若是撞上树干，哪里还躲得开这一剑？何况他纵然能收拾后退，也难免要被剑锋刺穿。
It was too late for him to stop. Schweirin was overjoyed and stabbed out with his sword. If Chu Liuxiang's body hit a tree trunk, there would be no way he could dodge the sword. Moreover, even if he could retreat and retreat, he would inevitably be pierced by the sword's edge.
薛逸人也知道自己这一剑必定再也不会失手。若是正常情况下交手，他心里也许会有怜才之意，下手时也许还不会太无情。可是现在每件事都发生得太快。
Schweirin also knew that he would never miss this sword again. If it were a fight under normal circumstances, he might have some pity for the talent in his heart, and he might not be too ruthless when he strikes. But now everything happens so fast.
根本不会给他有丝毫思索考虑的机会，他的剑已刺了出去。他的剑一出手，就连他自己也无法挽回。吃的剑已刺入，但刺入的竟不是楚留香的背脊，而是树干。
He was not given the slightest chance to think about it, and his sword had already been thrust out. Once his sword is released, even he himself cannot save it. Chi, the sword has penetrated. But what penetrated was not Chu Liuxiang's back, but the tree trunk.
原来楚留香这一着竟是诱敌之计，他身法变化之快，简直不是任何人所能想象。就在他快撞上树干的那一瞬之间，他身子突然缩起，用双手抱着膝头，就地一滚，滚出了2、3丈。
It turned out that Chu Liuxiang's move was actually a trick to lure the enemy. The speed of his movements was beyond anyone's imagination. The moment he was about to hit the tree trunk, he suddenly shrank up, hugged his knees with both hands, and rolled on the spot, 2 or 3 feet away.
他听到嗤的一声，就知道剑已刺入树干。这是很坚实的铜板，剑身刺入后，绝不可能硬手就拔出来，那必须要花些力气，费些时间。楚留香若在这一刹那间亮出拳脚，
When he heard a chi sound, he knew that the sword had penetrated the tree trunk. This is a very solid tongbai. After the sword is pierced, it will never be pulled out easily. It will take some effort and time. Chu Liuxianguo showed his fists and kicks at this moment.
薛逸人未必能闪避得开，至少他一定来不及将剑拔出来。薛逸人掌中无剑，就没有如此可怕了。但楚留香并没有这么样做，只是远远地站在一边，静静地瞧着薛逸人。
Schweirin may not be able to dodge, at least he will not have time to pull out the sword. If Schweirin doesn't have a sword in his hand, he won't be so scary. But Chu Liuxiang didn't do that. She just stood aside from a distance and looked at Schweirin quietly.
似乎还在等着他出手。薛逸人既没有出手，也没有拔剑，他却凝住着嵌在树干中的剑，沉默了很久很久，忽然笑了笑，道：“你果然有你的取胜之道，果然没有败。”他承认楚留香未败。
It seemed like he was still waiting for him to take action. Schweirin neither took action nor drew his sword. But he focused on the sword embedded in the tree trunk. He was silent for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, "You really have your own way of winning, and you are not defeated." He admitted that Chu Liuxiang was undefeated.
便无意承认楚留香胜了。 薛夷人号称天下第一剑，平生未遇敌手，此刻却能将胜负之事以一笑置之，这等胸襟，这种气度，却也非常人所及。楚留香心里也不禁暗暗敬佩，肃然道
It was like admitting that Chu Liuxiang had won. Shui Yiren is known as the best swordsman in the world. He has never met an opponent in his life, but at this moment he is able to laugh off victory and defeat. This kind of magnanimity and tolerance are indeed extraordinary. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but admire her secretly, and said solemnly,
在下虽未败，前辈也未败。薛夷人道：你若未败，便可算是胜；我若不胜，就该算是败了，因为我们所用的方法不同。楚留香道：在下万万不敢言胜，只因在下也占了前辈的便宜。
Although I am not defeated, my predecessors are not defeated either. Chu Liuxiang said, I never dare to say, win, just because I also took advantage of my predecessors.
薛夷人又笑了笑，道：其实我也知道，我毕竟还是上了你的当。他接道：我养精蓄锐，在这里等着你。那时我无论精神体力都正在巅峰状况，正如铅弹之功，引弦待发。楚留香道
Shui Yiren smiled again and said, Actually, I also know that I was fooled by you after all. He continued, I recharge my batteries and wait for you here. At that time, both my mental and physical strength were at their peak, just like a bow of 1,000 stones, ready to go. Chu Liuxiang said.
是以在下那时万万不敢和前辈交手。薛夷人道：你先和我说话，分散我的神智，再以言辞使我得意，等到我对你有了好感时，斗志也就渐渐消失。他淡淡笑道
Therefore, I will never dare to fight against my seniors next time. He smiled lightly and said.
你用的正是《孙子兵法》上的妙策，为交战之前，先令对方的士气一而衰，再而竭，然后再以轻功消耗我的体力，最后再使出轻兵诱敌之计。剑法乃一人敌。
You are using the clever strategy from Sun Tzu's Art of War. Before the battle begins, you first weaken the opponent's morale and then exhaust it. Then you use light kung fu to consume my physical strength. Finally, you use light troops to lure the enemy. Swordsmanship is one person's enemy.
你所用的兵法战略却为万人敌，这也难怪你战无不胜，连石观音和神水公主都不是你的对手了。楚留香摸了摸鼻子，垂手笑道：在下实是惭愧得很。薛夷人道：高手对敌。
The military strategies you use are against thousands of enemies. It's no wonder that you are invincible. Even Shi Guanyin and Shinshui Palace Master are no longer your opponents. Chu Liuxiang touched her nose, lowered her head and smiled and said, I am really ashamed. Shui Yiren said, a master versus an enemy.
正如两国交战，能以奇技制胜，方为大将之才，你又有何惭愧之处？何况你轻功之高，我也是口服心服的。楚留香叹了口气，道：前辈之胸襟气度，在下更是五体投地。
Just like when two countries are at war, only those who can win with cunning tactics are considered to be great generals. What do you have to be ashamed of? What's more, I'm convinced by your Qinggong skills. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, Senior's magnanimity and magnanimity make me even more admirable.
在下本就没有和前辈一争长短之意，这一战实是情非得已。薛夷人叹道：这实在是我错怪了你。他不让楚留香说话，抢着道：现在我也已明白，你绝非那道剑行刺的人。
I have no intention of competing with my seniors. This battle is really out of necessity. Shui Yiren sighed, I really blamed you wrongly. He didn't let Chu Liuxiang speak and rushed to say, Now I also understand that you are definitely not the person who stole the sword and stabbed her.
否则我方才一剑失手，你就万万不肯放过我的。楚留香道：在下今日前来，非但是为了要向前辈解释，也为的是想观摩前辈的剑法，只因我总觉得那真正刺客的剑法。
Otherwise, if I missed my sword just now, you would never let me go. Chu Liuxiang said, I came here today not only to explain to the senior, but also to observe the swordsmanship of the senior, because I always feel that the swordsmanship of a real assassin is.
出手和前辈有些相似。薛夷人动容道：哦。楚留香道：我迟早总免不了要和那人一战，那一战的胜负关系巨大，我万万败不得，是以我才先来观摩前辈的剑法，以作借鉴。薛夷人道：
The shots are somewhat similar to those of his predecessors. Shui Yiren said with emotion, Oh. Chu Liuxiang said, Sooner or later, I will inevitably have to fight that person. The outcome of that battle is huge, and I will never lose. That's why I came to observe the swordsmanship of my senior as a reference. Shui Yiren said.
我也想看看那人的真面目。楚留香沉思着，徐徐道：有前辈在，我想那人是万万不会现身的。薛夷人道：为什么？楚留香沉吟不语。薛夷人再追问道：
I also want to see the true face of that person. Chu Liuxiang pondered and said slowly, as long as the senior is here, I think that person will never show up. Shui Yiren said, why? Chu Liuxiang was silent. Shui Yiren asked again.
你难道认为那人和我有什么关系？他面上已露出惊疑之色，但楚留香还是不肯正面回答他这句话，却抬起头四面观望着，像是忽然对这地方的景色发生了兴趣。
Do you think that person has anything to do with me? There was a look of surprise on his face, but Chu Liuxiang still refused to answer his words directly, but raised her head and looked around, as if she suddenly became interested in the scenery of this place.
这是个很幽静的小园，林木森森，却大多是100年以上的古树，枝叶离地至少在5丈以上，藏身之处并不多，屋宇和围墙都建筑得特别高，就算是1等1的轻功高手，也很难随意出入。
This is a very quiet small garden, with dense forests, but most of them are ancient trees that are more than 100 years old. The branches and leaves are at least 5 feet above the ground. There are not many hiding places. The houses and walls are built very high, even if they are first class. It is also difficult for a Qinggong master to come and go at will.
来去自如，有经验的夜行人是绝不会轻易闯到这种地方来的。何况住在这里的可是天下第一剑客薛一人。楚留香沉吟着道：“若换作是我，我就未必敢闯到这里来行刺。”
Come and go as you please. An experienced night traveler would never break into a place like this easily. What's more, the person living here is Shui Yiren, the best swordsman in the world. Chu Liuxiang pondered and said, if it were me, I wouldn't dare to come here to assassinate you.
除非我早已留下了退路，而且算准了必定可以全身而退。他发现墙角还有个小门，四面墙上都爬满了半枯的绿藤，所以这扇门道有一大半被淹没在藤萝中，若不留意就很难发现。
Unless I have already left a way out, and I am sure that I can escape unscathed. He found that there was a small door in the corner. The 4 walls were covered with half-dry green vines, so most of the door was submerged in the vine basket. It would be difficult to find it if you didn't pay attention.
楚留香很快地走了过去，喃喃道：“难道这就是他的退路？”薛一人道：“这扇门平日一直是锁着的，而且已有多年未曾开启。门上的铁栓都已生了锈，的确像是多年未曾开启。”
Chu Liuxiang walked over quickly and murmured, "Is this his retreat?" Shui Yiren said, "This door is always locked, and it has not been opened for many years." The iron latch on the door was rusty, and it looked like it hadn't been opened for many years.
但仔细一看，就可发现栓锁上的铁锈有很多被刮落在地上，而且痕迹很新。楚留香从地上拾起了一片铁锈，沉吟着道：“这地方是不是经常有人打扫？”薛一人道：“每天都有人打扫。”
But a closer look reveals that a lot of the rust on the latch has been scraped to the ground, and the marks are fresh. Chu Liuxiang picked up a piece of rust from the ground and pondered, "Is this place often cleaned?" Shui Yiren said, "Someone cleans it every day."
只不过这两，楚留香笑了笑，说道：“这2天大家都忙着捉贼，自然就忘了打扫院子，所以这些铁锈才会留在这里。”薛一人道：“铁锈。”楚留香道：“这扇门最近一定被人打开过。”
It's just these two. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Everyone has been busy catching thieves these 2 days, so naturally they forgot to clean the yard, so the rust will stay here." Shui Yiren said, "Rust?" Chu Liuxiang said, "This door must have been opened recently."
所以门栓和铁锁上的锈才会被刮下来。薛一人道：“前天早上还有人打扫过院子。扫院子的老李做事一向最仔细，他打扫过的地方，连一片落叶都不会留下来。”楚留香道：
So the rust on the door latch and iron lock will be scraped off. Shui Yiren said, "Someone cleaned the yard the morning before yesterday." Lao Li, who sweeps the yard, is always the most careful in his work. Not even a fallen leaf is left behind in the place he sweeps. Chu Liuxiang said.
所以这扇门一定是在老李扫过院子后才被人打开的，也许就在前天晚上。薛一人动容道：“你是说？”楚留香道：“我是说，那刺客也许就是从这扇门里溜进来，再从这扇门出去的。”
So this door must have been opened after Lao Li swept the yard, maybe the night before. Shui Yiren said movedly, "You mean?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I mean that the assassin might have slipped in through this door and then out through this door."
薛一人脸色更沉重，背负着双手踱着步，沉思道：“此门久已废弃不用，知道这扇门的人并不多。”楚留香轻轻地摸着鼻子，谁也不知道他在想什么。薛一人沉默了很久，才接着道。
Shui Yiren's face became heavier, and he paced with his hands behind his back, thinking deeply. This door has been abandoned for a long time, and not many people know about this door. Chu Liuxiang touched his nose gently, no one knew what he was thinking. Shui Yiren was silent for a long time before continuing.
那人身手捷健，轻功不弱，仅可高来高去，为什么一定要走这扇门呢？楚留香道：“ 就因为谁也想不到他会从此门出入，所以他才要利用这扇门悄然而来，全身而退。薛夷人道
That person is agile and strong, and his kinggong is not weak. He can go up and down as high as he wants. Why must he go through this door? Chu Liuxiang said, just because no one thought that he would come in and out through this door, he had to use this door to come in quietly and escape completely. Shuiren said.
但现在这扇门又锁上了。楚留香道薛夷人道他逃走之后，难道还敢回来锁门？楚留香笑了笑，道也许他有把握能避开别人的耳目。薛夷人冷笑道
But now the door is locked again. Chu Liuxiang said, yes. Shuiren said, after he escaped, did he dare to come back and lock the door? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, maybe he is sure that he can avoid other people's eyes and ears. Shuiren sneered.
难道他认为这里的人都是瞎子？楚留香道也许他有特别的法子。薛夷人道什么法子？难道他还会隐身法不成？楚留香不说话了，却一直在盯着门上的锁。
Does he think everyone here is blind? Chu Liuxiang said, maybe he has a special method. Shuiren said, what method? Could he still be invisible? Chu Liuxiang stopped talking, but kept staring at the lock on the door dot.
然后他也不知从哪里摸出了一根很长的铁丝，在锁孔里轻轻一挑，只听咯的一声，锁已开了。薛夷人道：“我也知道这种锁绝对难不倒有经验的夜行人，只不过辽备一格，以防君子。”
Then he took out a very long wire from nowhere and gently picked it in the keyhole. He heard a click sound and the lock was opened. Shuiren said, I also know that this kind of lock will definitely not be a problem for experienced night travelers. It is just a precaution to prevent gentlemen.
楚留香笑道：“只可惜这世上的君子并不多，小人却不少。”薛夷人也发觉自己失言了，干咳了2声，抢先打开了门，道：“香帅是否想到隔壁的院子瞧瞧？”楚留香道：“确有此意，请前辈带路。”
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, It's a pity that there are not many gentlemen in this world, but there are many villains. Shuiren also realized that he had made a mistake, coughed twice, opened the door first, and said, Does Shangshui want to take a look at the yard next door? Chu Liuxiang said, I do have this intention. Please lead the way, senior.
他似乎对这把生了锈的铁锁很有兴趣，居然趁薛夷人先走出门的时候，顺手牵羊，将这把锁藏入怀里去。只见隔壁这院子也很幽静，房屋的建筑也差不多，只不过院中落叶未扫。
He seemed to be very interested in the rusty iron lock. He actually took advantage of Shuiren to walk out of the door first and hid the lock in his arms. I saw that the yard next door was also very quiet, and the architecture of the houses was similar, except that the fallen leaves in the yard had not been swept away.
窗前积尘染指，显得有种说不出的荒凉萧索之意。薛夷人目光扫过积尘和落叶，面上已有怒容，无论谁都可以看得出来。这地方至少已有3个月未曾打扫了。楚留香心里暗暗好笑。
There was dust and stained paper in front of the window, giving it an indescribably desolate look. Shuiren glanced at the dust and fallen leaves, and there was a scowl on his face. Anyone could tell that this place had not been cleaned for at least 3 months. Chu Liuxiang was secretly amused.
原来薛家庄的奴仆也和别的地方一样，功夫也只不过坐在主人的眼前而已。有风吹过，吹得满院落叶簌簌飞舞。楚留香道：“这院子是空着的。”薛夷人又干咳了2声，道
It turns out that the slaves in Zhujiazhuang are just like other places, and their kung fu is just done in front of their masters. There was a wind blowing, making the fallen leaves flying all over the courtyard. Chu Liuxiang said, Is this courtyard empty? Shuiren coughed twice again and said,
这里本是我二弟孝人的居处。楚留香道：“现在呢？”薛夷人道：“现在，嗨，舍弟一向不拘小节，所以下人们才敢如此放肆。”这句话说得很有技巧，却说明了3件事。第一
This was originally the residence of my second brother Shaoran. Chu Liuxiang said, What now? Shuiren said, Now, my brother has always been informal, so the servants dare to be so unrestrained. This sentence is said very skillfully, but it illustrates 3 things. First,
薛孝人还是住在这里。第二，下人们并没有将这位薛二爷放在心上，所以这地方才会没人打扫。第三，他也无意说出了他们兄弟之间的情感很疏远。他若时常到这里来，
Shui Shaoran still lives here. Secondly, the servants did not take this second master Shui seriously, so no one cleaned this place. Thirdly, he is tantamount to saying that their brothers are emotionally distant. If he comes here often,
下人们又怎敢偷懒？那扇门又怎会锁起？楚留香目光闪动，道：“薛二侠最近只怕也很少住在这里。”薛夷人哼了一声，又叹了口气。 哼是表示不满，叹气却是表示惋惜。就在这时
How dare the servants be lazy? How could that door be locked? Chu Liuxiang's eyes flashed and he said, Shui Erxia rarely lives here these days. Shui Yuan let out a hum and sighed again. Hum means dissatisfaction, but sighing means regret. Just then,
突听外面一阵骚动，有人惊呼着道：“火！马棚起火！”薛衣人虽然沉得住气，但目中还是射出了怒火，冷笑道：“好，好，好！前天有人来道歉，昨天有人来行刺，今天居然有人来放火了。”
Suddenly I heard a commotion outside, and someone exclaimed, Fire, the stable is on fire. Although Shuiyuan was calm, his eyes still showed anger, and he sneered, Okay, okay, okay. Someone came to steal the sword the day before yesterday, someone came to assassinate yesterday, and today someone came to set fire.
难道我薛衣人真的老了？楚留香赶紧陪笑道：“秋冬物燥，一不小心就会有祝融之灾，何况马棚里全是稻草。”他嘴上虽这么说，其实心里明白这是谁的杰作了，小火神。
Could it be that I, Shuiyuan, am really old? Chu Liuxiang quickly smiled and said, Autumn and winter are dry, and if you are not careful, there will be a disaster, not to mention that the stable is full of straw. Although he said this, he actually knew in his heart that this was whose masterpiece is it, little Vulcan.
他们见到楚留香进来这么久还无消息，怎么肯在外面安安分分地等着？薛衣人勉强笑了笑，还未说完，突然又有一阵惊呼骚动之声传了过来，厨房也起火了，小心后院。
How could they wait peacefully outside after seeing Chu Liuxiang come in for so long without any news? Shuiyuan forced a smile, but before he could finish speaking, another burst of exclamations and commotion suddenly came over. There's a fire in the kitchen too, be careful in the backyard.
就是那厮放的火，追！小火神放火的技术原来并不高明，还是被人发现了行踪。楚留香暗中叹了口气，只见薛衣人面上已全无半分血色，似乎想亲自出马去追那纵火的人。
That guy started the fire, chase. The little Vulcan's skill in setting fires turned out to be not very good, but his whereabouts were still discovered. Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly, and saw that Shui Yi's face was completely drained of blood, and he seemed to want to take action himself. Go after the person who set the fire.
又不便将楚留香一个人抛下来，往高墙上望过去，又可望见闪闪的火苗。楚留香心念一闪，道：“前辈，你只管去照料火场，在下就在这里逛逛。薛二侠说不定恰巧回来了。”
It was inconvenient to leave Chu Liuxiang alone. Looking towards the high wall, you can see the flickering flames. Chu Liuxiang had a thought in her mind and said, Senior, just go take care of the fire scene, and I'll take a stroll here. Erxia Shui might just happen to come back.
我还可以跟他聊聊。薛衣人跺了跺脚，道：“既然如此，老朽失陪片刻。”他走了2步，突又回道：“舍弟若有什么失礼之处，香帅用不着对他客气，只管教训他就是。”楚留香微笑着
I can still talk to him. Shuiyuan stamped his feet and said, In that case, I will not be with you for a moment. He took 2 steps and suddenly replied, If my brother is rude in any way, Xiang Shui doesn't need to be polite to him, just teach him a lesson. Chu Liuxiang smiled.
笑得很神秘。第10章，薛二爷的秘密。薛孝仁住的屋子几乎和他哥哥的完全一式一样，只不过窗前积尘，檐下结网，连廊上的地板都已腐朽，走上去就会吱吱咯咯的发响。
The smile is mysterious. Chapter 10 The Secret of Mr. Shui. The house that Shui Shaoran lives in is almost exactly the same as his brother's, except that there is dust in front of the windows, nets under the eaves, and the floors in the corridor are rotten, making a creaking sound when you walk up. Door.
倒是关着的，且还用草绳在门栓上打了个结。假如有人想进去，用10根草绳打10个结，也照样拦不住。用草绳打结的意思，只不过是想知道有没有人偷偷进去过而已。
It was closed, and the door latch was knotted with a straw rope. If someone wants to get in, even if they tie 10 knots with 10 straw ropes, they still can't stop it. The purpose of tying a knot with a straw rope is just to know if anyone has sneaked in.
这一次楚留香自然很明白，他眼睛闪着光，仿佛看到件很有趣的事，眼睛盯着这草绳的结，他解了很久才打开结，推开门。可是他并没有立刻走进去，门还在随风摇晃着。
Chu Liuxiang naturally understood what this meant. His eyes were shining, as if he had seen something very interesting. He stared at the knot of the straw rope. He untied it for a long time before opening the knot and pushing the door open. But he didn't go in immediately. The door was still swaying in the wind.
发出阵阵刺耳的声响，屋子里暗得很，日光被高墙、浓荫、垂檐所挡，根本照不进去。楚留香等自己的眼睛完全适应黑暗之后，才试探着往里走，走得非常慢，而且非常小心。
It made bursts of harsh sounds. The room was very dark, and the sunlight was blocked by high walls, thick shades, and overhanging eaves, making it impossible to penetrate. Chu Liuxiang waited until her eyes completely adapted to the darkness before tentatively walking in, walking very slowly and very carefully.
难道他认为这屋子里会有什么危险不成？不错，有时疯子的确是很危险的，但疯子住的破屋子又会有什么危险呢？无论谁要去找薛宝宝，一走进这屋子都会认为自己走错了。
Did he think there was any danger in this house? Yes, sometimes madmen can be dangerous, but what danger is there in a shabby house where a madman lives? No matter who is looking for Shui Bao Bao, as soon as he walks into this house, he will think that he has gone to the wrong place.
因为这实在不像是男人住的地方。屋子的角落里放着一张很大的梳妆台，上面摆满了各式各样的东西，10样中倒有9样是女子梳妆时用的。床上、椅子上堆满了各式各样的衣服。
Because this really doesn't look like a place for men to live. In the corner of the room, there was a large dressing table, which was filled with all kinds of things. 9 out of 10 items were used by women for dressing up. The bed and chairs were piled with all kinds of clothes.
每一件都是花花绿绿、五颜六色，10个女孩子中只怕最多也只有1、2个人敢穿这种衣裳。住在这里的若当真是个女人，这女人也必定很有问题，何况住在这里的竟是个男人。
Each piece is colorful, and only 1 or 2 of the 10 girls would dare to wear such clothes. If the person living here is really a woman, there must be something wrong with this woman, not to mention that the person living here is actually a man.
40多岁的男人，这男人自然毫无疑问是个疯子。楚留香眼神似又暗淡了下去，他在屋子里打转着，将每样东西都拿起来瞧瞧。他忽然发现薛宝宝居然是个很考究的人。
A man in his 40s. There is no doubt that this man is a lunatic. Chu Liuxiang's eyes seemed to dim again. He walked around the room, picking up everything and looking at it. He suddenly discovered that Shui Bao Bao was actually a very sophisticated person.
用的东西都是上好的货，衣裳的质量很高贵，而且很干净。而且这屋子里的东西虽摆得乱七八糟，其实却简直可说是一尘不染，每样东西都干净极了。是谁在打扫屋子？
The things used are all of the best quality, and the clothes are made of noble materials and are very clean. And although the things in this room are arranged in a mess, it is actually spotless, and everything is extremely clean. Who is cleaning the house?
若有人替他打扫屋子，为什么没有人替他打扫院子？楚留香的眼睛又亮了。突然间，屋顶上呼的一声响。楚留香一惊，反手将一根银簪射了出去。银簪本就在梳妆台上。
If someone cleans his house, why doesn't anyone clean his yard? Chu Liuxiang's eyes lit up again. Suddenly, there was a sudden sound on the roof. Chu Liuxiang was startled and shot out a silver hairpin with her backhand. The silver hairpin is on the dressing table.
他正拿在手里把玩，此刻但见银光一闪，砰的一声定入了屋顶。屋顶上竟发出了一声令人毛骨悚然的声音。原来这屋子的梁下还有层木板，看来仿佛建有阁楼，却看不到楼梯。
He was playing with it in his hand when he saw a flash of silver light and a bang sound as it was nailed into the roof. There was a creepy sound on the roof. It turns out that there is a layer of wooden boards under the beams of this house. It seems that there is an attic, but there are no stairs in sight.
也看不到入口，银簪只剩下一小截露在外面，闪闪的发着光。楚留香身子轻飘飘地掠了上去，贴在屋顶上，就像是一张饼摊在锅里，平平的，稳稳的，绝没有人担心它会掉下来。
There is no entrance in sight either. Only a small section of the silver hairpin was left exposed, shining brightly. Chu Liuxiang's body flew up lightly and stuck to the roof, like a piece of cake spread out in a pot. It was flat and stable. No one was worried that he would fall.
他轻轻地拔出了银簪，就发现有一丝血随着银簪流出，暗紫的血看来几乎就像墨汁，而且带着种无法形容的恶臭。楚留香笑了，原来只不过是只老鼠。
He gently pulled out the silver hairpin and found a trace of blood flowing out from the silver hairpin. The dark purple blood looked almost like ink, and it had an indescribable stench. Chu Liuxiang smiled. It turned out to be just a mouse.
但这只老鼠却帮了他很大的忙。他先将屋顶上的血渍擦干净，然后再用银簪轻敲。屋顶上自然是空的。楚留香鱿鱼般在屋顶下滑了半圈，突然一伸手。
But this mouse helped him a lot. He first wiped off the blood stains on the roof, and then tapped it with a silver hairpin. The roof is naturally empty. Chu Liuxiang slid half a circle under the roof like a fish, and suddenly stretched out her hand.
一块木板就奇迹般被他拖了起来，露出了黑黝黝的入口。外面的骚动惊呼声已离得更远了。 令人失望的是，这阁楼上并没有什么惊人的秘密，只不过有张凳子，有个衣箱。
A piece of wood was miraculously lifted up by him, revealing the dark entrance. The commotion and exclamations outside were getting farther away. Disappointingly, there is no amazing secret in this attic. There is just a stool and a suitcase.
衣箱很破旧，像是久已被主人所废弃。但楚留香用手去摸了摸，上面的积尘居然并不多。打开衣箱一看，里面只不过有几件很普通的衣服，这些衣服绝没有丝毫奇异之处。
The suitcase was very old, as if it had been abandoned by its owner for a long time. But Chu Liuxiang touched it with his hand and found that there was not much dust on it. When I opened the suitcase, I saw that there were only a few ordinary clothes inside. There is absolutely nothing strange about these clothes.
谁看到都不会觉得奇怪，只有楚留香例外。也许就因为这些衣服太平凡、太普通了，楚留香才会觉得奇怪。一个疯子的阁楼上，怎会藏着普通人穿的衣服？
No one will find it strange if they see it. The only exception was Chu Liuxiang. No one will find it strange if they see it. The only exception was Chu Liuxiang. Maybe it was because these clothes were too ordinary and ordinary that Chu Liuxiang felt strange. How could there be clothes worn by ordinary people hidden in a madman's attic?
若说这些衣服是普通人穿的，衣箱上的积尘怎会不多呢？楚留香放下衣服，盖好衣箱，从原路退下去，将木板盖好，自下面望上去，绝对看不出有人上去过。
If these clothes were worn by ordinary people, how could there not be a lot of dust on the suitcases? Chu Liuxiang put down her clothes, covered the suitcase, retreated from the original path, and covered the wooden board. Looking up from below, it was absolutely impossible to see that anyone had been up there.
然后他又将那根银簪放回妆台，走出门，关起门，用原来的那根草绳在门栓上打了个相同的结。看他的样子，居然好像就要走了。墙头上的火苗已化作青烟，火势显然已被扑灭。
Then he put the silver hairpin back on the dressing table, walked out, closed the door, and tied a similar knot on the door latch with the original straw rope. Looking at him, he actually seemed to be leaving. The fire on the wall had turned into light smoke, and the fire had obviously been extinguished.
院外已传来了一阵呼唤声，正是来找楚留香的。楚留香突然一掠而起，青烟般掠上屋脊。他听到有两个人奔入这院子，一人唤道：“楚相公，楚大侠，我家庄主请您到前厅用茶。”
There was a call from outside the hospital, and they were looking for Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang suddenly rose up and swept up the roof like light smoke. He heard two people running into the courtyard, and one of them called out, "Miss Chu, great hero Chu, the owner of my village invites you to have tea in the front hall."
另一人道：“人家明明已走了，你还穷吼什么？”那人似乎又瞧了半天，才嘀咕着道：“他怎么会不告而别？莫非被我们那位宝贝二爷拉走了？”另一人笑道：“这姓楚的亦来。”
Another person said, "They are obviously gone, why are you yelling?" The man seemed to look at him for a long time before muttering, "How could he leave without saying goodbye? Could it be that he was dragged away by our precious second master?" Another person laughed and said, "This guy named Chu comes."
就害得我们这些人几天没得好睡，让他吃吃我们那位宝贝二爷的苦头也好。楚留香闷声不响地听着，只有暗中苦笑。等这两人又走了出去，他忽然掀起了几片屋瓦。
It just makes us people unable to sleep well for a few days, and let him suffer the pain of our precious second master. Chu Liuxiang listened in silence, only smiling bitterly secretly. When the two people walked out again, he suddenly lifted up a few roof tiles.
在屋顶上挖了个洞，将挖出来的泥灰都用块大手巾包了起来，用屋瓦压着，免得被风吹散。这些事若换了别人来做，不免要大费周章，但楚留香却做得又干净又利落。
A hole was dug in the roof. The excavated mud was wrapped in a large towel and pressed with roof tiles to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. If someone else had to do these things, it would be a lot of trouble, but Chu Liuxiang did it cleanly and neatly.
而且连一点声音都没有，就算有只猫在屋顶下，都绝不会被惊动。从头到尾还没有花半盏茶功夫，他已神不知鬼不觉地又溜回了那阁楼。天光从洞里照进来，阁楼比刚才亮得多了。
And there was not even a sound. Even if there was a cat under the roof, it would never be disturbed. He hadn't spent half a cup of tea from beginning to end, and he had slipped back into the attic without anyone noticing. The skylight shines in through the hole, making the attic much brighter than before.
楚留香找着了那只死老鼠，远远抛到一边，扯下块衣巾，将木板上的血渍和尘土都擦得干干净净。木板上就露出了方才被银簪钉出来的小孔。楚留香伏在上面瞧了瞧。
Chu Liuxiang found the dead mouse, threw it aside, pulled off a piece of clothing, and wiped clean the blood stains and dust on the wooden board. The small holes that had just been nailed by the silver hairpin were exposed on the wooden board. Chu Liuxiang leaned on it and took a look.
又用那根开锁的铁丝将这小孔稍微通大了一些，然后他就舒舒服服地躺了下来，轻轻地揉着鼻子，嘴角露出了微笑，像是对这所有的一切都觉得很满意。又不知过了多久。
Then he used the unlocking wire to slightly enlarge the small hole. Then he lay down comfortably, gently rubbing his nose and smiling, as if he was satisfied with everything. I don't know how long it took.
下面的门忽然发出吱的一声轻响，明明睡着了的楚留香居然立刻就醒了过来。他轻轻一翻身，眼睛就已凑到那针眼般的小孔上。楚留香早已将位置算好，开孔的时候。
The door below suddenly made a soft, squeak sound, and Chu Liuxiang, who was obviously asleep, woke up immediately. He turned over slightly and his eyes were already focused on the pinprick-like hole. Chu Liuxiang had already calculated the position before opening the hole.
所用的手法也很巧妙，是以孔虽不大，但一个人若走进屋子，他主要的活动范围全都在这小孔的世界之内。从下面望上去，这小孔却只不过是个小黑点。走进屋子来的。
The technique used is also very clever. Even though the hole is not big, if a person walks into the house, his main range of activities will be within the sight of this small hole. Looking up from below, this small hole is just a hole. Little black dot came into the house.
果然就是薛宝宝。只见他一面打呵欠，一面伸懒腰，一面又用两手捶着胸膛，在屋子里打了几个转，像是在活动筋骨。除了他身上穿的衣服外，看他现在的举动。
Sure enough, it was Shui Baobao. I saw him yawning, stretching, beating his chest with both hands, and walking around the room a few times, as if he was stretching his muscles. Apart from the clothes he is wearing, look at his actions now.
实在并没有什么疯疯癫癫的模样，但一个疯子回到自己的屋子里，是不是就会变得正常些呢？世上大多数的疯子，岂非都是见到人之后才发疯的吗？只见薛宝宝踱了几个圈子。
There is really nothing crazy about it, but will a madman become more normal when he returns to his own house? Don't most of the crazy people in the world only go crazy after meeting people? I saw Shui Baobao walking in a few circles.
就坐到梳妆台前，望着铜镜呆呆的出神，又拿起那根银簪放在鼻子上嗅了嗅，对着镜子做了个鬼脸，喃喃道：“死小偷，坏小偷，你想来偷什么？”他果然已经发现有人进过这屋子。
He sat down in front of the dressing table and looked at the bronze mirror in a daze. Then he picked up the silver hairpin, put it to his nose and smelled it. He made a face in the mirror and murmured, "Dead thief, bad thief, what do you want to steal?" Sure enough, he had discovered that someone had entered the house.
楚留香面上不禁露出了得意之色，就好像一个猎人已捉住了狐狸的尾巴。谁知他刚一眨眼，薛宝宝竟突然间不见了。原来他也不知是有心还是无意。
Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but show a proud look on his face, as if a hunter had caught the fox's tail. Unexpectedly, as soon as he blinked, Shui Baobao suddenly disappeared. It turned out that he didn't know whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally.
一闪身已到了楚留香瞧不见的角落。楚留香虽瞧不见他，还是听到地板在滋滋的响。薛宝宝他究竟在干什么？若是换了别人，一定会沉住气等他再出现。
In a flash, he was already in a corner where Chu Liuxiang couldn't see him. Although Chu Liuxiang couldn't see him, he still heard the floor squeaking. Shui Baobao, what on earth is he doing? If it had been anyone else, they would have calmed down and waited for him to show up again.
但楚留香却知道自己等的已经够了，现在这时机再也不能错过。他身子一翻，已掀起那块木板，他的人已青烟般跃下。楚留香若是迟了一步，只怕就很难再见到薛宝宝这个人了。
But Chu Liuxiang knew that she had waited enough, and now she could no longer miss this opportunity. He turned over and lifted up the wooden board. His men had jumped down like smoke. If Chu Liuxiang was a step late, I'm afraid it would be difficult to see Shui Baobao again.
梳妆台后已露出了个地道，薛宝宝已几乎钻了进去。楚留香微笑道：“客人来了，主人反倒要走了吗？”薛宝宝一回头，看到楚留香，立刻就跳了起来，大叫道：“客人，你算是什么客人？”
A tunnel has been revealed behind the dressing table, and Shui Baobao has almost crawled into it. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "The guests are here, but the host is leaving." When Shui Baobao turned around and saw Chu Liuxiang, he immediately jumped up and shouted, "Guest? What kind of guest are you?"
你是大骗子，小偷！他手里本来拿着样扁扁的东西，此刻趁着一回头、一眨眼的功夫，已将这样东西塞入怀里。楚留香好像根本没有留意，还是微笑道：“无论如何，我并没有做亏心事。”
You are a big liar and a thief. He originally held something flat in his hand, but now he turned around and in the blink of an eye, he had stuffed such a thing into his armstot. Chu Liuxiang seemed to have no idea at all. He didn't pay attention, but he still smiled and said, "In any case, I didn't do anything wrong."
所以也不必钻地洞。薛宝宝听了，又跳起来吼道：“我钻地洞找朋友，干你什么事？”楚留香道：“哦，钻地洞是为了找朋友？难道你的朋友住在地洞里？”薛宝宝道：“一点也不错。”楚留香道
So there is no need to dig a hole in the ground. After hearing this, Shui Baobao jumped up and shouted, "I burrowed into the ground to find friends. What do you want me to do?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Oh? Digging into the ground to find friends? Does your friend live in a hole in the ground?" Shui Baobao said, "Not bad at all." Chu Liuxiang said,
只有兔子才住在地洞里，难道你的朋友是兔子？薛宝宝瞪眼道：“一点也不错，兔子比人好玩多了，我为什么不能跟他们交朋友？”楚留香叹了口气道：“不错，找兔子交朋友至少没有危险。”
"Only rabbits live in holes in the ground. Is your friend a rabbit?" Shui Baobao glared and said, "That's true at all. Rabbits are much more fun than people. Why can't I make friends with them?" Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Yes, at least there is no danger in making friends with rabbits."
无论谁想装疯，兔子一定看不出。薛宝宝居然连眼睛都没有眨，反而大笑起来，道：“好，好，好，原来你也喜欢跟兔子交朋友，来，来，来，快跟我一起走。”他跳过来就想拉楚留香的手。
No matter who tries to pretend to be crazy, rabbit can't tell. Shui Baobao didn't even blink. Instead, he laughed and said, "Okay, okay, okay, it turns out you also like to make friends with rabbits. Come, 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 come with me." He jumped over and wanted to hold Chu Liuxiang's hand.
但楚留香这次可不再上当了，一闪身已转到他背后，笑道：“我既没有杀人，也不必装疯，为什么要跟兔子交朋友？”薛宝宝笑嘻嘻道：“你在说什么？我不懂。”楚留香瞪着他，一字字道。
But Chu Liuxiang was no longer fooled this time. In a flash, she turned behind him and said with a smile, "I didn't kill anyone, and I don't have to pretend to be crazy. Why should I make friends with the rabbit?" Shui Baobao said with a smile, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Chu Liuxiang stared at him and said every word.
你已用不着再装疯，我已知道你是谁了。薛宝宝大笑道：“你当然知道我是谁，我是薛家的二少爷，天下第一的天才儿童。”楚留香道：“除此之外，你还是天下第一号的冷血凶手。”
You don't have to pretend to be crazy anymore, I already know who you are. Shui Baobao laughed and said, "Of course you know who I am. I am the second young master of the Shui family, the most talented child in the world." Chu Liuxiang said, "In addition, you are also the #1 cold-blooded murderer in the world."
薛宝宝笑道：“凶手？什么叫凶手？难道我的手很凶吗？我看到一点也不凶呀。”楚留香也不理他，缓缓道：“你一走进这屋子，就立刻知道有人来过了，因为你的东西看来虽放得乱七八糟。”
Shui Baobao smiled and said, "Murderer? What do you mean by murderer? Are my hands very vicious?" "I don't think they are vicious at all." Chu Liuxiang ignored him and said slowly, "As soon as you walked into this room, you immediately knew that someone had been here, because your things seemed to be in a mess."
其实别人只要动一动，你立刻就知道。薛宝宝大笑道：“你若到我兔子朋友的洞里去过，他们也立刻就会知道的。难道他们的手也很凶？”楚留香道：“你算准除了我之外。”
In fact, as long as others make a move, you will know immediately. Shui Baobao laughed and said, "If you had been to my rabbit friend's hole, they would know it immediately. Could it be that their hands are also very ferocious?" Chu Liuxiang said, "You are sure that there is no one except me?"
绝没有人怀疑到你，所以你发现有人进来过，就立刻想到是我。薛宝宝道：“这是因为我早已知道你不但是骗子，还是小偷。”楚留香道：“你这屋子看来虽像是个疯子住的地方。”
No one would suspect you, so when you find someone coming in, you immediately think it's me. Shui Baobao said, "This is just because I already know that you are not only a liar, but also a thief." Chu Liuxiang said, "Your house looks like a place where a madman lives."
其实还有很多破绽是万万瞒不过明眼人的。薛宝宝道：“你难道是明眼人吗？我看你眼睛非但不明，还有些发红，倒有点像我的兔子朋友里。”楚留香道：“这屋子就像是书生的书斋。”
In fact, there are still many flaws that cannot be hidden from anyone with a discerning eye. Shui Baobao said, "Are you a discerning person? I see that your eyes are not only unclear, but also a little red. You look a bit like my rabbit friend." Chu Liuxiang said, "This room is like a scholar's study."
虽然你把书堆得乱七八糟，其实却自有条理。唯一不同的是，这里实在比书生的书斋干净多了。他眼睛一转，笑了笑，道：“你以后若还想装疯，最好去弄些牛粪狗尿撒在这屋子里。”
Although you have piled the books in a mess, they are actually organized. The only difference is that this place is much cleaner than the scholar's study. He rolled his eyes, smiled, and said, if you still want to pretend to be crazy in the future, you'd better get some cow dung and dog urine and sprinkle it in this house.
用的粉也切切不可如此考究，刮些墙壁灰涂在脸上也就行了。薛宝宝拍手笑道：“难怪你的脸这么白，原来你涂墙壁灰。”楚留香道：“最重要的是，你不该将那些衣服留在阁楼上。”
The powder you use must not be so particular. Just scrape some wall dust and apply it on your face. Shui Baobao clapped his hands and said with a smile, no wonder your face is so white, it turns out you painted the walls with plaster. Chu Liuxiang said, the most important thing is that you shouldn't leave those clothes in the attic.
薛宝宝眨了眨眼，道：“衣服？什么衣服？”楚留香道：“就是你要杀人时的衣服。”薛宝宝突然咯咯地笑了起来，但目中却已连半分笑意都没有了。楚留香盯着他的眼睛，道：“”
Shui Baobao blinked and said, clothes? What clothes? Chu Liuxiang said, these are the clothes you wear when you want to kill someone. Shui Baobao suddenly chuckled, but there was no trace of smile in his eyes. Chu Liuxiang stared into his eyes and said,
你知道我已发现了这些事，知道你的秘密迟早总会被我揭穿，所以就想赶快一溜了之，但这次我又怎会再让你溜走？薛宝宝愈笑愈厉害，到后来居然笑得满地打滚。
You know that I have discovered these things, and that your secret will be revealed to me sooner or later, so you want to run away as soon as possible, but how can I let you slip away again this time? Shui Baobao laughed harder and harder, and eventually he was rolling on the floor with laughter.
怎奈楚留香的眼睛一直盯着他，无论他滚到哪里，都再也不肯放松。楚留香道：“我初见你的时候，虽觉有些奇怪，却还没有想到你就是那冷血的凶手。你若不是那么样急着杀我。”
Unexpectedly, Chu Liuxiang's eyes kept staring at him, and no matter where he rolled, he would never relax. Chu Liuxiang said, when I first met you, although I felt a little strange, I didn't think that you were the cold-blooded murderer. If you weren't so eager to kill me.
我也许永远都想不到。薛宝宝在地上滚着笑道：“别人都说我是疯子，只有你说我不疯，你真是个好人。”他滚到楚留香面前，楚留香立刻又退得很远，微笑道：“
I might never have thought of it. Shui Baobao rolled on the ground and laughed. Others say I am crazy, but you are the only one who says I am not crazy. You are such a good person. He rolled in front of Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang immediately stepped back far away and said with a smile.
到后来你也知道要杀我并不是件容易事，所以你才想嫁祸于我，想借你兄长的利剑来要我的命。”薛宝宝虽还勉强在笑，但已渐渐笑不出来了。楚留香道：“于是你就先去道歉。”
Later, you also knew that it was not easy to kill me, so you wanted to put the blame on me and use your brother's sword to kill me. Although Shui Baobao was still smiling reluctantly, he gradually stopped laughing. Chu Liuxiang said, so you go and steal the sword first.
再来行刺。薛家庄每一尺地你都了如指掌，你自然可以来去自如，谁也抓不到你。他笑了笑，接着道：“尤其那扇门，别人抓刺客的时候，你往那扇门溜走，溜回自己的屋里，等别人不注意时。”
Let's do the assassination again. You know every square foot of Zuojiazwang like the back of your hand, so you can come and go freely, and no one can catch you. He smiled, and then said, especially that door. When others are arresting the assassin, you slip towards that door, slip back into your own room, and wait until others are not paying attention.
再偷偷过去，将锁锁上。你明知就算被人瞧见也没有什么关系，因为谁也不会注意到你。在别人眼中，你只不过是个无足轻重的疯子，这就是你的隐身法。薛宝宝豁然站了起来。
Then sneak over and lock the lock. You know that even if you are seen, it doesn't matter, because no one will notice you. In the eyes of others, you are just an insignificant lunatic. This is your invisibility method. Shui Baobao suddenly stood up.
盯着楚留香，楚留香淡淡道：“你的确是个聪明人，每件事都设计得天衣无缝，谁也不会猜到你薛家庄的二少爷，薛异人的亲弟弟，居然会是用钱买得到的刺客，居然会为钱去杀人。”
Staring at Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang said lightly, you are indeed a smart man. Everything is planned perfectly. No one would guess that you, the second young master of Shui family village and the biological brother of Shui Yiren, would be an assassin that can be bought with money. Will kill for money.
这话就算说出来，只怕也没有人相信。薛宝宝突又大笑起来，道：“不错，薛二公子会为了钱而杀人吗？这简直荒唐至极。”楚留香笑道：“一点也不荒唐，因为你杀人并非真的为了钱。”
Even if you say this, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Shui Baobao suddenly laughed again and said, yes, will second master Shui kill someone for money? This is absolutely ridiculous. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "It's not ridiculous at all, because you don't really kill people for money."
而是为了权利，为了补偿你所受的气。薛宝宝道：“我受的气？我受了谁的气？”他面上似乎起了种难言的变化，整张脸都扭曲了起来，咯咯笑道：“谁不知道我大哥是天下第一剑客？”
But for power, to compensate for the anger you have suffered. Shui Baobao said, "Am I angry? Who am I offended by?" There seemed to be an unspeakable change on his face. His whole face was distorted, and he chuckled. Who doesn't know that my eldest brother is the best swordsman in the world?
谁敢叫我受气？楚留香轻轻叹息了一声，道：“就因为令兄是天下第一剑客，所以你才会落到这地步。”薛宝宝道：“哦。”楚留香道：“你本来既聪明，又有才气，武功之高。”
Who dares to make me suffer? Chu Liuxiang sighed softly and said, "Just because your brother is the best swordsman in the world, you are in this situation." Shui Baobao said, "Oh?" Chu Liuxiang said, "You are originally smart, talented, and have high martial arts skills."
更可说是武林少见的高手，以你的武功和才气，本可在武林中享有盛名，只可惜。他又长叹了一声，缓缓接着道：“只可惜你是薛一人的弟弟。”薛宝宝的嘴角突然剧烈的颤抖起来。
It can be said that you are a rare master in the martial arts world. With your martial arts skills and talents, you could have been famous in the martial arts world, but it's a pity. He sighed again and continued slowly, "It's a pity that you are Shui Yi, man's younger brother." The corners of Shui Baobao's mouth suddenly trembled violently.
就好像被人在脸上抽了一鞭子。楚留香道：“因为你所有的成就都已被天下第一剑客的光彩所淹没，无论你做了什么事，别人都不会向你喝彩，只会向天下第一剑客之地喝彩。”
It was like being whipped across the face. Chu Liuxiang said, "Because all your achievements have been annihilated by the glory of the best swordsman in the world. No matter what you do, others will not applaud you, but only the brother of the best swordsman in the world cheers."
你若有成就，那是应该的，因为你是天下第一剑客的弟弟。你若偶尔做错了一件事，那就会变得罪大恶极，因为大家都会觉得你丢了你哥哥的人。薛宝宝全身都发起抖来。
If you achieve something, it's right, because you are the younger brother of the best swordsman in the world. If you occasionally do something wrong, it will become a heinous crime, because everyone will think that you have lost your brother's person. Shui Baobao's whole body trembled.
楚留香道：“若是换了别人，也许就此向命运低头，甚至就此消沉，但你却是不肯认输的人，怎奈你也知道你的成就永远无法胜过你的哥哥。”他长长叹息了一声，摇头道。
Chu Liuxiang said, "If it were anyone else, I might have bowed to fate or even become depressed, but you are someone who refuses to admit defeat. However, you also know that your achievements will never be better than your brother." He let out a long sigh, shook his head and said,
只可惜你走的那条路走错了。薛宝宝似乎想说什么，却什么也没有说。楚留香道：“这自然也因为你哥哥从小对你期望太深，约束你太严，爱之深为免责之切，所以你才想反抗。”
"It's a pity that you took the wrong path." Shui Baobao seemed to want to say something, but didn't say anything. Chu Liuxiang said, "This is naturally because your brother has had too high expectations for you since he was a child. The restraint on you is too strict, and the love is too deep to exempt you, so you want to resist."
但你也知道，在你哥哥的约束下，根本就不能妄动，所以你才想出了中锋这个妙法子，让别人对你不再注意，让别人对你失望，你才好自由自在做你想做的事。他望着薛宝宝。
But you also know that under the constraints of your brother, you can't act rashly at all, so you came up with the wonderful method of pretending to be crazy to make others no longer pay attention to you and let others disappoint you, so that you can be free. Do what you want. He looked at Shui Baobao.
目中充满了惋惜之意。薛宝宝突又狂笑了起来，指着楚留香道：“你想得很妙，说得更妙，可惜这只不过是你在自说自话而已。你若认为我就是那刺客组织的主使人。”
His eyes were full of regret. Shui Baobao suddenly laughed wildly again, pointed at Chu Liuxiang and said, "You think very well, and your words are even better. Unfortunately, this is just you talking to yourself. If you think I am the leader of the assassin organization."
至少也得有真凭实据。楚留香道：“你要证据。”薛宝宝厉声道：“你若拿不出证据来，就是含血喷人。”楚留香笑了笑，道：“好，你要证据，我就拿证据给你看。”
At least there must be real evidence. Chu Liuxiang said, "You want evidence?" Shui Baobao said sternly, "If you can't produce evidence, you are just spitting blood." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Okay, if you want evidence, I will show you the evidence."
他小心翼翼地自怀中将那铁锁拿了出来，托在手上，道：“这就是证据。”薛宝宝冷笑道：“这算是什么证据？”楚留香道：“这把锁就是那门上的锁，已有许久未曾被人动过。”
He carefully took out the iron lock from his arms, held it in his hand, and said, "This is the evidence." Shui Baobao sneered, "What kind of evidence is this?" Chu Liuxiang said, "This lock is the lock on the door. It has not been touched for a long time."
只有那刺客前天曾经开过这把锁，是吗？薛宝宝闭紧了嘴，目中充满了惊讶之色。显然他还猜不透楚留香又在玩什么花样，他决心不再上当。楚留香道：“开锁的人
Only the assassin had opened the lock the day before yesterday, right? Shui Baobao shut his mouth tightly, his eyes full of surprise. Obviously he still couldn't guess what Chu Liuxiang was playing, and he was determined not to be fooled again. Chu Liuxiang said, "The person who opened the lock
必定会在锁上留下手印。这把锁最近既然只有那刺客开过，所以锁上本该只有那刺客的手印，是吗？”薛宝宝的嘴闭得更紧了。楚留香道：“但现在这把锁上却只有你的手印。”
There must be fingerprints left on the lock. Since only that assassin has opened this lock recently, it should only have that assassin's fingerprints on the lock, right? Shui Baobao's mouth closed tighter. Chu Liuxiang said, "But now there is only your fingerprint on this lock."
薛宝宝终于忍不住道：“手印？什么手印？”楚留香微笑道：“人为万物之灵，上天造人，的确奇妙得很。你我虽同样是人，但你我的面貌身材却绝不相同。”
Shui Baobao finally couldn't help but said, "Handprint? What handprint?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Man is the spirit of all things. God created man. It is indeed wonderful. Although you and I are both human beings, our appearance and figure are absolutely different."
世上也绝没有两个面貌完全相同的人。薛宝宝还是猜不透他究竟想说什么。楚留香伸出了手，又道：“你看，每个人掌上都有掌纹，指上也有指纹，但每个人的掌纹和指纹也绝不相同。”
There are no two people with exactly the same appearance in the world. Shui Baobao still couldn't guess what he wanted to say. Chu Liuxiang stretched out his hand and said, "Look, everyone has palm prints on their palms and fingerprints on their fingers, but everyone's palms have fingerprints. Patterns and fingerprints are not the same."
世上更没有两个掌纹完全相同的人。你若仔细研究，就会发觉这是件很有趣的事，只可惜谁也没有留意过这件事。薛宝宝愈听愈迷糊，人们面对着自己不懂的事。
There are no two people in the world with exactly the same palm prints. If you study it carefully, you will find that this is a very interesting thing, but it is a pity that no one has paid attention to it. The more baby Shui listened, the more confused he became. People are faced with things they don't understand.
总会做出一种傲然不屑之态。薛宝宝冷笑道：“你这些话只能骗3岁孩童，却骗不了我。”他嘴里这么说，两只手却已不由自主藏在背后。楚留香笑道：“
Always showing an attitude of arrogance and disdain, Shui Baobao sneered, "These words of yours can only deceive a 3-year-old child, but they cannot deceive me." As he said this, his hands were involuntarily hidden behind his back. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said,
现在你再将手藏起来也没有用了，因为我已检查过你梳妆台上的东西，上面的手印正和这把锁上的手印一样，只要2下一笔，你的罪证就清清楚楚地摆了下来，那是赖也赖不掉的。
"It's useless for you to hide your hands now, because I have checked the things on your dressing table. The fingerprints on them are exactly the same as the fingerprints on this lock. As long as they are compared, the evidence of your crime will be clear. Once the ground is laid down, you can't rely on it."
薛宝宝又惊又疑，面上已不禁变了颜色，突然反手一扫，将梳妆台上的东西全都扫落在地。楚留香大笑道：“你看，你这不是做贼心虚是什么？就指这件事，已足够证明你的罪行了。”
Shui Baobao was shocked and suspicious, and his face couldn't help but change color. He suddenly swiped his backhand and swept everything on the dressing table to the ground. Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, "Look, aren't you guilty of being a thief? This incident alone is enough to prove your crime."
薛宝宝狂吼道：“你这厉鬼，你简直不是人！我早就该杀了你的！”狂吼声中，他已向楚留香扑了过去。就在这时，突听一人大喝道：“住手！”薛宝宝一惊，就发现薛一人已站在门口。
Shui Baobao roared, "You evil ghost, you are simply not human. I should have killed you a long time ago." With a wild roar, he rushed towards Chu Liuxiang. At this moment, someone suddenly heard shouting, "Stop!" Shui Baobao was startled and found that Shui Yiren was already standing at the door.
薛一人的脸色也苍白的可怕，长长的叹息着，黯然道：“二弟，你还是上他的当了。”薛宝宝满头冷汗涔涔而落，竟动也不敢动，长兄为父，他对这位大哥自幼就存着一分畏惧之心。
Shui Yiren's face was also frighteningly pale. He sighed long and said sadly, "Second brother, you still fell into his trap." Shui Baobao was covered in cold sweat and did not dare to move. The eldest brother is his father. He had been afraid of this eldest brother since he was a child.
薛夷人叹道：“楚香帅说的道理并没有错，每个人掌上的纹路的确都绝不相同，人手接触到对象也极可能会留下手印，但这只不过仅仅是道理而已。正如有人说天圆地方。”
Shuiren sighed. What Chu Xiangshui said is not wrong. The lines on everyone's palms are indeed different. When a person's hand touches an object, it is very likely to leave fingerprints. But this is just a truth, that's it. As someone said, the sky is round and the earth is round.
但永远无法证明。他凝视着楚留香，缓缓道：“香帅，你也永远无法证明这种道理的，是吗？”楚留香摸了摸鼻子，苦笑道：“这些道理千百年以后也许有人能证明，现在却是万万不能。”
But it can never be proven. He stared at Chu Liuxiang and said slowly, Xiang Shui, you will never be able to prove this reason, right? Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said with a wry smile, thousands of years from now, someone may be able to prove these truths, but it is absolutely impossible now.
薛宝宝这才知道自己毕竟还是又上了他的当，眼睛瞪着楚留香，也不知是悲是怒，心里更不知是何滋味。薛夷人忽然一笑，道：“但香帅你也上了我一个当。”楚留香道：“我上了你的当。”
Only then did Shui Baobao realize that he had been deceived by him again after all. He stared at Chu Liuxiang, not knowing whether he was sad or angry, and he didn't know what he felt in his heart. Shui Yiren suddenly smiled and said, But Xiangshui, you also fell into my trap. Chu Liuxiang said, Have I been fooled by you?
薛夷人徐徐道：“那刺客组织的首领其实并不是他，而是我。”楚留香这才真的吃了一惊，失声道：“是你？”薛夷人一字字道：“不错，是我。”楚留香怔了半晌，长叹道：“我知道你们兄弟情深。”
Shui Yiren said slowly, The leader of the assassin organization is actually not him, but me. Chu Liuxiang was really surprised and said in a voiceless voice, Is it you? Shui Yiren said word by word, Yes, it's me. Chu Liuxiang was stunned for a long time and sighed, I know that you two have a deep love for each other.
所以你不惜替他受过？薛夷人摇了摇头，道：“我这不过是不忍要他替我受过而已。”他长叹着接道：“你看，这庄院是何等广阔，庄中食客是何等浩繁，我退隐已有数十年，若没有分外之财。”
So you don't hesitate to suffer for him? Shui Yiren shook his head and said, I just can't bear to let him suffer for me. He sighed and continued, Look, the courtyard is so vast, and there are so many diners in the village. I have been retired for decades. If I don't have any extra money, I can't do it.
又如何能维持得下？楚留香道：“这。”薛夷人道：“我既不会经商盈利，也不会求官求俸，更不会偷鸡摸狗。我唯一精通的事，就是以3尺之剑取人项上头颅。”他凄然一笑，接着道：“
How can it be maintained? Chu Liuxiang said, This. The sword takes the head from the person's neck. He smiled sadly and continued.
为了保持我祖先传下的庄院，为了要使我门下子弟丰衣十足，我只有以别人的性命换取钱财。这道理，香帅你难道还不明白？”楚留香这一生中，从未比此时更觉得惊愕难受。
In order to maintain the villa passed down by my ancestors and to ensure that my children have enough food and clothing, I can only exchange other people's lives for money. Don't you understand this truth, Xiangshui? Chu Liuxiang has never felt more shocked and uncomfortable than at this time in her life.
他呆呆地怔在那里，连一句话都说不出来。薛夷人默然道：“我二弟他为了家族的光荣，才不惜替我受过，不然我……”薛宝宝突然狂吼着道：“你莫要说了，莫要再说了！”薛夷人厉声道。
He was stunned there, unable to even utter a word. Shui Yiren said silently, My second brother did not hesitate to take the blame for me for the sake of the glory of the family, otherwise I... Shui Baobao suddenly roared, Don't say it anymore, don't say it anymore. Shui Yiren said sternly.
这件事已与你无关，我自会和香帅做一了断，你还不快滚出去！薛宝宝咬了咬牙，哼声道：“我从小一直听你的话，你无论要我做什么，我从来也不敢违抗。但是这次……
This matter has nothing to do with you anymore. I will make a break with Xiangshui. Why don't you get out? Shui Baobao gritted his teeth and hummed, I have always listened to you since I was a child. No matter what you ask me to do, I never dare to disobey, but this time.
这次我再也不听你的了。”薛夷人怒道：“你敢！”薛宝宝道：“我4岁的时候你教我识字，6岁的时候教我学剑，无论什么事都是你教我的。我这一生虽已被你压得透不过气来。”
I won't listen to you this time. Shui Yiren said angrily, How dare you? Shui Baobao said, When I was 4 years old, you taught me how to read. When I was 6 years old, you taught me how to learn swordsmanship. You taught me everything. Although I have been overwhelmed by you all my life.
但我还是要感激你， 算来还是欠你很多。现在你又要替我受过，你永远是有情有义的大哥，我永远是不知好歹的弟弟。说着说着，他已涕泪迸流，放声痛哭，嘶哑着喊道
But I still want to thank you, and I still owe you a lot. Now you have to suffer for me again. You will always be the affectionate and righteous elder brother, and I will always be the ignorant younger brother. As he spoke, he burst into tears, and shouted hoarsely.
但你又怎知道我一定要受你的恩惠？我做的事自有我自己负担，用不着你来做好人，用不着。薛姨人面色已惨变，道：“你。”薛宝宝扬手大呼道：“凶手是我，刺客也是我。”
But how do you know that I must accept your favor? What I do is my own responsibility. I don't need you to be a good person. No need. Shui Yiren's face changed drastically, and he said, You. Shui Baobao raised his head and shouted, I am the murderer, and I am the assassin.
我杀的人已不计其数，我死了也很够本了。楚留香，你为何还不过来动手？薛姨人也泪流满面，哑声道：“这全是我的错，我的确对你做的太过分了，也逼得你太紧。香帅
I have killed countless people, and I am worthy enough to die. Chu Liuxiang, why don't you come over and take action? Shui Yiren also burst into tears and said hoarsely, This is all my fault. I did go too far to you and pushed you too hard. Fragrant and handsome.
真正的罪魁祸首是我，你杀了我吧！”楚留香只觉鼻子发酸，眼泪几乎也要夺眶而出。薛宝宝厉声道：“楚留香，你还假慈悲什么？好，你不动手，我自己来。”说到这里，他突然抽出一柄匕首。
The real culprit is me, please kill me. Chu Liuxiang felt her nose was sore, and tears were almost coming out of her eyes. At this point, he suddenly pulled out a dagger.
反手刺向自己咽喉，语声突然断绝。薛姨人惊呼着奔过去，已来不及了。鲜血箭一般飞击到他胸膛，再一次染红了他的衣服，但这次却是他弟弟的血。
He stabbed himself in the throat with his backhand. The voice suddenly stopped. Shui Yiren exclaimed and ran over, but it was too late. Blood flew into his chest like an arrow, staining his clothes red again. But this time it was his brother's blood.
这件衣服他是否会像以前一样留下来呢？血衣人，薛姨人。第11章情有所钟。楚留香慢慢退了出去。为了这刺客组织的首领，他已不知花了多少心血。
Will he keep this dress as before? Man in blood. Well. Shui Yiren. Chapter 11, Falling in Love. Chu Liuxiang slowly retreated. He had spent countless efforts for the leader of the assassin organization.
也不知道追踪了多久，现在他总算心愿得偿。可是他心里真的高兴吗？深秋骤短，暮色似已将来临。秋风舞着黄叶，伶仃的枯枝也陪着在秋风中颤抖。
He didn't know how long he had been tracking him, but now he finally got his wish. But is he really happy? The days are short in late autumn, and twilight seems to be approaching. The autumn wind dances with yellow leaves, and the lonely dead branches also tremble in the autumn wind.
楚留香自地上拾起了一片落叶，怔怔地看了许久，又轻轻地放了下去，看着它被秋风卷起。他挺起胸，走了出去。楚留香一走出薛家庄的门，就已发现有个人远远躲在树后。
Chu Liuxiang picked up a fallen leaf from the ground, looked at it blankly for a long time, and then gently put it down, watching it being picked up by the autumn wind. He puffed out his chest and walked out. As soon as Chu Liuxiang walked out of the door of Zuojiazwang, she found someone hiding behind a tree.
不时贼头贼脑的往这边偷偷看一眼。他虽然只露出半只眼睛，但楚留香也已认出他是谁了。除了小秃子外，谁有这么秃的头？小秃子一见楚留香，眼睛就亮了起来。
From time to time, I would sneak a sneaky glance here. Although he only showed half of his eyes, Chu Liuxiang already recognized who he was. Except for the little bald man, who else has such a bald head? When the little bald man saw Chu Liuxiang, his eyes lit up.
楚留香却好像根本没有瞧见他，小秃子急得直擦汗，直招手，楚留香还是不理，反而故意往另一边走。小秃子闪闪烁烁在后面跟着，也不敢出声招呼。刚在别人家里放完了火。
But Chu Liuxiang didn't seem to see him at all. The little bald man was so anxious that he wiped his sweat and waved, but Chu Liuxiang still ignored him. Instead, he deliberately walked to the other side, and the little bald man shrank behind him, not daring to say hello. I just set a fire in someone else's house.
总是有些心虚的，只等楚留香已走出很远，小秃子才赶过去，笑嘻嘻道：“你老人家若再不出来，可真要把我们急死了。”楚留香板着脸道：“我一点也不老，也用不着你们着急。”
He was always a little guilty. He waited until Chu Liuxiang had walked far away before the little bald man dared to go over and said with a smile, "If you don't come out, you will really scare us to death." Chu Liuxiang said with a straight face, "I am not old at all, and there is no need for you to worry."
小秃子怔了怔，陪笑道：“香帅莫非在生我们兄弟的气吗？难道是为了我们兄弟不敢冲进去帮忙？”楚留香冷冷道：“帮忙倒不敢，只求你们以后莫要再认我这朋友就是了。”
The little bald man was startled, then smiled and said, "Is Xiangshui angry with our brothers? Is it because our brothers dare not rush in to help?" Chu Liuxiang said coldly, "I don't dare to help. I just ask you not to recognize me as your friend again in the future."
小秃子本来还在陪着笑，一听完这句话，脸上的笑容忽然僵住了。过了半晌，才期期艾艾地问道：“为什么？”楚留香道：“因为我虽然什么样的朋友都有，但杀人放火的朋友倒是没有。”
The little bald man was still smiling apologetically, but after hearing these words, the smile on his face suddenly froze. After a long while, he asked quietly, "Why? Chu Liuxiang said, "Because although I have all kinds of friends, I don't have any friends who commit murder and arson."
小小年纪就学会了杀人放火，长大了那还得了？小秃子着急道：“我从来也没有杀过人啊。”楚留香道：“放火呢？”小秃子苦着脸道：“那倒不是没有，只不过。”楚留香道
"I learned how to kill people and set fires at a young age, but when I grow up I can do it." The little bald man said anxiously, I have never killed anyone." Chu Liuxiang said, "What about setting fire?" The little bald man said with a bitter face, "That, it's not that there is nothing, but, it's just." Chu Liuxiang said,
只不过怎样？只不过是为了我才放的火，是不是？小秃子脸上直流汗，也不知是该点头还是该摇头。楚留香道：“你为了我放火，我就该感激你，是不是？那么你将来若再为我杀人，
"But no matter what, you just set the fire just for me, right?" The little bald man was sweating on his face, and he didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. Chu Liuxiang said, "You set the fire for me, so I should be grateful to you, right? Then if you kill someone for me again in the future."
我是不是更应该感激你？”小秃子急得几乎已快哭了出来。楚留香叹了口气，道：“你放火烧的若是恶人的屋子，杀的若是恶人，虽然已经不应该了，倒是情有可原；烧的若是好人的屋子。”
"Should I be more grateful to you?" The little bald man was so anxious that he almost cried. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "If you set fire to the evil person's house and kill the evil person, although it is no longer appropriate, it is understandable. Originally, if it is a good person's house that is burned."
杀的若是好人，那么你无论为了谁都不行，无论什么理由都讲不通，你明白吗？小秃子拼命点头，眼泪已流了下来。楚留香脸色和缓了下来，道：“你现在年纪还轻，我一定要你明白。”
If the person you want to kill is a good person, then no matter who you are doing it for, it won't make sense no matter what the reason is. Do you understand? The little bald man nodded desperately, tears already streaming down his face. Chu Liuxiang's face softened and said, "You are still young now, I must make you understand."
大丈夫有所不为这7个字，那就是说，有些事你无论为了什么理由都绝不能做的。小秃子扑通一声就跪了下来，一把眼泪一把鼻涕，哽声道：“我明白了，下次我再也不敢了。”
These 7 words, there are things a man should not do, that is to say, there are some things you must never do no matter what the reason is. The little bald man knelt down with a plop and choked with tears and snot. "I understand, I won't dare to do it next time."
无论为了什么原因，我都绝不做坏事，绝不杀人放火。楚留香这才展颜一笑，道：“只要你记着今天的这句话，你不但是我的好朋友，还是我的好兄弟。”他拉起小秃子笑道：“你还要记着。”
No matter what the reason is, I will never do bad things, and I will never kill anyone or set fire to something. Chu Liuxiang then smiled and said, "As long as you remember these words today, you will not only be my good friend, but also my good brother." He pulled up the little bald man and smiled. "You still have to remember."
男人眼泪要往肚子里流，鼻涕却万万不可吞到肚子里去。小秃子忍不住笑了，他不笑还好，一笑起来，险些真的将鼻涕吞了下去，赶紧用力一吸，全部鼻涕吸溜一声就又缩了回去。
A man's tears should flow into his stomach, but his nose must not be swallowed. The little bald man couldn't help laughing. It was better that he didn't laugh. When he laughed, he almost swallowed the snot from his nose. He quickly sucked hard and all the snot retracted with a suck sound.
楚留香也忍不住笑道：“想不到你还有这么样一手内功绝技。”小秃子红着脸痴痴笑道：“小麻子也总想学我这一手，却总是学不会，鼻涕弄得满脸都是。”楚留香道：“他在哪里？”
Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but laugh and said, I didn't expect you to have such a unique internal skill. The little bald man blushed and chuckled. The little pockmarked man always wants to learn this trick from me, but he always fails. His nose gets all over his face. Chu Liuxiang asked, Where is he?
小兔子道，他陪着一个人在那边等着香帅，现在只怕已等得急死了。小麻子果然已急死了，但他陪着的那个人却更急，连楚留香都未想到等他的人竟是薛斌的书童一剑。
The little bald man said, He is waiting for Shang Shui over there with someone, and now I'm afraid he is too anxious to wait. The little bald man said, He is waiting for Shang Shui over there with someone, and now I'm afraid he is too anxious to wait. Xiao Matzi was indeed anxious to death, but the person he was accompanying was even more anxious. Even Chu Liuxiang did not expect that the person waiting for him was Shui Bin's book boy Yi Jian.
一见一见了楚留香就要拜倒，楚留香当然拦住了他，笑问道：“你们本来就认识的？”小麻子抢着道：“我们要不认得他，今天说不定就惨了。若不是他放了我们一马。”
When Yi Jian saw Chu Liuxiang, he was about to prostrate himself. Of course Chu Liuxiang stopped him and asked with a smile, Do you already know each other? Xiao Matzi rushed to say, If we didn't recognize him, today might have been miserable. If he hadn't let us go.
刚才我们就未必能逃得了。小兔子一听他又要说放火的事，赶紧将他拉到一边。倚剑躬声道：“香帅的意思，小人已转告给二公子。”楚留香道：“他的意思呢？”倚剑道
We might not have been able to escape just now. When the little bald man heard that he was going to talk about arson again, he quickly pulled him aside. Yi Jian said respectfully, Xiang Shui's intention has been conveyed to the second young master. Chu Liuxiang said, What does he mean? Yi Jian said,
二公子也已久慕香帅侠名，此刻只怕已在那边猎屋中恭候香帅的大驾了。楚留香笑了笑道：“很好，再烦你去转告薛二公子，请他稍后片刻，说我马上就到。”等倚剑走了。
The second young master has admired Xiang Shui's reputation as a knight for a long time, and is probably already waiting for Xiang Shui's arrival in the hunting house. The second young master has admired Xiang Shui's reputation as a knight for a long time, and is probably already waiting for Xiang Shui's arrival in the hunting house over there. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Very good, if I bother you again, go tell Mr. Shui and ask him to wait for a moment and say that I will be there soon. Wait until Yi Jian leaves.
楚留香又沉吟了半晌，道：“我还有件事要找你们两个做。”小麻子怕挨骂，低着头不敢过来。小兔子也挨过了骂，觉得自己好像比小麻子神气多了，抢着道：“莫说一件事，100件事也没关系。”
Chu Liuxiang pondered for a while and said, I have something else I want to do with you too. Little Matzi was afraid of being scolded, so he lowered his head and did not dare to come over. Little Baldy had already been scolded and felt that he was more impressive than Little Matzi, so he rushed to say, Don't say one thing, it doesn't matter 100 things.
昨天晚上我去找的那对夫妻，你认得出吗？小兔子道：“当然认得出。”楚留香道：“好，你现在就去找他们，将他们也带到那边猎屋去，就说是我请他们去的。”小兔子道：“没问题。”楚留香道
Do you recognize the couple I went to see last night? The little bald man said, Of course I recognize him. Chu Liuxiang said, Okay, you go find them now and take them to the hunting house over there. Just say that I invited them there. The little bald man said, No problem. Chu Liuxiang said,
但是你们到了那边猎屋后，先在外面等着，最好莫要被人发现，等我叫你们进去时再露面。小兔子一面点头，一面拉着小麻子就跑。楚留香仰面向天，长长伸了个懒腰，喃喃道
But when you get to the hunting house over there, wait outside first. It's best not to be discovered by anyone, and then show up when I tell you to go in. The little bald man nodded, pulled the little pockmark and ran away. Chu Liuxiang looked up to the sky, stretched out, and murmured,
谢天谢地，所有的麻烦事总算都要过去了。楚留香并没有费什么功夫，就将左青侯稳住，又将那位也不知是真还是假的左明珠姑娘带出了赤碑山庄。这位左姑娘
Thank God, all the troubles will finally be over. Chu Liuxiang didn't take much effort to stabilize Wu Qingho, and brought out the Zhua Mingzhu girl who didn't know whether she was real or fake. The left girl.
脸色还是苍白的可怕，眼睛却亮得很。这2天他好像已养足了精神，但走路还是慢吞吞的，跟在楚留香后面走了很久，才悠悠地道：“现在已经快到3天了。”楚留香笑了笑，道：“我知道。”
Her face was still terribly pale, but her eyes were very bright. She seemed to have regained her energy in the past 2 days, but she still walked slowly. She followed Chu Liuxiang for a long time before she said leisurely, It's almost 3 days now. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, I know.
左姑娘道：“你答应过我，只要等3天就让我回家的。” 楚留香道：“左姑娘道：“那么你现在就肯让我回去？”楚留香道：“我自然肯让你走，只不过你回到家以后，你父母还认你吗？”
Miss Swa said, "You promised me that you would let me go home as long as you wait 3 days." Chu Liuxiang said, "Yeah." Miss Swa said, "So, then you are willing to let me go back now?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Of course I am willing to let you go, but after you return home, will your parents still recognize you?"
若换了我，是绝不会认一个陌生女孩子做自己女儿的。左姑娘咬着嘴唇道：“可是你已经答应过我，你就该替我去解释。”楚留香道：“金宫夫人会相信我的话。”左姑娘道：“
If it were me, I would never accept a strange girl as my daughter." Miss Swa bit her lip and said, But you have already promised me, so you should explain it for me. Chu Liuxiang said, "Will Mrs. Jin Gong believe what I say?" Miss Swa said,
江湖中谁不知楚香帅一诺千金？只要香帅说出来的话，就算你的仇人也绝不会不相信的。楚留香沉默了半晌，忽又回头一笑，道：“你放心，我总叫你如愿就是，只不过什么事都要慢慢来。”
Who in the world doesn't know that Chu Xiangshui promises 1,000 pieces of gold? As long as Xiang Shui says it, even your enemies will never disbelieve it. Chu Liuxiang was silent for a long time, then suddenly turned around and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I always ask you to do what you want, but you have to do everything slowly."
不能着急，一着急，我的章法就乱了。左姑娘垂下了头，又走了半晌，前面已到了那小树林，远远望去，一刻隐约见到那栋小木屋。她忽然停下脚步，道：“你既不想送我回家
Don't be in a hurry. If I get in a hurry, my order will be messed up." Miss Swa lowered her head and walked for a while. She had already reached the small woods in front of her. Looking from a distance, she could vaguely see the small wooden house dot. She suddenly stopped and said, You don't want to send me home.
想带我到哪里去？”楚留香道：“你瞧见那边的木屋了吗？”左姑娘脸色更苍白，勉强点了点头。楚留香道：“我走累了，我们先到那屋子去坐坐。”左姑娘道：“我不想去。”
Where do you want to take me? Chu Liuxiang said, "Have you seen the wooden house over there?" Miss Swa's face became even paler and she nodded reluctantly. Chu Liuxiang said, "I'm tired from walking, let's go to that room and sit down first." Miss Swa said, I don't want to go.
她虽然勉强控制着自己，但嘴唇还是有些发抖。楚留香笑道：“那屋子里又没有鬼，你怕什么？何况你已死过一次，就算有鬼，你也不必害怕的。”左姑娘道：“我听说过那屋子是薛家的。”
Although she barely controlled herself, her lips were still trembling. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "There are no ghosts in the house, so what are you afraid of? Besides, you have died once, so you don't have to be afraid even if there are ghosts." Miss Swa said, I heard that the house belongs to the Shui family.
楚留香笑道：“你若是左明珠，自然不能到薛家的屋子去，但你又不是真的左明珠，左明珠早已死了，你只不过是借了他的尸还魂而已，为什么去不得？”他笑嘻嘻道：“何况。”
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "If you are Zhuo Mingzhu, of course you can't go to the Shui family's house, but you are not really Zhuo Mingzhu. Zhuo Mingzhu is dead long ago. You just borrowed her body to resurrect her soul. Why can't you go?" He smiled and said, "What's more?"
你既是薛二公子未过门的媳妇，迟早总是要到薛家去的。左姑娘道：“可是。”楚留香道：“我也没关系，我是薛一人的朋友。”左姑娘好像呆住了，呆了半晌。
Since you are the unmarried daughter-in-law of second young master Shui, you will have to go to Shui's house sooner or later. Miss Swa said, but. Chu Liuxiang said, "It doesn't matter to me, I am Shui Erin's friend." Miss Swa seemed to be stunned for a long time.
勉强低着头跟楚留香走了过去，脚下就像是拖着千斤铁链似的。楚留香却走得很轻快，他们刚走到那木屋门口，门就开了，一个很英俊的锦衣少年推门走了出来。
He reluctantly lowered his head and walked over with Chu Liuxiang, as if he was dragging 1,000 kilograms of iron chains under his feet. But Chu Liuxiang walked very briskly. As soon as they reached the door of the wooden house, the door opened, and a handsome young man in brocade opened the door and walked out.
他脸上本来带着笑，显然是出来迎接楚留香的，但一瞧见这位左姑娘，他的笑容就冻结了。左姑娘虽然一直垂着头，但脸色也难看得很。楚留香目光在两人脸上一扫，笑道。
He had a smile on his face, obviously coming out to greet Chu Liuxiang, but when he saw this Miss Swa, his smile froze. Although Miss Swa kept her head lowered, her face looked very ugly. Chu Liuxiang glanced at the two people's faces and said with a smile.
两位原来早就认得了。那少年和左姑娘立刻同时抢着道：“ 不认得。楚留香笑道：“不认得，那也无妨，反正两位迟早总是要认得的。”他含笑向那少年一抱拳，道
It turned out that the two of them had known each other for a long time. The young man and Miss Swa immediately said at the same time, "Don't recognize it." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Don't recognize it? That's okay, the two of you will recognize each other sooner or later." He smiled and gave the young man a fist and said,
这位想必就是薛二公子了。薛斌躬身垂首道：“不敢，弟子正是薛斌。香帅的大名，弟子早已如雷贯耳，却不知香帅这次有何吩咐。”楚留香道：“吩咐倒也不敢，请先进去坐坐再说。”
This must be Mr. Xue. Xuebin bowed his head and said, "I dare not, my disciple is Xuebin." Xiang Shuai's name has long been known to his disciples, but they don't know what Xiang Shuai's orders are this time. Chu Liuxiang said, "I don't dare to give you orders. Please go in and sit down first."
他反倒像个主人，在门口含笑一刻。薛斌和左姑娘只有低着头往里走，就像脖子忽然断了，再也抬不起头。一见立刻退了出来，退到门口，只听楚留香低声道：“等小秃子来了。”
Instead, he was like a host, greeting guests with a smile at the door. Xuebin and Miss Swa could only walk in with their heads lowered, as if their necks were suddenly broken and they could no longer lift their heads. Yi Jian immediately withdrew and retreated to the door, only to hear Chu Liuxiang whisper, "Wait until the little bald man comes."
叫他一个人先进来。只见左姑娘和薛斌一个站在左边屋角，一个站在右边屋角，两人眼观鼻，鼻观心，动也不动。楚留香笑道：“这地方实在不错，就算是做新房，也做得过了，薛公子。”
Ask him to come in alone. I saw Miss Swa and Xuebin standing in the corner of the room on the left and the other in the corner on the right. The two of them were looking at their noses, and they were motionless. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "This place, it's really good. Even if it's a new house, it's done well. Mr. Xue."
你说是吗？薛斌哈哈道：“不敢，是，嗨嗨。”楚留香又在屋里踱了几个圈子，慢声笑道：“月上柳梢头，人约黄昏后，只是约在此间，倒真不错。”他忽然拉开门，小秃子正好走到门口。
Do you think so? Xuebin laughed and said, "I don't dare, yes, ahem." Chu Liuxiang walked around the room a few more times, and said with a sweet smile, "On the top of the willow tree in the moonlight, we have an appointment after dusk. It's just a good appointment here." He suddenly pulled away. The little bald man just walked to the door.
楚留香笑道：“你来的正好，这两位不知你可认得吗？”小秃子眼睛一转，立刻眉开眼笑，道：“怎么会不认得？这位公子和这位小姐都是大方人，第一次见面就给了我几两银子。”
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "You came just in time. Do you recognize these two?" The little bald man rolled his eyes, immediately smiled and said, "How could you not recognize them? This young man and this young lady are both generous people. They gave me a few taels of silver when they first met."
他话未说完，左姑娘和薛斌的脸色已变了，两人抢着道：“我不认得他，这孩子认错人了。”小秃子眨着眼笑道：“我绝不会认错，叫花子遇到大方人，那是永远也忘不了的。”
Before he finished speaking, the expressions of Miss Swa and Xuebin changed. The two of them said to each other, "I don't recognize him. This kid has recognized the wrong person." The little bald man blinked and smiled. "I will never admit my mistake. When a beggar meets a generous person, he will never forget it."
楚留香抚掌笑道：“如此说来，薛公子和左姑娘的确是早已认得的了。”左姑娘忽然大叫起来道：“我不姓左，你们都看错了，我是诗音，我不认得他。”她一面狂吼，一面就想冲出去。
Chu Liuxiang held up her palms and smiled and said, "So, Mr. Xue and Miss Swa have indeed known each other for a long time." Miss Swa suddenly shouted, My surname is not Swa. You all got it wrong. I am Shi-in. I don't recognize him." She yelled and wanted to rush out.
但是她立刻就发现真的诗音已站在门口。楚留香指着诗音，含笑道：“你认得他吗？”左明珠全身发抖，颤声道：“我。”楚留香道：“你若是诗音，他又是谁呢？”左明珠呻吟一声。
But she immediately discovered that the real Shi-in was standing at the door. Chu Liuxiang pointed at Shi-in and said with a smile, "Do you recognize her?" Zhou Mingzhu trembled all over and said in a trembling voice, I. Chu Liuxiang said, "If you are Shi-in, who is she?" Zhou Mingzhu groaned.
突然晕了过去。叶生兰、诗音和梁妈坐在一边，脸上的表情都很奇特，也不知是惊慌、是紧张还是欢喜。一见小秃子和小麻子站在旁边发呆，显然还弄不懂这是怎么回事。
Suddenly fainted. Yi Xinglan, Shi Yin, and Liang Ma were sitting on one side, with strange expressions on their faces. They didn't know whether they were panic, nervousness, or joy. Yi Jian, little Baldy, and little Motzi stood nearby in a daze, obviously still unable to understand what was going on.
心里又是疑惑，又觉好奇。左明珠已在薛斌怀里，仿佛再也无力站立。他们本是不认得的，但左明珠一晕倒，薛斌就不顾一切将她抱了起来，再也不肯松手了。大家的心情虽不同。
I was confused and curious at the same time. Zhuo Mingzhu leaned in Shuebin's arms, as if she could no longer stand. They didn't recognize Zhuo Mingzhu at first, but as soon as Zhuo Mingzhu fainted, Shuebin picked her up regardless of everything and never let go. Everyone's mood is different.
表情也不同，每个人的眼睛却都在望着楚留香，都在等着他说话。楚留香将灯芯挑高了些，缓缓道：“我听到过很多人谈起鬼，但真的见过鬼的人却连一个也没有。我也听人说过。”
The expressions were also different, but everyone's eyes were looking at Chu Liuxiang, waiting for him to speak. Chu Liuxiang raised the wick higher and said slowly, I have heard many people talking about ghosts, but not one person has actually seen a ghost. I have also heard people say.
借尸还魂。他笑了起来，接着道：“这种事本来也很难令人相信，但这次我却几乎相信了，因为亲眼见到左姑娘死，又亲眼见到她复活。”大家都在沉默着，等他说下去。楚留香道
Borrowing a dead body to bring the soul back to life. He laughed and continued, This kind of thing is hard to believe in the first place, but this time I almost believe it, because I saw Miss Swa die with my own eyes, and I also saw her with my own eyes. Resurrection. Everyone was silent, waiting for him to continue. Chu Liuxiang said.
我也亲眼见到师姑娘的尸身，甚至连她死时穿的衣服都和左姑娘复活时说的一样，这的确是借尸还魂，谁也不能不信。小兔子眼睛都直了，忍不住道：“但现在师姑娘并没有死。”
I also saw Miss Shi's body with my own eyes. Even the clothes she was wearing when she died were the same as what Miss Swa said when she was resurrected. This was indeed a resurrection of the soul through borrowed corpses, and no one could help but believe it. The little bald man's eyes widened and he couldn't help but said, But now Miss Shi is not dead.
左姑娘又怎么会说话呢？师姑娘既没有死，她的尸身又是怎么回事？楚留香笑道：“这件事的确很复杂，我本来也百思不得其解，直到我无意中闯入这屋子，发现了火炉中的梳妆匣花粉。”
How can Miss Swa speak? Since Miss Shi is not dead, what happened to her body? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, This matter is indeed very complicated. I was puzzled at first, until I accidentally broke into the house and found the pollen in the dressing box in the stove.
小兔子道：“梳妆匣子和借尸还魂又有什么关系？”楚留香道：“你若想听这秘密，就快去为我找一个人来，因为他和这件事也有很大的关系，他一定也很想听。”小兔子还未说话。
The little bald man said, What does the dressing box have to do with reviving the dead? Chu Liuxiang said, If you want to hear the secret, go find someone for me quickly, because she has a lot to do with this matter, and she must also want to hear it. The little bald man hasn't spoken yet.
梁妈忽然道：“香帅要找的可是那位石姑娘。”楚留香道：“不错，你也认得她。”梁妈苍老的脸居然也红了红，道：“我已将她请来了，可是石姑娘一定要先回去换衣裳，才肯来见香帅。”
Liang Ma suddenly said, Is it Miss Shi that Xiang Shuai is looking for? Chu Liuxiang said, Yes, you recognize her too. Liang's mother's old face actually turned red, and said, I have invited her here, but Miss Shi must go back and change clothes first before she is willing to see Xiang Shuai.
楚留香叹了口气，不说话了，因为他也无话可说。幸好石秀云年纪还轻，年轻的女孩子修饰的总比较快些，女人修饰的时间总是和她的年龄成正比。石秀云看到这么多人，
Chu Liuxiang sighed and stopped talking, because he had nothing to say. Fortunately, Shi Xiuyun is still young, and young girls always groom faster. The time a woman spends grooming is always directly proportional to her age. Shi Xiuyun saw so many people.
自然也很惊讶。小兔子比他更着急，已抢着问道：“梳妆匣子和这件事到底有什么关系？”楚留香笑了笑，道：“火炉里有梳妆匣，就表示必定有一双男女时常在这里相会。”
Naturally, he was also surprised. The little bald man was even more anxious than she was, and he had already rushed to ask, What does the dressing box have to do with this matter? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, There is a dressing box in the stove, which means that there must be a man and woman who often meet here.
我本来以为是另外两个人，但他们身上的香气却和这匣子里的花粉不同。他没有说出薛红红和花金公的名字，因为他从不愿伤害到别人。但这时左明珠的脸也红了。
I originally thought they were two other people, but the scent on their bodies was different from the pollen in this box. He did not say the names of Shui Honghong and Hua Jingong because he never wanted to hurt others, but Zhuo Mingzhu's face was already red at this time.
小秃子瞟了他一眼，忍不住又道：“你听我一说。”楚留香打断了他的话，道：“我听你一说，就猜出其中有一人必是薛公子，但是薛公子的朋友是谁，我还是猜不出。他这朋友。”
The little bald man glanced at her and couldn't help but said, "Listen to me." Chu Liuxiang interrupted him and said, "As soon as I heard what you said, I guessed that one of them must be Mr. Shui, but I still can't guess who Mr. Shui's friend is." His friend.
两字盗用的妙极，薛斌的脸也红了。楚留香道：“我本来以为是石大姑娘，只等我见到这位乙见兄弟时，才知道我想错了。”乙见垂下了头，眼泪已快流下来。楚留香又道
The two words were used so beautifully that Shui Bin's face turned red. Chu Liuxiang said, "I originally thought it was Miss Shi. It wasn't until I saw this brother Yijian that I realized that I was wrong." Yijian lowered his head, tears almost streaming down his face. Chu Liuxiang said again.
于是我更奇怪了，石大姑娘既然和薛公子全无关系，薛公子为何会对她的病情那么关心？又为何会对她的二叔那么照顾？他甚至宁愿被秀云姑娘误会，也不愿辩白，反而想将错就错。
So I was even more surprised. Since Miss Shi has nothing to do with Mr. Shui, why would Mr. Shui be so concerned about her condition? And why does she take so much care of her second uncle? He would rather be misunderstood by Miss Xiuyun than defend himself. Instead, he would rather make mistakes.
所以我想，这其中必定有绝大的隐秘，否则任何人都不愿背这种冤名的。石秀云狠狠瞪了薛斌一眼，自己的脸也红了。楚留香道：“我想这秘密必定和石大姑娘至死有关，所以。”
So I think there must be a huge secret in it, otherwise no one would want to bear such an unfair reputation. Shi Xiuyun glared at Shui Bin fiercely, and his face turned red. Chu Liuxiang said, "I think this secret must be related to Miss Shi's death, so."
我不惜挖坟开棺，也要查明究竟。谁知，小秃子抢着道：“谁知石大姑娘也没有死，棺材里只不过是些砖头而已。”楚留香叹了口气，道：“石大姑娘倒的确是死了。”小秃子眼睛发直，道：“那么。”
I don't hesitate to dig the grave and open the coffin to find out the truth, but who knows? The little bald man rushed to say, "Who knows that Miss Shi is not dead, and there are just some bricks in the coffin." Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Miss Shi is indeed dead." The little bald man's eyes were straightened and he said, "Then."
他的尸身又怎会变成砖头呢？楚留香道：“因为他的尸身已被人借走。”他不让小秃子说话，已接着道：“就因为薛公子要借他的尸身，所以才那么关心他的病情。”
How could her body turn into bricks? Chu Liuxiang said, "Because her body has been borrowed." He didn't let the little bald man speak, and continued, "It's because Mr. Shui wanted to borrow her body that he was so concerned about her condition."
就因为封官的人是他的二叔，所以薛公子才会对他的二叔那么照顾。小秃子抢着道：“可是薛公子要石大姑娘的死尸有什么用呢？”他实在愈听愈糊涂了。楚留香道
Just because the person who sealed the coffin was her second uncle, Mr. Shui took such good care of her second uncle. The little bald man rushed to say, but what is the use of young Master Shui wanting Miss Shi's dead body? The more he listened, the more confused he became. Chu Liuxiang said.
只因薛公子要用石大姑娘的尸体来扮成石英姑娘的尸体，让别人都以为石姑娘真的已死了。他叹息接道：“石大姑娘的身材、面容也许本就有几分和石姑娘相似，何况。”
Just because Mr. Shui wanted to use Miss Shi's body to disguise Miss Xiuyun's body, so that others would think that Miss Shi was really dead. He sighed and continued, Miss Shi's figure and face may be somewhat similar to Miss Shi's, not to mention.
人死后面容有些改变，任何人也都不会对死尸看得太仔细的，装扮的虽然不太像，也必定可以混过去，更何况梁妈也参与了这秘密。梁妈的头也低下来。小秃子摸着秃头道：“可是
A person's face changes a bit after death, and no one would look too closely at a dead body. Even if they don't look like it, they can definitely get away with it, not to mention that Liang's mother is also involved in this secret." Mother Liang also lowered her head. The little bald man touched his bald head and said, "But."
石姑娘又是为了什么要装死呢？楚留香笑了笑，道：“诗音若是没有死，左明珠又怎能办得出借尸还魂的把戏？”小秃子苦笑道：“我简直愈听愈糊涂了。左姑娘好好一个人，为什么要？”
Why did Miss Shi pretend to be dead? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "If Shi Yin was not dead, how could Zhuo Mingzhu be able to pull off the trick of bringing a corpse back to life?" The little bald man smiled bitterly and said, "The more I listen, the more confused I become." Miss Sua is such a good person, why should she?
楚留香打断了他的话，道：“这件事看来的确很复杂，其实却很简单，因为这其中最大的关键只不过是个情字。”他的目光自左明珠面上扫过，停留在薛斌面上，微笑着道。
Chu Liuxiang interrupted him and said, "This matter seems very complicated, but in fact it is very simple, because the biggest key is just the word love. His eyes swept across Sua Mingzhu's face, stopped on Shui Bin's face, and said with a smile.
左明珠自幼就被许配给丁家的公子，这本是一段门当户对的良缘，只可惜他偏偏遇见了薛斌，又偏偏对他有了情意。小秃子道：“但薛家和左家岂非本是生冤家活对头吗？”楚留香道
Sua Mingzhu has been betrothed to the son of the Ding family since she was a child. It was a good match for her, but unfortunately she met Shui Bin and fell in love with him. The little bald man said, "But aren't the Shui family and the Zhua family originally enemies?" Chu Liuxiang said.
不错，左明珠见到薛公子时，只怕也知道自己是绝不该爱上他的，只不过情之一字最是微妙，非但别人无法勉强，就连自己也往往会控制不住。
Yes, when Sua Mingzhu met Mr. Shui, she probably knew that she should never fall in love with him, but the word love is the most subtle. Not only can others not force it, but even she often can't control it.
有时你虽然明知自己不该爱上某一个人，却偏偏会不由自主地爱上了他。石秀云忽然叹息了一声，道：“我常听说过，一个人若坠入了情网，往往就会变成瞎子。”
Sometimes you know you shouldn't fall in love with someone, but you fall in love with him involuntarily. Shi Xiuyun suddenly sighed and said, "I have often heard that if a person falls in love, he will often become blind."
楚留香温柔地瞧了他一眼，道：“有些人虽然本愿变成瞎子，但世上却还是有许多人要令他的眼睛不得不睁开来。”他目光回到左明珠和薛斌身上，接着道
Chu Liuxiang glanced at her tenderly and said, "Although some people would like to become blind, there are still many people in the world who want to force their eyes to open." His eyes returned to Sua Mingzhu and Shui Bin, and then said,
左明珠和薛公子虽然相爱极深，但也知道两人是永无可能结合的。若是换了别的人，在这种情况下，也许会双双刺杀殉情。石秀云茫然凝住着烛光，喃喃道：“这法子太笨了。”楚留香道
Although Sua Mingzhu and Mr. Shui love each other deeply, they also know that it is impossible for the two to be united. If it were someone else, they might both commit suicide in this situation. Shi Xiuyun stared blankly. Candlelight murmured, "This method is too stupid." Chu Liuxiang said.
这自然是弱者所为。石秀云忽然抬起头，道：“若换了是我，我也许会私奔。”他鼓足了很大的勇气，才说出这句话，话未说完，脸已红了。楚留香摇了摇头，柔声道：“私奔也不是好法子。”
This is naturally what a weak person does. Shi Xiuyun suddenly raised his head and said, "If it were me, I might elope." She mustered up a lot of courage to say this. Before she finished speaking, her face was already red dot. Chu Liuxiang shook her head and said softly, "Elopement is not a good idea either."
因为他们明知左薛两家是世仇，他们若是私奔了，两家的仇恨也许会因此而结得更深。他微微一笑，接道：“何况两家的生死决斗已近在眼前，他们私奔之后。”
Because they know clearly that the Zhua and Shui families are feuding families. If they elope, the hatred between the two families may become deeper. He smiled slightly and continued, "What's more, the life and death duel between the two families is approaching. In front of me, after they elope."
若是知道自己的父兄已被对方所杀，又怎能于心无救？石秀云黯然点了点头，悠悠道：“不错，私奔也不是好法子，并不能解决任何事。”楚留香道：“左明珠和薛公子非但不是弱者。”
If you know that your father and brother have been killed by the other party, how can you feel guilt-free? Shi Xiuyun nodded sadly and said quietly, "Yes, elopement is not a good idea, and it cannot solve anything." Chu Liuxiang said, "Sua Mingzhu and Mr. Shui are not weak."
也不是笨人，他们在无可奈何之中，竟想出一个最荒唐却又是最奇妙的法子，那就是……小秃子忍不住抢着道：“借尸还魂。”楚留香微笑着点了点头，道：“正是借尸还魂。”
They are not stupid people. In their helplessness, they actually came up with the most ridiculous, but also the most wonderful way, that is. The little bald man couldn't help but said, "Borrow the corpse to bring the soul back to life." Chu Liuxiang smiled and nodded, and said, "It's just the resurrection of the dead."
他以赞许的目光瞧了左明珠一眼，接着道：“左明珠若真借了诗音的魂而复活，那么左明珠已变成了诗音。诗音本是薛斌未过门的妻子，自然应该嫁薛斌，左二也无法反对。”
He glanced at Sua Mingzhu with approval, and then said, "If Sua Mingzhu really borrowed Shi Yin's soul and resurrected, then Sua Mingzhu has become Shi Yin." Shirin was Xue Bin's unmarried wife, so naturally should marry Xue Bin. Zui Yiri cannot object.
薛大侠也不能不接受。小秃子道：“施举人和花金公呢？”楚留香笑了笑道：“花金公本意只是想和薛大侠多拉拢一层关系，见到明明已死了的女儿复活，高兴还来不及，怎会反对呢？”
Xue Daxia also had to accept it. The little bald man said, "Where are Shi Juren and Hua Jingong?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Hua Jingong's original intention was to build a closer relationship with Master Xue. Seeing that the resurrection of his apparently dead daughter, it was too late to be happy, so how could he object?
小秃子点头笑道：“好极了。”楚留香道：“最妙的是，诗音借了左明珠的躯壳，左明珠又借了诗音的魂，左明珠和诗音事实上已变成一个人。这个人嫁给薛斌后。”
The little bald man nodded and smiled. Great. Chu Liuxiang said, "The best thing is that Shirin borrowed Zhua Mingzhu's body, and Zhua Mingzhu borrowed Shirin's soul. Zhua Mingzhu and Shirin have actually become one person, and this person married after giving it to Xue Bin."
那么左二爷就变成了薛斌的岳父大人，也就变成了薛大侠的儿女亲家。小秃子抢着道：“因为无论怎么说，薛大侠的媳妇至少有一半是左庄主的女儿，两人心里头纵然不愿意。”
Then Zui Yiri will become Xue Bin's father-in-law, and also become Xue Daxia's children and in-laws. The little bald man rushed to say, because no matter what, at least half of Xue Daxia's daughter-in-law is Zhuang, daughter of the Lord, even though they were unwilling in their hearts.
可也没法子不承认。楚留香笑道：“正是如此，到那时两人即使还有决斗之心，只怕也狠不下心来了，因为全家的仇恨毕竟已很遥远。”小秃子拍手笑道：“这法子真妙极了。”
But there is no way not to admit it. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "That's right. Even if the two of them still have the intention to fight by then, I'm afraid they won't be able to be cruel, because the hatred of the whole family is far away after all." The little bald man clapped his hands and said with a smile, "This method is really wonderful."
小麻子忽然道：“但也荒唐极了，若换了是我，就一定不相信。”楚留香道：“不错，所以他们的计划必须周密，实行起来更要做得天衣无缝，那么别人就算不信，也不能不信了。”他接着道。
Xiao Matzi suddenly said, "But it's ridiculous. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it." Chu Liuxiang said, "Yes, so their plan must be thorough, and the implementation must be flawless. Then even if others don't believe it, they have to believe it." He continued.
要实行这计划，第一，自然是要得到诗音的同意，要诗音肯装死。小秃子又抢着道：“施姑娘自然不会反对的，因为她也另有心上人，本来就不肯嫁给薛公子的。”楚留香含笑道：“正是如此。”
To implement this plan, the first step is to get Shi Yin's consent and Shi Yin's willingness to pretend to be dead. The little bald man rushed to say again, "Of course Miss Shi will not object, because she also has another sweetheart, and she was not willing to marry Mr. Xue." Chu Liuxiang said with a smile, "That's exactly it."
我听说施姑娘所用花粉，俱是一位叶公子自京城带来时，已有了怀疑。那时我就在想，也许施姑娘是在诈死逃婚。小秃子道：“所以就要我们去调查叶盛兰这个人。”楚留香道：“不错。”
When I heard that all the pollen used by Miss Shi was brought from the capital by Mr. Yi, I was already suspicious. At that time, I was thinking that maybe Miss Shi was cheating her death to escape from marriage. The little bald man said, "So we are asked to investigate Yi Xinglan." Chu Liuxiang said, "Not bad."
我等见到他们两位时，这件事就已完全水落石出了。他接着道：“我不妨将这件事从头到尾再说一次。左明珠和诗音早已约好了死的时辰，所以那边诗音一死，左明珠在这边救。”
By the time I met the two of them, the whole thing had come to light. He continued, "I might as well tell this matter from beginning to end again. Zhua Mingzhu and Shi Yin have already agreed on the time of their death, so as soon as Shi Yin dies over there, Zhua Mingzhu will die here."
复活了。诗音自然早已将自己死时所穿的衣着和屋子里的陈设全都告诉了左明珠，所以左明珠复活后才能说的分毫不差。为了诗音要装死，所以必须要借一个人的尸身。
Resurrected. Of course Shi Yin has told Zhua Mingzhu all about the clothes he was wearing when he died and the furnishings in his room, so Zhua Mingzhu can tell that everything is right after he is resurrected. For Shi Yin's sake, he had to pretend to be dead, therefore, one must borrow a person's body.
恰巧那时石大姑娘已病危，所以薛公子就选上了她。薛公子买通了石大姑娘的二叔，在人死时将她的尸身调包换走，改办后送到诗音的闺房里，将活的诗音换出来。
It happened that Miss Shi was critically ill at that time, so Mr. Xue chose her. Mr.
梁妈对诗音爱如己出，一心只希望她能幸福。这件事若没有梁妈成全，就根本做不成了。说到这里，楚留香才长长吐出口气，道：“ 这件事最困难的地方，就是要将时间拿捏得分毫不差。
Liang Ma loves Shirin as if she were her own child and only hopes that she can be happy. Without Liang Ma, this would not be possible. Having said this, Chu Liuxiang let out a long breath and said, "The most difficult part of this matter is to grasp the time exactly."
其余的倒并没有什么特别困难之处。小麻子也常常吐出口气，笑道：“听你这么样一说，这件事倒真的像是简单的很。只不过你若不说，我是一辈子也想不通的。”楚留香笑道
There is nothing particularly difficult about the rest. Xiao Matzi also let out a long breath and said with a smile, "Listening to what you said, this matter really seems to be very simple, but if you don't tell me, I will never be able to figure it out in my life." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said,
现在你已想通了吗？小麻子道：“还有一点想不通。”楚留香道：“哦。”小麻子道：“左姑娘既然根本没有死，左二爷怎会相信她死了呢？”楚留香道
"Have you figured it out now?" Xiao Matzi said, "There is still something I can't figure out." Chu Liuxiang said, "Oh?" Xiao Matzi said, "Since Miss Sua is not dead at all, how can Mr. Sua believe that she is?" Chu Liuxiang said,
这自然因为左姑娘早已将那些名医全都买通，若是找10位名医都诊断你病入膏肓，无可救药时，只怕连你自己都会认为自己死定了。何况……”他忽然向窗外笑了笑，道
"This is naturally because Miss Sua has bribed all those famous doctors. If 10 famous doctors diagnose you as terminally ill and hopeless, even you will think that you are dead, not to mention." He smiled out the window and said,
何况那其中还有位张简斋先生，张老先生下的诊断，又有谁能不信？张老先生若是说一个人死了，谁敢相信那人还能活得成？只听窗外一人大笑道：“骂得好，骂得好极了。”
"What's more, there is Mr. Zhang Jinzhai among them. Who can disbelieve Mr. Zhang's diagnosis? If Mr. Zhang says that a person is dead, who dares to believe that that person can still live? I heard a person outside the window laughing and saying, 'Well done, well done.'"
只不过我老头子既然号称百病皆治，还怎能不治治人家的相思病？所以这次也只好老下脸来骗一次人了。长笑声中，张简斋也推门而入。左明珠、薛斌、诗音。
"It's just that since my old man claims to be able to cure all diseases, how can he not cure people's lovesickness? So this time I have no choice but to lie to people again." Amidst long laughter, Zhang Jinzhai also pushed the door open. Zhua Mingzhu, Shui Bin, Shi.
叶盛兰4个人立刻一齐拜倒。楚留香也长揖笑道：“老先生不但能治百病，治相思病的手段更是高人一等。”张简斋摇头笑道：“既然如此，香帅日后若也得了相思病，切莫忘了来找老夫。”
Yi Xinglan and the 4 others immediately prostrated themselves. Chu Liuxiang also bowed and smiled and said, "The old man can not only cure all kinds of diseases, but his method of treating lovesickness is even better than others." Zhang Jinzhai shook his head and said with a smile, "In that case, if Xiangshui gets lovesick in the future, don't forget to come see me."
楚留香笑道：“那是万万忘不了的。”张简斋笑眯眯道：“可惜的是，若有谁家的少女为香帅得了相思病，老夫只怕也治不了。若说香帅为谁家少女得了相思病，那只怕天下再也无人相信。”
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "That is something I will never forget." Zhang Jinzhai said with a smile, "It's a pity that if someone's girl gets lovesick because of Xiangshui, I'm afraid I can't cure it. If someone says that Xiangshui gets lovesick because of someone's girl, I'm afraid no one in the world will believe it."
楚留香笑而不语，因为他发现石秀云正在盯着他。张简斋扶起了左明珠，含笑道：“老夫这次答应相助，除了感于你们的痴情外，实在觉得你们的计划非但新奇有趣。”
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said nothing because he found Shi Xiuyun staring at him. Zhang Jinzhai helped Zhua Mingzhu up and said with a smile, "In addition to feeling your infatuation, I agree to help you this time. I really think your plan is not only novel and interesting."
而且的确可算是天衣无缝。只可惜你们为何不迟不早，偏要等到香帅来时才实行？难道你们想自找麻烦不成？左明珠红着脸，嗫嚅着说不出话来。楚留香笑了笑，道：“这原因我倒知道。”
And it is indeed seamless. It's a pity that you didn't wait until Xiang Shui came to implement it. Are you just asking for trouble? Zhua Mingzhu blushed, mumbling speechless. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "I know the reason."
张简斋道：“哦。”楚留香笑道：“他们就是要等我来，好叫我去做他们的说客，因为我既亲眼见到此事，就不能不管。谁都知道我是个最好管闲事的人。”他又笑道
Zhang Jinzhai said, "Oh?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "They just want to wait for me to come and teach me to be their lobbyist, because since I saw this with my own eyes, I can't ignore it. Everyone knows that I am the best nosy person." He smiled again.
他们也知道，我若去做说客，薛大侠和施举人对这件事也不能不信了。因为张简斋解口笑道：“因为江湖中人人都知道楚香帅一言九鼎，只要是楚香帅说出来的话，就万万不会假。”
They also know that if I become a lobbyist, Shuedashia and Shijuran will have to believe in this matter, because... Zhang Jianzhai laughed and said, because everyone in the world knows that Chu Xiangshui sticks to his word, as long as it is said by Chu Xiangshui, it will never be false.
他又转向左明珠道：“你们的如意算盘打得倒不错，只可惜你们还是忘了一件事。”左明珠垂手道：“前辈指教。”张简斋道：“你们竟忘了楚香帅是谁也骗不过的。”
He turned to Zhou Mingzhu again and said, Your wishful thinking was pretty good, but it's a pity that you still forgot one thing. Zhou Mingzhu lowered his head and said, Senior, give me some advice. Zhang Jianzhai said, You have forgotten that no one can deceive Chu Xiangshui.
如今你们的秘密已被他揭穿，难道还想他去为你们做说客吗？左明珠等四人又一起拜倒，道：“求香帅成全，晚辈感激不尽。”楚留香笑道：“你们何必求我？我早就说过。”
Now that your secret has been exposed by him, do you still want him to be your lobbyist? Zhou Mingzhu and the other 4 people prostrated themselves together again and said, I beg Xiangshui to help you. I will be very grateful to you. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Why do you need to beg me? I have already said so.
我是个最喜欢管闲事的人，而且从来不喜欢杀风景，能见到有情人终成眷属，要我做什么都没关系。张简斋副长道：“楚香帅果然不愧为楚香帅，其实老夫也早已想起香帅揭破这秘密。”
I am a person who likes to meddle in other people's own business, and I never like to disturb the scenery. If I can see my lover getting married, it doesn't matter what I do. Zhang Jianzhai raised his hands and said, Chu Xiangshui is indeed worthy of being called Chu Xiangshui. In fact, I have already remembered that Xiangshui revealed this secret.
只不过不愿别人将你看作糊涂虫而已。他转向左明珠等人，接着道：“如今你们也该得到个教训，那就是你们以后无论要求香帅做什么事，最好都先向他说明，无论谁想要楚香帅上当。”
It's just that you don't want others to regard you as a fool. He turned to Zhou Mingzhu and others, and continued, Now you should also learn a lesson, that is, no matter what you ask Xiangshui to do in the future, you'd better explain it to him first. No matter who wants Chu Xiangshui, be fooled.
到后来总会发现上当的是自己。小秃子和小麻子并不算很小了，有时他们甚至已很像大人，至少他们都会装出大人的模样。但现在他们看来却彻头彻尾是2个小孩子。
In the end, you will always find that you were the one who was fooled. Little Baldy and Little Pockmarked are not very young anymore. Sometimes they even look like adults. At least they pretend to be adults. But now they look like 2 children through and through.
而且是2个受了委屈的小孩子，无论任何人都可以很容易的就在他们嘟起的嘴上挂2个油瓶。方才诗音和梁妈坚持要请大家到他们家里去喝2杯，张简斋自然没有去。
Moreover, they are 2 aggrieved children. Anyone can easily hang 2 oil bottles on their pouty lips. Just now, Shiyin and Liang Ma insisted on inviting everyone to their home for a drink, but Zhang Jianzhai naturally did not go.
因为他已够老了，而且又是位名医，总觉得吃过了晚饭后，若是在吃东西，就是在和自己的肠胃过不去。喝酒在他眼中看来，更好像是在拼命。左明珠和薛斌也没有去。
Because he is old enough and is a famous doctor, he always feels that if he eats after dinner, he will be troubled by his stomach. In his eyes, drinking is more like trying his best. Zhou Mingzhu and Shuebin didn't go either.
因为他们要回去继续扮演他们的戏，自然不能冒险被别人见到他们。梁妈和诗音也没有坚持要他们去。可恨的是，小秃子和小麻子虽然想去，却没有人请他们。
Because they want to go back and continue to play their role, naturally they cannot risk being seen by others. Liang Ma and Shiyin didn't insist that they go. What's deplorable is that although Little Baldy and Little Matzi want to go, no one invites them.
这对2个半大不小的孩子的自尊心实在是种打击。小麻子嘟着嘴，决心不提这件事。小秃子连想都不敢去想，他尽量去想别的事，嘴里喃喃道：“这些人又诈病，又装死，又扮鬼。”
This was a real blow to the self-esteem of the 2 half-grown children. Xiao Matzi pouted, determined not to mention this matter. The little bald man didn't even dare to think about it. He tried to think of other things and murmured, These people are pretending to be ill, pretending to be dead and pretending to be ghosts.
又费心机，又担心事，又流眼泪，为的却只不过是个情字，嘿嘿。他咧开嘴轻笑了几声，才大声道：“我真不懂这见鬼的情字有什么魔力，竟能令这么多人为了他发疯病。”小麻子道
I was scheming, worrying, and shedding tears, but it was just for the word love, he grinned and chuckled a few times, and then said loudly, I really don't understand this. What the hell is the magic power of the word love that can make so many people go crazy because of it? Xiao Matzi said.
我也不懂，我指望这一辈子永远莫要和这个字扯上关系。他用力踢起块石头，就好像一脚就能将这情字永远踢走似的，却不知情字和石头绝不一样，你无论用多大力气都踢不走的。
I don't understand either. I just hope that I will never have anything to do with this word in my life. He kicked up a stone with all his strength, as if he could kick the word love away forever with one kick, but he didn't know that the word love was completely different from a stone. No matter how hard you use, you can't kick it away. Go.
你以为已将它踢走时，它一下子却又弹了回来。你用的力气愈大，它弹回来的力道也愈强。你若想一脚将它踩碎，这一脚往往会踩在你自己心上。小秃子沉默了半天，忽然又道：“喂。”
Just when you think you've kicked it away, it suddenly bounces back. The harder you push, the stronger it bounces back. If you want to crush it with one foot, the foot will often step on your own heart. The little bald man was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, Hey.
你看左二爷真的会让他女儿嫁给薛二少吗？小麻子道：“他不肯也不行，因为他女儿的魂已是别人的了。”他似乎觉得自己这句双关话说得很妙，忍不住痴痴地笑了起来。
Do you think Mr. Zhuo really wants his daughter to marry Mr. Shui? Xiao Matzi said, he can't do it even if he doesn't want to, because his daughter's soul already belongs to someone else. He seemed to think that his pun was very good, and couldn't help but burst into laughter.
肚子里的气也消了一半。小秃子瞪了他一眼，道：“但薛庄主呢，会不会要这媳妇？”小麻子道：“若是换了别人去说，薛庄主也许不答应，但楚香帅去说，他也是没法子不答应的。”
The anger in my stomach was also half gone. The little bald man glared at him and said, But what about Master Shui? Will he want this wife? Xiao Matzi said, If it had been anyone else who had said it, Master Shui might not have agreed, but if Chu Xiangshui had said it, he would have no choice but not to agree.
小秃子点了点头，道：“不错，他欠楚香帅的情，好像每个人都欠楚香帅的情。”小麻子撇了撇嘴，道：“所以那老太婆才死拖活拉的要请他去喝酒。”小秃子忽然啪的给了他一巴掌，道
The little bald man nodded and said, Yes, he owes Chu Xiangshui's love. It seems that everyone owes Chu Xiangshui's love. Xiao Matzi curled his lips and said, That's why the old woman was so desperate to invite him to drink. The little bald man suddenly slapped him and said,
你这麻子，你以为他真是想请香帅喝酒吗？小麻子被打得直翻白眼，痴痴道：“不是请喝酒，是干什么？”小秃子叹了口气，道：“说你是麻子，你真是麻子。”
You idiot, do you think she really wants to treat Xiang Shui to a drink? Xiao Matzi rolled his eyes after being beaten, and said with a chuckle, You're not inviting me to drink, what are you doing? The little bald man sighed and said, I say you are a pockmark, but you really are a pockmark.
你难道看不出他们这是在替香帅做媒吗？小麻子怔了怔，道：“做媒？做什么媒？”小秃子道：“自然是做那位石秀云姑娘的媒。他们觉得欠了楚大哥的情，所以就想拉拢楚大哥和石姑娘。”
Can't you see that they are playing matchmaker for Xiang Shui? Xiao Matzi was startled and said, Being a matchmaker? What kind of matchmaking? The little bald man said, Of course I am the matchmaker for that girl Shi Xiuyun. They felt they owed Brother Chu a favor, so they wanted to win over Brother Chu and Miss Shi.
小麻子一拍巴掌，笑道：“对了，我本在奇怪，那位石姑娘一个没出门的闺女，怎么肯三更半夜的跑到别人家里去喝酒？原来她早已看上我们楚大哥了。”小秃子笑道：“像楚大哥这样的人。”
Xiao Matzi clapped her hands and said with a smile, By the way, I was wondering how that Miss Shi, a girl who hasn't gone out, would go to someone else's house to drink in the middle of the night. It turns out that she has already fallen in love with our brother Chu. The little bald man smiled and said, People like Brother Chu.
人有人才，相有相貌，女孩子若看不上他，那才真是怪事。小麻子道：“可是楚大哥看得上那位石姑娘吗？”小秃子摸着脑袋道：“这倒难说了，不过那位石姑娘倒也可算是位美人。”
A man has talents and looks, but it would be really strange if a girl looked down on him. Xiao Matzi said, But, does Brother Chu like that Miss Shi? The little bald man touched his head and said, It's hard to say, but that girl sure can be considered a beauty.
也可配得上楚大哥了，我倒很愿意喝他们这杯喜酒。小麻子道：“如此说来，这件事的结局倒是皆大欢喜，只剩下我们两个三更半夜的，还像是孤魂野鬼似的在路上穷逛。”
He is also worthy of Brother Chu. I am very willing to drink their wedding wine. Xiao Matzi said, So, the ending of this matter is happy. Only the two of us are left, wandering on the road like a lonely ghost in the middle of the night.
肚子又饿得要死。 小秃子啪的又给了他一巴掌，道：“你这人真没出息，人家不请咱们吃夜宵，咱们自己难道不会去吃？那边就有个摊子还没有打烊，我早已嗅到酒香了。”长街尽头
I'm so hungry again. The little bald man slapped him again and said, You are really worthless. If they don't invite us to have supper, why don't we eat it ourselves? There was a stall over there that hadn't closed yet, and I could already smell the aroma of wine. At the end of the long street.
果然还有一盏孤灯，灯光下，一条猛虎般的大汉正积聚在长板凳上开怀畅饮，面前的酒坛已堆满了。卖酒的老唐早已喝欠连天，恨不得早些收摊子，却又不敢催这位客人走。
Sure enough, there was a lone lamp. Under the light, a tiger-like man was sitting on a long bench, drinking happily. The wine jar in front of him was already full. Old Tang, the wine seller, was already yawning all day long. He wished he could close the stall earlier, but he didn't dare to urge this customer to leave.
他卖了一辈子酒，也没有见过这样的酒鬼。虽已入冬，这大汉却仍矜持着上身，露出一身黑黝黝的皮肤，就像是铁打的。老唐刚将2两酒倒在一个大海碗里，这大汉长经溪水般一张嘴。
He has been selling alcohol all his life and has never seen such an alcoholic. Although it was already winter, this big man was still naked from the waist up, revealing his dark skin, which looked like it was made of iron. Old Tang Gang poured 2 ounces of wine into a bowl of the ocean, and the big man opened his mouth like a whale sucking water.
整整12两上好黄酒立刻就点滴无存。老唐用2只手倒酒，却还没有他一张嘴喝得快。小秃子和小麻子也不禁看呆了。小麻子吐了吐舌头，悄声道：“好家伙
12 taels of fine rice wine were immediately gone. Old Tang poured the wine with both hands, but he drank it faster than he could with his mouth. Little Baldy and Little Motzi couldn't help but be stunned. Little Motzi stuck out his tongue and whispered, Good guy.
这位仁兄可真是个大酒缸。”小秃子眨了眨眼，道：“他酒量虽不错，也未必就能比得上我们的楚大哥。”小麻子笑道：“那当然，江湖中谁不知道楚大哥非但轻功无双，酒量也没有人比得上。”
This man is really a big wine vat. The little bald man blinked and said, although he has a good drinking capacity, he may not be able to compare with our brother Chu. Xiao Motzi smiled and said, Of course, no one in the world doesn't know that brother Chu is not only unparalleled in his Qinggong, but also has a drinking capacity that no one can match.
他们说话的声音本不大，老唐就连一个字也没有听到，但那大汉的耳朵却像是特别灵，忽然一拍桌子站了起来，大声道：“你们的楚大哥是谁？”这人浓眉大眼，居然是条很英俊的汉子。
They didn't speak loudly, and old Tang didn't even hear a word, but the big man's ears seemed to be particularly sharp. He suddenly slapped the table, stood up, and said loudly, Who is your brother Chu? This man has thick eyebrows and big eyes. He is actually a very handsome man.
尤其是一双眼睛亮得就好像2颗大星星一样。但是他说话的神气实在太凶，小秃子就第一个不服气，也瞪起眼道：“我们的大哥无论是谁你都管不着。”他话还未说完。
Especially a pair of eyes, as bright as 2 big stars. But the way he spoke was so fierce that the little bald man was the first to be unconvinced and stared at him. No matter who our eldest brother is, you can't control him. He hasn't finished speaking yet.
这大汉忽然就到了他们面前，也不知怎么伸手一抓，就将2个人全抓了起来。小秃子和小麻子本也不是好对付的，但在这人手里就好像变成了2只小鸡，连动都动不了。
The big man suddenly arrived in front of them, and somehow he reached out and grabbed both of them. The little bald man and the little pockmarked man were not easy to deal with, but in this man's hands, they seemed to have turned into 2 chickens, unable to even move.
和这大汉比起来，这2人的确也和2只小鸡差不多。他将他们提得离地约莫有1尺多高，看看他们在空中手舞足蹈，那双发亮的眼睛里似乎还带着些笑意。
Compared with this big man, these 2 people are indeed no more than 2 little chickens. He lifted them about a foot above the ground and watched them dancing in the air. There seemed to be some smiles in their bright eyes.
但他的声音还是凶得很，厉声道：“你们2个小把戏仔细听着，你们方才说的楚大哥就是楚留香那老臭虫，快带我去找他！”小秃子大骂道：“你是什么东西，敢骂楚大哥是老臭虫？”
But his voice was still very fierce, and he said sternly, You 2 little tricks, listen carefully. The brother Chu you just mentioned is that old bug Chu Liuxiang. Take me to find him quickly. The little bald man cursed, Who are you? You dare to call brother Chu an old bedbug?
你才是个大臭虫，黑臭虫！小麻子也大骂道：“楚大哥只要用1根小指头就能将你这臭虫捏死，我劝你还是夹着尾巴逃吧。”小秃子道：“臭虫哪有尾巴？臭虫的尾巴是长在头上的。”
You are a big bug, black bug. Xiao Motzi also cursed, Brother Chu can crush you bug to death with just one little finger. I advise you, just run away with your tail between your legs. The little bald man said, bed bugs don't have tails. Bed bugs have tails that grow on their heads.
夹也夹不住，两人力气虽不大，胆子却不小，骂人的本事更是一等一。此刻已豁出去了，索性骂个痛快，就算脑袋开花，也等骂完了再说。谁知这大汉反而笑了，大笑道：“好。”
Can't even clamp it. Although the two of them are not very strong, they are very courageous, and their ability to curse is even better. They are ready to go all out at this moment, and just curse as much as they want. Even if their brains are blown, they will wait until they are finished thought. Who would have thought that this would happen? The big man smiled instead and said with a big laugh, okay.
算你们两个小把戏有种，但别人怕那老臭虫，我却不怕。若比起喝酒来，他更差得多。你们若不信，为何不问他去？第12章一夜缠绵，汽锅鸡、红烂鸭、狮子头、清蒸鱼。
You two are good at your little tricks, but others are afraid of that old bug, but I am not. Compared to drinking, he is much worse. If you don't believe it, why don't you ask him? Chapter 12 A Night of Lingering. Steam pot chicken, red rotten duck, lion head, steamed fish.
这些都是要讲究火候的功夫名菜，梁妈想必已准备一整天了。但这些菜现在却还是原封不动地放在桌子上，因为桌上只剩下了2个人，而这2人连一点吃菜的意思都没有。
These are famous kung fu dishes that require special attention to heat. Mao Yang must have been preparing them all day long. But these dishes are still placed on the table intact, because there are only 2 people left on the table, and these 2 people have no intention of eating.
客人并没有走，走的反而是主人。每个人走的时候都有一套很好的理由，虽然谁都听得出那些理由是编的。他们的意思只不过是想将楚留香和石秀云2个人单独留下来而已。
The guests did not leave, but the host left. Everyone had a good reason for leaving, although everyone could tell that those reasons were made up. They just wanted to leave Chu Liuxiang and Shi Xiuyun alone.
这意思非但楚留香懂得，石秀云也懂得。妙的是他并没有要别人留下来，自己也没有走。他拿着筷子轻轻敲着酒杯，像是想敲碎屋子里的静寂，又像是觉得这双手没处安放。
Not only Chu Liuxiang understood this, but Shi Xiuyun also understood it. The wonderful thing is that she didn't ask others to stay, and she didn't leave either. She took the chopsticks and tapped the wine glass gently, as if she wanted to break the silence in the room, but also seemed to feel that there was nowhere to put her hands.
所以要找些事来做做。他脸上薄薄的一片红晕，在淡淡的灯光下看来，真是说不出的娇艳，说不出的妩媚。他低垂着眼，长长的睫毛覆盖在眼帘上。
So find something to do. The thin blush on her face looked indescribably delicate and charming under the dim light. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes covering her eyelids.
白玉般的牙齿轻轻咬着樱桃般的红唇，咬的却又不太重。院子里秋风吹着梧桐，翠碧色的酒浮动着阵阵幽香。如此佳夜，如此佳人，如此美酒，纵然不饮也该醉了。对佳人和美酒。
The white jade-like teeth gently bite the cherry-like red lips, but not too hard. The autumn wind blew the sycamore trees in the yard. The green wine is filled with fragrance. Such a beautiful night, such a beautiful person, such a fine wine, even if you don't drink it, you should be drunk. To beautiful women and good wine.
楚留香的经验也许比大多数的人都丰富得多，但也不知为了什么，此刻他的心竟也在跳个不停。他很少听到自己心跳的声音。石秀云忽然抬起眼睛，眼波从他的脸上滑到他的手。
Chu Liuxiang may have much more experience than most people, but for some reason, his heart was beating non-stop at this moment. He rarely heard the sound of his own heartbeat. Shi Xiuyun suddenly raised his eyes, and his eyes slid from his face to his hands.
两颊上露出了一对浅浅的酒窝。他轻轻地问：“你不敬我酒？”楚留香道：“你会喝酒？”石秀云眼波流动，道：“你若敢跟我拼酒，我一定把你灌醉。”楚留香也笑了，道：“好，我敬你一杯。”
A pair of shallow dimples were revealed on both cheeks. She asked gently, "You don't want to toast me?" Chu Liuxiang said, "You know how to drink?" Shi Xiuyun's eyes flashed, and he said, "If you dare to compete with me for wine, I will definitely get you drunk." Chu Liuxiang also smiled and said, "Okay, I'll toast you."
石秀云撇了撇嘴，道：“多小气，要敬就敬3杯，你怕我会喝醉？”他很快的倒了3杯酒，很快的就喝了下去。一个人会不会喝酒，从他举杯的姿势就可以看得出。
Shi Xiuyun curled his lips and said, "How stingy. If you want to toast, just 3 glasses. Are you afraid that I will get drunk?" She quickly poured 3 glasses of wine and drank them quickly. Whether a person drinks alcohol can be seen from the way he raises his glass.
楚留香一看他举杯的姿势，就知道他至少是喝过酒的。他也喝了3杯，笑道：“老实说，我倒真未想到你会喝酒，而且酒量还不错。”石秀云用眼角瞟着他，道：“怎么，你看我像是乡下人？”
When Chu Liuxiang saw the way she raised her glass, she knew that she had at least drank. He also drank 3 glasses and said with a smile, "To be honest, I didn't expect you to drink, and you have a pretty good drinking capacity." Shi Xiuyun glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said, "Why, you think I look like a country boy?"
是不是？告诉你，乡下人也会喝酒的。他又开始倒酒，悠悠地接着道：“再告诉你，今年过年的时候，我一个人就喝了1坛，你信不信？”楚留香失笑道：“如此说来。”
Yes or no? Let me tell you, country people drink too. She started pouring wine again, and continued leisurely, "Let me tell you again, during the Chinese New Year this year, I drank a jar by myself. Do you believe it?" Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, "That's it."
我倒真该找小胡来跟你喝酒才是。石秀云道：“小胡是谁？”楚留香道：“他叫胡铁花，是我的老朋友，也是我的好朋友，他的酒量比我强得多。”石秀云笑道：“好，下次你把他找来。”
I should really find Xiao Hu to drink with you. Shi Xiuyun said, "Who is Xiao Hu?" Chu Liuxiang said, "His name is Hu Taihua. He is an old friend and a good friend of mine. His drinking capacity is much stronger than mine." Shi Xiuyun smiled and said, "Okay, you can find him next time."
我把他灌醉给你看，可是今天我却只要跟你喝酒。他举起杯道：“来，我敬你。你敬我3杯，我敬你6杯，我的气派比你大多了吧？”楚留香摸了摸鼻子，道：“6杯。”石秀云咕嘟一口。
I got him drunk for you to watch, but today, I only want to drink with you. She raised her glass and said, "Come on, I respect you. You toast me 3 cups, and I toast you 6. I am more impressive than you, right?" Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said, "6 cups." Shi Xiuyun gulped.
将第1杯酒喝了下去，道：“6杯，你嫌少还是嫌多？”楚留香笑道：“好像是多了些。”石秀云瞪着他，娇嗔道：“怎么，你怕我喝醉是不是？只要你自己不醉就好了，莫管我。”这6杯酒他喝得更快。
After drinking the first glass of wine, he said, "6 glasses. Are you too little or too much?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "It seems like there are too many." Shi Xiuyun stared at him and said coquettishly, "Why, are you afraid that I will get drunk? As long as you don't get drunk yourself, it will be fine and leave me alone." She drank these 6 glasses of wine faster.
喝完了，他的脸更红了。楚留香柔声道：“我喝完了这6杯，就送你回去好不好？”石秀云眼珠子一转，道：“你先喝完再说。”6杯酒在楚留香说来，自然算不了什么。他喝完了6杯。
After drinking, her face turned redder. Chu Liuxiang said softly, "After I finish drinking these 6 glasses, I will send you back, okay?" Shi Xiuyun rolled his eyes and said, "You, finish your drink first and then talk." 6 glasses of wine was nothing to Chu Liuxiang. He drank 6 glasses.
就问道：“现在你该回去了吧？”石秀云咬着樱唇，低下头，慢慢地将一双新绣鞋脱了下来，却将一双白生生的天足盘在椅上，然后又慢慢地抬起头，凝视着楚留香，一字字道：“我不回去。”
He asked, "Is it time for you to go back now?" Shi Xiuyun bit her cherry lips, lowered her head, slowly took off a pair of new embroidered shoes, and placed a pair of white feet on the chair. Then she slowly raised her head, stared at Chu Liuxiang, and said every word, "I won't go back."
楚留香道：“你不回去，为什么？”石秀云又倒酒，道：“没有为什么，我就是不想回去。”他眼波在楚留香脸上一转，嫣然道：“来，现在该轮到你敬我酒了。”楚留香只有摸鼻子，摸自己的鼻子。
Chu Liuxiang said, You don't go back. Why? Shi Xiuyun poured another drink and said, "There's no reason, I just don't want to go back." Her eyes flickered to Chu Liuxiang's face, and she said sweetly, "Come on, now it's your turn to toast me." Chu Liuxiang could only touch her nose, her own nose.
石秀云垂下头，悠悠地道：“我的心情不好，我想喝酒，你难道就不肯陪陪我？”楚留香暗中叹了口气，道：“只要你不喝醉，我陪你喝3天都没关系。”石秀云道：“你怕我喝醉？”楚留香苦笑道。
Shi Xiuyun lowered his head and said quietly, "I'm in a bad mood and I want to drink. Don't you want to stay with me?" Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly and said, "As long as you are not drunk, it doesn't matter if I drink with you for 3 days." Shi Xiuyun said, "Are you afraid that I will get drunk?" Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said,
谁喝醉我都怕，我什么都不怕，就怕喝醉酒的人。 石秀云扑哧一笑，道：“我保证绝不喝醉，行不行？”楚留香只有举杯，道：“好，我敬你。”其实楚留香自然也知道，没有人能保证自己不喝醉的。
I am afraid of anyone who is drunk. I am not afraid of anything but drunk people. Shi Xiuyun chuckled and said, I promise I will never get drunk, okay? Chu Liuxiang could only raise his glass and said, Okay, I respect you. In fact, Chu Liuxiang naturally knows that no one can guarantee that he will not get drunk.
唯一能要自己不喝醉的法子，就是根本不喝。这法子虽不算妙，却很有效。只可惜很多人都不肯用这法子，所以每天喝醉酒的人还是很多。楚留香也知道，劝人喝酒固然不好。
The only way to keep yourself from getting drunk is not to drink at all. Although this method is not great, it is very effective. Unfortunately, many people are unwilling to use this method, so there are still many people who get drunk every day. Chu Liuxiang also knew that it was not good to persuade people to drink.
劝人不喝也不好，因为你愈劝他不喝，他往往会喝得愈多。他只希望石秀云的酒量真的不错。石秀云酒量的确不错，只不过没有他自己想象中那么好而已。
It is not good to persuade someone not to drink, because the more you persuade him not to drink, the more he will drink. He only hoped that Shi Xiuyun's drinking capacity was really good. Shi Xiuyun's drinking ability is indeed good, but it's just not as good as she imagined.
每个人的酒量都没有自己想象中那么好的。石秀云的眼波已不如方才那么灵活了。他瞪着楚留香，用筷子指着楚留香的鼻子，嗤嗤笑道：“你不是好人，我早就知道你不是好人。”
Everyone's drinking capacity is not as good as they think. Shi Xiuyun's eyesight is no longer as flexible as before. She glared at Chu Liuxiang, pointed at Chu Liuxiang's nose with her chopsticks, and said with a smile, You are not a good person. I have known for a long time that you are not a good person.
我第一次看见你的时候，就知道我要倒霉了。楚留香苦笑道：“我哪点不好？”石秀云咯咯笑道：“你把我灌醉了，你把我灌醉了。”楚留香又好气又好笑，道：“你不是说你不会醉的吗？”
The first time I saw you, I knew I was going to be unlucky. Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, What's wrong with me? Shi Xiuyun chuckled and said, You made me drunk. You made me drunk. Chu Liuxiang was angry and funny, and said, Didn't you say you won't get drunk?
石秀云皱了皱鼻子，扮了个鬼脸，又把脚放了下去，喃喃道：“这么闷，闷死人！陪我出去走走好不好？”楚留香立刻站了起来，道：“好。”石秀云弯下腰，几乎将头伸到桌子底下了，道：“我的鞋。”
Shi Xiuyun wrinkled his nose, made a face, put his feet down again, and murmured, It's so boring, so boring. Can you go out for a walk with me? Chu Liuxiang stood up immediately and said, Okay. Shi Xiuyun bent down, almost sticking his head under the table, and said, My shoes.
我的鞋子呢？他的鞋子已踢到楚留香这边来了。楚留香只有替他捡了起来。谁知石秀云抬起脚，嗤嗤笑道：“你替我穿上，你不替我穿上，我就不走。”纤秀的脚盈盈一握。
Where are my shoes? Her shoes had already been kicked to Chu Liuxiang's side. Chu Liuxiang could only pick them up for her. Unexpectedly, Shi Xiuyun raised his feet and said with a smile, Put them on for me. If you don't put it on for me, I won't leave. The slender feet can be held tightly.
楚留香的心不觉又在跳。对他这样的男人说来，这小丫头做的实在未免太过分了，简直就好像在欺负他，好像说他不敢似的。楚留香简直忍不住想给他点教训了。
Chu Liuxiang's heart was beating again unconsciously. For a man like him, this little girl went too far, as if she was bullying him, as if telling him that he didn't dare. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but want to teach her a lesson.
可是这次楚留香却什么也没有做，只是替他穿上鞋，扶他出了门。他两只手挂在楚留香肩膀上，整个人都挂在他肩膀上。夜凉如水，星光映在青石板路上，青石板路映着星光。
But this time Chu Liuxiang did nothing. He just put on her shoes for her and helped her out. She hung her hands on Chu Liuxiang's shoulders and her whole body hung on his shoulders. The night is as cold as water. The starlight reflects on the bluestone road, and the bluestone road reflects the starlight.
秋风温柔的就像是情人的呼吸。楚留香忽然觉得自己也有些醉了。他全未看到黑暗中还有双发光的眼睛在盯着他。木屋里并不太暗，因为星光也悄悄地潜了进来。
The autumn wind is as gentle as a lover's breath. Chu Liuxiang suddenly felt that she was also a little drunk. He didn't even see the pair of glowing eyes staring at him in the darkness. It was not too dark in the wooden house, because the starlight also sneaked in quietly.
楚留香也不知为什么要听石秀云的话，为什么又将她带来这里，也许她真的有些醉了。 石秀云快乐的就像只云雀，轻灵的转了个身，道：“你可知道我为什么要到这里来？”
Chu Liuxiang didn't know why he listened to Shi Xiuyun and why he brought her here again. Maybe he was really drunk. Shi Xiuyun was as happy as a skylark. He turned around lightly and said, "Do you know why I came here?"
楚留香没有说话。石秀云道：“因为这是我第一眼看到你的地方。”楚留香道：“走吧。”此时此刻突然说出这2个字来，实在妙得很。石秀云道：“走。”为什么要走？楚留香道：“你若再不走。”
Chu Liuxiang didn't speak. Shi Xiuyun said, "Because this is where I first saw you." Chu Liuxiang said, "Let's go." It was really wonderful to say these 2 words suddenly at this moment. Shi Xiuyun said, "Leave? Why are you leaving?" Chu Liuxiang said, "If you don't leave again."
可知道我会怎么样？石秀云娇笑着，摇着头。楚留香尽量使自己的表情看来凶狠些，沉着声音道：“你既已知道我不是好人，你就该猜得出我要做什么事。你快些走，是你的运气。”
Do you know what will happen to me? Shi Xiuyun smiled delicately and shook his head. Chu Liuxiang tried his best to make his expression look fierce, and said in a calm voice, "Since you already know that I am not a good person, you should have guessed what I am going to do. It's your luck to go faster.
否则我就要撕破你的衣服。然后，他话还没有说完，石秀云突然嘤咛一声，投入他怀里，紧紧地勾住了他的脖子，道：“你真坏，坏死了！我就知道你总有一天会这样对我的。”楚留香怔住了。
Otherwise I will tear your clothes, and then. Before he could finish his words, Shi Xiuyun suddenly made a squeak sound, threw herself into his arms, hooked his neck tightly, and said, "You are so bad, so bad. I knew you would do this to me one day." Chu Liuxiang was stunned.
他只不过是在嘴上说说，想吓吓他而已，谁知他自己反而实行了起来。他想推，他却推到了最不该推的地方。石秀云的笑声如银铃，断断续续的银铃。他握起了他的手。
He was just talking about it, trying to scare her, but she actually acted it herself, and he wanted to push. But he pushed it to the most inappropriate place. Shi Xiuyun's laughter was like a silver bell, intermittent like a silver bell, and she held his hand.
将他的手塞入他的衣襟里，悄悄道：“你摸摸我身上是不是在发烧？”他身上的确在发烧。楚留香虽然有些舍不得，还是很快的就将手抽了出来。谁知石秀云却又拿起他的手。
He put his hand into her lapel and whispered, "If you touch me, am I feeling feverish?" She did have a fever. Although Chu Liuxiang was a little reluctant, she quickly took her hand out, but Shi Xiuyun picked up his hand again.
狠狠咬了一口，他咬着他的手指，道：“你这个坏东西，你一直在勾引我，从头到尾都在勾引我，你以为我不知道？现在你又要逃了，你若敢逃走，小心我咬断你的手指。”楚留香是个男人。
Take a big bite. She bit his finger and said, "You bad thing, you have been seducing me from the beginning to the end. Do you think I don't know? Now you are running away again. If you dare to run away, be careful I bite you off. Your fingers." Chu Liuxiang is a man.
而且没有毛病，一点毛病也没有。太阳已升起，阳光照入窗户，照在石秀云腿上。她的腿修长，笔挺，就算再挑剔的人，也不能不承认这双腿诱人的很。楚留香的目光从她的腿。
And there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it at all. The sun has risen. The sun shines through the window and onto Shi Xiuyun's legs. Her legs were long and straight. No matter how picky you are, you have to admit that these legs are very attractive. Chu Liuxiang looked from her legs.
慢慢移到她脸上，她脸上还有一抹红晕，呼吸是那么安详，睡得就好像婴儿一样。望着这张脸，楚留香心里忽然有说不出的后悔。她并不是柳下惠，也从来不想做柳下惠，可是这一次。
Slowly moving to her face, she still had a blush on her face. Her breathing was so peaceful, and she was sleeping like a baby. Looking at this face, Chu Liuxiang suddenly felt unspeakable regret in her heart. He is not Lu Xiaohui, and he never wants to be Lu Xiaohui, but this time.
他却希望昨天晚上自己是个柳下惠。他也曾经和别的女孩子很亲密，但是那都不同。那些女孩子都很坚强，都很有勇气。他知道她们纵然会对他怀念，也不会为他痛苦。
But he wished he was Lu Xiaohui last night. He had been close to other girls before, but that was different. Those girls are very strong and courageous. He knew that even though they would miss him, they would not suffer for him.
而现在依偎在他身上的女孩子却不同，她是如此纯真，如此幼稚，如此软弱。他不敢想象自己离开她之后，他会怎么样？他会不会自杀？想到这里
But the girl clinging to him now is different. She is so innocent, so childish, so weak. He couldn't imagine what would happen to her after he left her. Will she commit suicide? Think of this.
楚留香真恨不得重重打自己几个耳光了。石秀云的腿轻轻缩了缩，脸上渐渐又露出了酒窝。然后她睁开了眼睛，楚留香几乎不敢接触她的眼波。石秀云翻了个身。
Chu Liuxiang really wanted to slap herself several times. Shi Xiuyun's legs shrank slightly, and the dimples gradually appeared on his face. Then she opened her eyes. Chu Liuxiang almost didn't dare to touch her eyes. Shi Xiuyun turned over.
忽然轻轻地呻吟了起来，带着笑道：“我的头好疼。”楚留香柔声道：“想到第二天的头疼，以后你总该少喝些酒了吧？”石秀云痴痴笑道：“我听说爱喝酒的人记性都不好。”
Suddenly he moaned softly and said with a smile, "My head hurts." Chu Liuxiang said softly, thinking about the headache the next day, "You should drink less alcohol in the future." Shi Xiuyun chuckled and said, "I heard that people who like to drink have bad memories."
过2天就会将酒醉后的难受忘得干干净净了。楚留香也不禁失笑道：“一点也不错。据我所知，小胡至少已经戒了1000次酒了。每次头疼时，他都嚷着要戒酒，可是不到半天就开了戒。”
After 2 days, you will completely forget the discomfort of being drunk. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help laughing and said, "That's true at all. As far as I know, Xiaohu has quit drinking at least 1,000 times. Every time he has a headache, he shouts that he wants to quit drinking, but he quits drinking in less than half a day. Got the ring."
石秀云坐了起来，揉揉眼睛，笑道：“原来太阳已升得这么高了。”楚留香道：“时候的确已不早，我实在不想走。”他本要接着说，虽不想走，却非走不可。
Shi Xiuyun sat up, rubbed his eyes, and said with a smile, "It turns out the sun has risen so high." Chu Liuxiang said, "It's indeed getting late. I really don't want to leave." He was going to continue, "Although I don't want to leave, I have to go."
可是这句话他无论如何也说不出来。谁知石秀云却道：“你不想走，我却要走了。”楚留香怔了怔，道：“你。”石秀云道：“我知道你也该走了。”楚留香道：“那么以后我们……”石秀云道。
But he couldn't say this anyway. Unexpectedly, Shi Xiuyun said, "You don't want to leave, but I want to leave." Chu Liuxiang was stunned and said, "You." Shi Xiuyun said, "I know it's time for you to leave." Chu Liuxiang said, Then from now on we." Shi Xiuyun said.
以后，我们没有以后，因为以后你一定再也见不着我。楚留香怔住了。石秀云忽然笑了笑，道：“你为什么吃惊？你难道以为我会缠住你，不放你走？”他亲了亲楚留香的脸，站起来。
After? We have no future, because you will never see me again. Chu Liuxiang was stunned. Shi Xiuyun suddenly smiled and said, "Why are you surprised? Do you think I will cling to you and not let you go?" She kissed Chu Liuxiang's face and stood up.
开始穿衣服，深深道：“我和你根本就不是一个世界里的人，我就算能勉强留住你，或者一定要跟你走，以后也不会幸福的。”楚留香简直说不出话来。石秀云温柔的一笑，道
He started to put on his clothes and said deeply, "You and I are not from the same world at all. Even if I can barely keep you, or I have to go with you, I won't be happy in the future." Chu Liuxiang was simply speechless. Shi Xiuyun smiled softly and said,
我是个很平凡的人，以前一直过着平凡的日子，以后过的也一定是很平凡的日子。在我这一生中，能够跟你有这么样不平凡的一天，只要一天，我已很满足了。以后到我很老的时候，
I am a very ordinary person. I have lived an ordinary life before, and I will definitely live an ordinary life in the future. In my life, I can have such an extraordinary day with you. Just one day, I am already very ordinary. If I am satisfied, I will do so when I am very old.
至少我还有这么一天甜蜜的回忆。他温柔地凝视着楚留香，柔声接道：“所以我无论如何都该感激你。”楚留香坐在那里，心里也不知是什么滋味。石秀云又亲了亲他。
At least I still have sweet memories of this day. She stared at Chu Liuxiang tenderly, and then said softly, "So I should be grateful to you no matter what." Chu Liuxiang sat there, not knowing what she was feeling. Shi Xiuyun kissed him again.
然后忽然就转身很快地走了出去，甚至连头都没有回过来瞧他一眼。楚留香本来是希望他能好好走的，但现在他真的好好走了，楚留香心里反而觉得有些发酸发苦。
Then he suddenly turned around and walked out quickly, without even looking back to look at him. Chu Liuxiang originally hoped that she could leave well, but now that she really left well, Chu Liuxiang felt a little sour and bitter in her heart.
他本来一心希望他走，现在却又希望他不要走得这么快了。人人都说女子的心情不可捉摸，其实男人又何尝不是如此？楚留香盯着那扇门。
He originally wanted her to leave, but now he hopes she won't leave so quickly. Everyone said that women's moods are unpredictable, but in fact, men are not the same. Chu Liuxiang stared at the door.
好像希望他会忽然又推开门走进来似的。门果然被推开了，但从门外走进来的并不是温柔美貌的石秀云，而是条酒气冲天、刚生出满脸胡渣子的颀长大汉。楚留香叫了起来，道
As if hoping that she would suddenly open the door again and walk in. As expected, the door was pushed open. But the person who walked in from the door was not the gentle and beautiful Shi Xiuyun, but a tall man who was full of alcohol and had just given birth to a beard. Chu Liuxiang shouted and said.
小胡，你怎么会找到这里来了？胡铁花没有回答这句话，却摇着头笑道：“老臭虫，你实在有两手，你是用什么法子将那女孩子骗得肯乖乖走了的？这法子你一定得教教我。”
Xiao Hu, how did you find yourself here? Hu Taihua did not answer this sentence, but shook her head and said with a smile, Old bug, you really have two skills. How did you trick the girl into leaving obediently? You must teach me this method.
楚留香满肚子苦水，却吐不出来，拍着脸道：“我何必教你？反正女孩子一看到你就逃得比马还快。”她虽是在故意气胡铁花，但也知道胡铁花绝不会生气，更不会难受。
Chu Liuxiang was full of bitterness, but couldn't spit it out. She slapped her face and said, Why should I teach you? Girls will run away faster than a horse as soon as they see you anyway. Although he was deliberately angry with Hu Taihua, he also knew that Hu Taihua would never be angry, let alone feel uncomfortable.
无论谁想要胡铁花难受，都困难得很。谁知胡铁花听了这话，立刻哭丧着脸，笑也笑不出来了，站在那里发了半天呆，竟啪地给了自己一个耳刮子，大声道：“不错，你说的一点也不错。”
No matter who wants Hu Taihua to feel uncomfortable, it will be very difficult. Unexpectedly, when Hu Taihua heard this, she immediately cried with sadness and couldn't laugh anymore. She stood there in a daze for a long time, then she slapped herself on the ear and said loudly, Yes, what you said is not wrong at all.
我是个酒鬼，又是个穷光蛋，又懒又脏又丑，若有女孩子见了我不逃，那才是怪事。楚留香也看呆了，他知道胡铁花并不是个喜欢开玩笑的人，他认识胡铁花20多年。
I'm a drunkard, a pauper, lazy, dirty and ugly. It would be strange if a girl didn't run away from me. Chu Liuxiang was also stunned. He knew that Hu Taihua was not a person who liked to joke. He had known Hu Taihua for more than 20 years.
胡铁花永远都是高高兴兴、得意洋洋的，现在他怎会变成这种样子？难道他有了什么毛病？只见胡铁花眼泪汪汪的，居然像是要掉眼泪了。楚留香忍不住笑道：“谁会说你丑？”
Hu Taihua is always happy and proud. How could he be like this now? Is there something wrong with him? Hu Taihua was seen with tears in her eyes, as if she was about to shed tears. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help laughing and said, Who would say you are ugly?
那人眼睛一定瞎了，你看你的鼻子、眉毛、眼睛，尤其是你这双眼睛，10000个男人中也找不出一个。胡铁花不由自主抬起手摸了摸自己的眼睛，像是觉得高兴了些，但胡又摇了摇头。
That man must be blind. Look at your nose, eyebrows, eyes, especially your eyes. You can't find one among 10,000 men. Hu Taihua involuntarily raised her hand and touched her eyes, as if she felt a little happier, but suddenly shook her head.
苦着脸道：“就算我眼睛长得还不错，也没有用，我是个穷光蛋。”楚留香道：“男子汉大丈夫，穷一点有什么关系？只要你穷得骨头硬，世上的女孩子并非个个都是见钱眼开的。”
He said with a bitter face, It's no use even if my eyes are pretty good, I'm a pauper. Chu Liuxiang said, A manly man, it doesn't matter if you are poor, as long as you are poor to the bone. Not all girls in the world are greedy for money.
胡铁花不由自主挺起了胸膛，但胡又缩了下去，摇头道：“只可惜我又是个酒鬼。”楚留香忍住笑道：“喝酒又有什么不好？喝酒的人才有男子气概，古来有名的英雄、将相、诗人，哪个不喝酒？”
Hu Taihua involuntarily puffed up her chest, but suddenly shrank it again, shaking her head and saying, It's a pity that I'm an alcoholic again. Chu Liuxiang held back her laughter and said, What's wrong with drinking? Only those who drink are masculine. Among the famous heroes, generals, and poets from ancient times, who doesn't drink?
女孩子见到你喝酒的豪气，一颗心早已掉进你酒杯里了。这话倒不假。那年夏天，他们在莫愁湖上喝酒，胡铁花喝醉了，糊里糊涂的就答应了要和高亚男成亲。
When a girl sees your arrogance in drinking, her heart will already fall into your glass. This is true. That summer, they were drinking on Lake Macho. Hu Taihua got drunk and confusedly agreed to marry Gao Yanan.
但第二天他就将这回事忘了。高亚男却未忘，硬逼着他要他，还说他若赖账，他没有脸活下去，他就要自杀。这下子立刻将胡铁花吓得落荒而逃，高亚男就在后面追。据胡铁花自己说
But he forgot about it the next day, but Gao Yanan did not forget it. He forced him to ask for her, and said that if he defaulted on his debt, she would have no face to live and she would commit suicide. Hu Taihua was immediately frightened and ran away, with Gao Yanan chasing after her. According to Hu Taihua herself,
他竟追了他2-3年。这本是胡铁花的得意事，楚留香以为总可叫胡铁花开心些了，谁知胡铁花一听高亚男这名字，一张脸立刻就变得像吊死鬼一样。楚留香奇怪，试探着问道
She actually chased him for 2 or 3 years. This was Hu Taihua's pride. Chu Liuxiang thought that she could make Hu Taihua happier. Unexpectedly, when Hu Taihua heard the name Gao Yanan, her face immediately became like a hanged ghost. Chu Liuxiang was surprised and asked tentatively,
莫非你又见着高亚男了？胡铁花道：“楚留香讶然道：“他难道还不理你？”胡铁花道：“他就是不理我，简直就好像不认得我这个人似的。”说出这句话，他更像个刚受了委屈的孩子。
Could it be that you saw Gao Yanan again? Hu Taihua said, Yeah. Chu Liuxiang said in surprise, Is she still ignoring you? Hu Taihua said, She just ignored me, as if she didn't recognize me as a person. When he said this, he was more like a child who had just been wronged.
楚留香更奇怪了，拉着他坐了下来，道：“这到底是怎么回事？你仔细说给我听听。”胡铁花道：“有一天我得了2坛好酒，就去找快网张三，因为他烤的鱼最好，我记得你也很爱吃的。”
Chu Liuxiang was even more surprised. She pulled him to sit down and said, What on earth is going on? Please tell me carefully. Hu Taihua said, One day I got 2 jars of good wine, so I went to find Zhang San of Kuaiyang, because he grilled the best fish, and I remember you also like to eat it.
楚留香笑道：“不错，只有他烤的鱼不腥不老，又不失鱼的鲜味。”胡铁花道：“我和他正坐在船头烤鱼吃酒，忽然有条船很快地从我们旁边过去，船上有3个人，其中有个我觉得很面熟。”
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Yes, the only fish he grills is not fishy, not old, and does not lose the freshness of the fish. Hu Taihua said, He and I were sitting on the bow of the boat grilling fish and eating wine. Suddenly a boat passed by us very quickly. There were 3 people on the boat, and one of them looked familiar to me.
楚留香失笑道：“高亚男。”胡铁花点着头长叹道：“那时我也大吃一惊，就追下去，想跟他打个招呼，谁知他根本不理我，我拼命向他招手，他就像没瞧见。”楚留香道：“也许。”
Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, Gao Yanan. Hu Taihua nodded and sighed. I was also shocked at that time, so I chased her and wanted to say hello to her. Unexpectedly, she ignored me at all. I waved to her desperately, but she didn't seem to see me. Chu Liuxiang said, Maybe.
也许他真的没有看到你。胡铁花道：“谁说的？他就坐在窗口，眼睛瞪了我半天，却像是瞪着根木头似的。我一路追下去，他一路坐在窗口，可就是不理我。”楚留香道：“
Maybe she really didn't see you. Hu Taihua said, Who said that? She was sitting at the window, staring at me for a long time, but it was like staring at a piece of wood. I chased her all the way down, and she sat at the window all the way, but just ignored me. Chu Liuxiang said, Maybe she really didn't see you. Hu Taihua said, Who said that? She was sitting at the window, staring at me for a long time, but it was like staring at a piece of wood. I chased her all the way down, and she sat at the window all the way, but just ignored me. Chu Liuxiang said.
你为什么不索性跳上他的船去问个明白？胡铁花苦着脸道：“我不敢。”楚留香失笑道：“你不敢？为什么？他顶多也不过只能把你踢下船而已。”胡铁花叹道：“因为他的师傅。”
Why don't you just jump on her boat and find out? Hu Taihua said with a bitter face, I don't dare. Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, Don't you dare? Why? The best she can do is kick you off the boat. Why don't you just jump on her boat and find out? Hu Taihua said with a bitter face, I don't dare. Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, Don't you dare? Why? The best she can do is kick you off the boat. Hu Taihua sighed, because of her master.
华山派的那老尼姑也在船上，我倒真有点怕，我不是怕他别的，就怕他那张脸。华山剑派当代掌门人枯梅大师，庄严持重，据说已有30年未露笑容。
The old nun from the Huashan sect was also on the boat, and I was really a little scared. I wasn't afraid of anything else about her, I was just afraid of her face. Master Kume, the contemporary leader of the Huashan sword sect, is solemn and solemn. It is said that he has not smiled for 30 years.
江湖中人无论谁见到他都难免有些害怕的。楚留香动容道：“枯梅大师已有20余年未履红尘，这一次怎会下山来了？”他忽然觉得这件事很有趣了，若没有十分重大的事。
Everyone in the world would inevitably be a little scared when they saw her. Chu Liuxiang said with emotion, Master Kume has not been in the world of mortals for more than 20 years, how come he comes down this time? He suddenly felt that this matter was very interesting, if it wasn't something very important.
枯梅大师绝不会下华山，他既已下了华山，就必定有大事要发生。楚留香忽然用力一拍胡铁花肩头，道：“你莫难受，等我这里的事办完了，就陪你去找他，问问他为何不理你。”
Master Kume will never go down to Mount Huashan. Now that she has gone down to Mount Huashan, something big is bound to happen. Chu Liuxiang suddenly slapped Hu Taihua on the shoulder hard and said, Don't feel bad. When I finish my work here, I will accompany you to find her and ask her why she ignored you.
胡铁花嘴角动了动，忽然道：“你见了枯梅大师，一定也会大吃一惊的。”楚留香道：“为什么？”胡铁花道：“因为他已还俗了。”楚留香叫了起来，道：“枯梅大师会还俗？你见了鬼吧？”
The corner of Hu Tiehua's mouth moved, and suddenly said, You will be surprised when you see Master Kume. Chu Liuxiang said, Why? Hu Taihua said, Because she has returned to secular life. Chu Liuxiang shouted and said, Master Kume will return to secular life. Have you seen a ghost?
枯梅大师落发出家已有40余年，修为功深，戒律精严。若说他也会还俗，那简直比说楚留香做了和尚还要令人吃惊。胡铁花苦笑道：“我也知道这件事，无论说给谁听。”
Master Kume has been a monk for more than 40 years. She has profound cultivation skills and strict discipline. If it is said that she will also return to secular life, it would be even more surprising than saying that Chu Liuxiang became a monk. Hu Taihua smiled bitterly and said, I also know this matter no matter who I tell it to.
绝没有人会相信，但他的的确确是还俗了。楚留香道：“你只怕是看错人了吧？”胡铁花道：“枯梅大师的容貌，任何人看了一眼都不会忘记，何况是我。”楚留香道：“可是。”胡铁花道
No one would believe it, but she had indeed returned to secular life. Chu Liuxiang said, I'm afraid you have misjudged the person. Hu Taihua said, No one will forget Master Kume's appearance after taking one look at it, let alone me. Chu Liuxiang said, But. Hu Taihua said,
我见着他时，他穿的是件紫缎团花的花袍，手里扶着根龙头拐杖，头上白发苍苍，看来就像是为子孙满堂的诰命夫人。楚留香说不出话来了。枯梅大师居然下了华山，已令人吃惊。
When I saw her, she was wearing a floral robe with purple satin and flowers. She was holding a dragon-headed crutch in her hand. She had gray hair on her head. She looked like a royal lady with many descendants. Chu Liuxiang was speechless. Master Kume actually went down to Huashan Mountain, which was surprising.
他会还俗，更令人难信，这其中必定又牵涉到一件稀奇古怪的大事。楚留香的兴趣愈来愈浓厚了，他忽然跳了起来，飞奔出去，道：“你在这里等我，50前后，我一定回来陪你去。”
It is even more unbelievable that she will return to secular life. This must involve another strange and major event. Chu Liuxiang's interest became more and more